hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on. And a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, and trying to be like everybody else. Cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town, going nowhere, hellbound, chained to the same lame brain, wanna be daydream. Just a loser with a bad team, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause, nowhere in town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse, and kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, and from one Aiden to another Aiden. How we doing? How we doing, everybody? We good? Everyone having a chill Friday? I still feel like shit. I kind of want to play some Dark Souls 2, so I thought I'd come and show you all a stream. I've actually been watching Queen cover some of it as well, so if my takes are tainted, it is A, laziness, and B, because I've been watching the Tiny Jewish Twink. What song is that? That is Lost and Found by Negative XP. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, fucking hell. What's occurring? Everyone excited for the weekend? Nearly Christmas. It's nice getting back to back Aiden streams. Thank you for the 2, Kairaz. That is true. That is true. It is nice to look, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of fascinated. Now, my take is not going to be like Queen's take, okay? I'm not going to be commenting too much on the debate skills. I'm just here to laugh as Aiden debate bros himself into, let's say, positions which may cause him trouble down the line. Now, for those who don't know my take around debating zoophilia and pedophilia, it's very simple. There is no utility to the content creator that does it, okay? There is almost no argument you can make that by the end of it, long term, you come out looking good. Even if, like, with the exception of maybe people like Queeman, who really can kind of like ride a bad optical wave, most of the time you're just going to end up getting fucked. That's the big reason why you don't do things like this. Now, I don't know how the second debate goes. Whatever debate today. Listen, 6217 is on like heavy Aiden gang. The heavy Aiden gang ride right now. Look, I can respect it. I can respect it. Though I would point out to you, that from his perspective, the content will be just as good if Aiden crashes and burns into the fucking ocean. So maybe take that with a pinch of salt. Connect Kel with the $2.99 with a hero Shibi. No worries, my pleasure to help. I gave Kel some help with an interview last night while she was talking to somebody else. Oh god, right. Oh yeah. No. Okay, yeah, I'll show that. I literally just opened Max's message. I was like, oh shit. Okay, give me a sec. Let me bring this up. I'll do you. Bring you up. So this is the debate itself. We'll watch this in a little bit. Cut my face out for a second. What the fuck is going on in Aiden's Discord? What is this? When you've done more than just patting your lolly. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This isn't going to go well. You literally, okay, so I'm gonna give you the only arguments that matter in my opinion in this, because I know what the Aiden group is gonna say. Well, Beckett won't debate it. Listen, CP can't be created without harm, and even if you could create it without harm, you're still normalizing a practice which societally we don't want to see normalized. We know this has knock-on effects. We can use other examples to see the knock-on effects. For example, like OnlyFans or like sex work becoming more normalized and more like average people doing it, the uptick of university students engaging in escort works are all signs that when you normalize a section of like this kind of degenerate content, you end up normalizing the rest of it. We want to avoid that. It's a very simple societal argument. We don't need big fucking debates about it. And you end up down these fucking holes where Aiden's like, we'll get to it, but he's like, listen, Oggy, listen, Oggy, the difference between you and me is I'm against child rape. I'm like, Jesus. He's literally, he did just call into Queemans. He'd apparently never seen this Destiny debate, this famous Destiny in defense of child porn debate or whatever the fuck it is. He is just kind of skinwalking Destiny, even if he doesn't know it. This is part of the problem. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. This isn't you. I am trying to work out one thing. My Max, do you want to call in? Do you want to call in, Max? If you're not back to A-logging Aiden, I've got a question for you. When's Bronimus surprise? So I think My Nationalist Pony, we're gonna do Christmas Eve. I think we're stuck with that. I think that's the next one. Or alternatively, as well, if if 6217 wants to phone in, he also can, because I am interested. Okay, cool. Give me a sec. Hey, buddy.
Why am I on stream?
Because I've got a question for you. Because you guys are following this content quite closely. And my question is, are you guys just farming Aiden?
I'm not following the content, and I'm not farming Aiden. Okay, I don't know what these accusations are.
Yeah, sure. How do you think this is gonna go?
What, the pedo debates?
From experience, you've kicked around long enough. How does it normally go?
I don't see the issue. Like, yeah, there's gonna be people are gonna clip things, and they're gonna circulate around Twitter for like 2 or 3 weeks. But then, not even 2 or 3 weeks at this point. They're just gonna circulate around for like 2 days, and then the next drama is gonna hit, and like no one's really gonna care.
Well, you say that, but okay. Here's my question: of the people who've debated this topic, historically speaking, how did it go for them? Other than Destiny.
It's gone pretty well, I would say, right? Mr. Girl, he was surviving for a bit, and then something completely unrelated happened. Trying to think
He
of other people.
Mr. Girl survived because Destiny picked him up.
Yeah,
And because he got like shall we say sanitized by other content creators. But I'm trying to think like I keep going back to Smugbug's debate about dildos in classrooms had I think that seemed to cross the line with audiences, and Chud kept calling him a pedophile. And it seems to me that most people who debate these things, or like we look at food shops, right, who kind of lollied their career away.
yeah, but food shops doesn't count. Like they're a lowercase p pedophile. They don't count.
Sure, but I'm trying to think. See, my argument for not on the debate topic, but more on creators engaging with it, is it seems to have very low utility for kind of growth or reputation. Which, you know, if you're a creator that doesn't give a shit about that, and I think Max to some degree fell into that category at that point. He was looking for a very specific audience. But Aiden wants to be a creator. And I don't see the and again there's some with other people. I don't see how it's beneficial to them, because Oggy goes away from that debate to the wider commentary community. It's just like Aiden's got an audience full of pedophiles.
I mean, look, do I have to press the "Who cares ninja" like voice line here? My view is like Aiden doesn't really care about any of this, and he's also really dumb. Like he literally put in like a goal. He's like, "Oh, if you reach this goal, I'll talk to Colton," and like no one wants to hear him talk to Colton or like Dingo or any of these people that he brings on. He like puts up a goal to end the stream, and then like no one donates because they want the stream to like he's not really like, you know, I don't think he's putting his best foot forward. I'm gonna be honest. And
Do you think it's intentional irony? Like Aiden is anti-streaming.
no, he like he thinks this is like epic. He thinks this is what brings in the viewers. What brings in the viewers is like him doing coverage on the latest drama, and you know, he streams for 6-7 hours straight. So he could be getting chud numbers if he cared, but he doesn't I don't think he enjoys like covering dramas. Like he doesn't seem to care about certain things. He seems to care about like politics and history and things that
Yeah.
don't bring in viewers.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
so
I think that's certainly true.
yeah, so he's just gonna game and like troll. That's all he's gonna do until like I guess he just stops seeing like chatters, and then he's gonna, you know, hunker down, be a bit more serious.
Until he stops seeing chatters.
Yeah, I mean it's really rough. Like his chat, I think his concurrent today went down all the way to like 30 viewers because he was just like gaming and he wasn't really covering anything. There's a lull period in his stream. But you know, he used to have like 200, something around that.
See, I think Aiden can be very entertaining. I think he is I think unironically he's quite savvy with what he's putting together, which I think it's a frustration when seeing him do stuff like this. Frustration may be the wrong word. It kind of fascination, because it's very hard to work out whether the chat likes him or not, and how aware he is. I think he's aware, but then I see the conversation he has with Chud, and it's kind of like a bit. It's walking the line with meta irony, which I'm trying to work out. I mean, I think it's one of these things where people.
I think you're seeing it from the whole. Like Aiden is really dumb. He read a super chat from Tipster yesterday. Like this is the stream from today, but it was like from last night. And it said something like, "We will turn you gay, inshallah. Like you will join the LGBT CIA like agenda." And he didn't know if the C was like a new thing or if it was like CIA, and he was like debating this. So I don't think like, and he was being serious. So I just think he's like, he's aware on certain things and then he's dumb on other things. And you're just seeing this play out in real time on his streams. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, look, I'm interested. I'm kind of fast. I'm always happy to see a crash out, and I think with this topic, I think that crash out is almost inevitable. I'm waiting for one of them to actually end up debating an actual pedophile. That'll be the next stage. And I think because that, to my recollection, that's how these things normally go. That's how the Amashi thing went. That's how the stuff a couple of years ago went with Twitch poll. There's been a couple of cases like this, like shootout with this shit. I do like the cult idea of AIDS gangers coming for people though. It's the most active I've seen 6217 in ages. It's great.
Look, me and X are fine. Like you don't need to worry about that.
No. Like I know it's listen. I know it steeps in irony.
What I'm saying is, I think this is all like different from the Twitch poll people. I think this is like because it's like a new ecosystem, right? And everyone's wanting to do something new. So I'm just gonna let it play out. I don't think it's gonna play out like last time. And the reason why I don't think it's gonna play out like last time is we don't have the stupid panels anymore. The panels are really dumb because no one grows off of them. But like people do grow off of like this like rating ecosystem. And I think as long as people just stick to that and bridges aren't burnt, like everyone's gonna be fine, no matter what content you throw on the bus. Aiden, I think he's gonna have like some interesting debates in the future. He's talked about like writing up dockets on topics that he wants to research and debate on later. I think he wanted to do that with respect to not pedophilia, like zoophilia or whatever. Like he wants to look more into that. He wants to see like why bestiality is wrong. He wants to look at studies. He wants to look at the philosophical arguments. So, stay tuned for the bestiality debates. I think Aiden's gonna have a lot of interesting things to say, and that's how I'm looking at the future.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Look, I know. Well, look, I'm always happy for internal debate and drama content. I think it's going to be weird now as well with Oggy coming back doing a new show that's kind of like all in person, which is going to put it at a weird positioning. I can't think how you do a long-term Spurg show entirely in person if it's going to be like after hours.
It's not going to be like after hours. It's going to be like Joe Rogan, It's like a totally new thing. It's him and Connor. They're talking about some Twitter drama. It's going to be like Nicholas Diorio 2.0. That's what it's going to be like, but it's two guys.
Yeah, I kind of, I saw their first, some of their first stream. It looked good. And it's a nice fun. But yeah, okay, cool. Is there anything else I should be watching then, along with this? Or am I just good with this Aiden debate?
You should watch Morale's grilling of a scammer pedophile. Very interesting stuff going on the Morale stream.
Oh wait, did he actually get the guy on call?
Yeah, he got him on call.
Oh, nice.
And then I asked him why he raped 1 million kids, and then he left the server. So,
for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, I think that's a pretty interesting story, actually. It does seem to be like basically pedophile MLM.
Yeah, and then it's really funny because he's just teaching them how to do the like sub, so you like kill me in Minecraft streams, like the vertical streams, which I'm sure that works. Like I'm sure that gets you subscribers, that gets you viewers. I don't know how much money that makes you. And that's like the big thing going on TikTok. And the problem is like you don't need to do a course to learn how to do that. There are like tutorials on how to do this on like YouTube for free. So it is funny. He's like putting this into this course and then doing like an affiliate program, and then everyone like joining the affiliate program is like 12 years old. So yeah,
so I was completely wrong. It really is minus Jesus. That's
well, we don't know the ages of these people, but you listen to their voices and they're all like, it's like high pitched. Doesn't look like these people have gone through puberty yet, so look, all I'm saying is like it's some sketchy stuff out there. So
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
yep.
Okay, cool. Right, I will go and review a debate and play Dark Souls. I have my soundboard too low for him to do that. He could just send me the clip, I'd play it. Anyway, Fernando with the 5. We have a moral obligation to bully Aiden for being a prolific debater and Ozempic addict. If only he had turned the other cheek. True. Yen with the 199. Beckett is gay. Sorry, I mean fair. Nah. Teddy with the 999. No, mum, it's not what it looks like. I'm just researching a debate topic. Fuck me. Oh, look, listen, I think Skibbity's got a good view on it. I agree with him. You can just, like, laugh at this shit without having to actually get involved. That said, there is something I want to watch. Now, how many of you are aware of who NotSoErudite is? Because I heard today that NotSoErudite is apparently illegally working in the US for Destiny.
Okay. Welcome to the new setup.
And maybe living out of a car? I don't know. Hey, Stylo, how you doing? From an actual professional standpoint, 9% of the people who will buy these types of courses will be around 12 to 16. Thank you for the 5 at 6217. Yeah, it's a weird one. Yeah, I kind of view stuff like that as something that you do when you're older, but maybe I'm just out of touch at this point with the new generation coming in. You know, like a lot of, like, do you know Anita Sarkeesian actually bought, like, Anita Sarkeesian did a course on how to become a fucking YouTuber, which is crazy. Okay, what the fuck am I bringing up? It's not the VTuber. That's the wrong thing. Okay, this is NotSoErudite. So, we're gonna have a really, really quick look at this. NSC is somebody who I've known for a while and have got on with. I don't hate NSC. Sorry to any of the fucking people who like really dislike this woman. I am not amongst them. However, watching NSC slowly crash and burn into the ocean is getting to the point where it's kind of fascinating. So this is like 52 minutes long. I am not watching all of this shit, okay? I'm not watching all of it. I will link the video in the chat, though, for those of you who want to. How to become a YouTuber. Don't be shit at carrying a show. Listen, in my experience, there seem to be 2 types of YouTubers, like at least streamers. It's the people who can't have a co-host and the people who can't function without a co-host. There's like no in between. So many kids want to be content creators now. I go to schools. Sorry, I don't know why I got caught on that. I go to schools, it's all TikTok and streamers. Long gone are the firefighters and astronauts. Listen, I reiterate my previous position that if I ever become a full-time content creator, I will kill myself. Cope and Seethe, Queeman is grinning at this. Wait, Queeman is grinning at what? My stream or like this fucking erudite shit? Look, Queeman and I have discussed NSE before. If Queeman ever wants to discuss NSE again once I've seen this, he knows where to fucking find me. Why are you watching Queen Erudite? Jesus.
I know it's been a really long time, but I wanted to basically fill you guys in. The point of this video is I'm gonna update you guys on what I've been doing the last year. I basically haven't consistently streamed really at all since September of 2020.
Right, the NSC content, okay.
That's when basically I picked up my life within a week and moved to America and began pursuing immigration and starting this like new business with Steven and stuff. Because
I'm sorry.
America and began pursuing immigration and
this was definitely added in post. There's no way there's no way she put this in, right? No fucking way Erudite put this fucking image in her video. Wait, no, wait, sorry. I thought this was a video essay on NotSoErudite. This is NotSoErudite's video. I'm really fucking sick, guys. Okay, bear with me. I'm gonna die during this stream. No. Kyla, why? Oh, fuck. This is weird. This is very weird.
Starting this.
Wait, hold on. You edited this yourself. Why didn't you just start again, change a shot? Why did you zoom in on the bit with your feet? What is going on? Are you fucking Kyla? Come on.
Like new business with Steven and stuff. Because of that, my life for the past year has really been incredibly unstable. My living situation has been, I wouldn't say unstable, more like unpredictable, which has led to just a lot of issues as far.
I can hear plates in the background, so she's still with Nick. So her husband's name is Nick, by the way. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, NotSoErudite is a former Twitch poll creator, Destiny Orbiter, who now like runs the Bridges podcast for him. Very weird. This is very weird. I'm very weirded out. Yes, X. I thought this was a video essay. I didn't think she'd put this out herself. Holy fuck.
As far as like knowing when to set up a studio, because it takes a lot of work to like build this space, at least for me. I know some people are really fast at it. I am not. I'm very picky. I come to conclusions decently slowly, and I think, especially you've probably seen when I make knee-jerk reactionary conclusions, they tend to be not my best thought, not my best thinking demonstrated, whereas when I'm slower and more methodical, I tend to just come up with better conclusions, and I think I just in general process a lot better when I have a bit of time. So what have I been up to in the last year? Well, for those of you who have been like completely disconnected from my channel, Brianna Wu invited me to come speak to Ro Khanna in early October of 2023, and it was right around the time when Nick and I were looking at moving to Florida anyways to pursue the podcast with Steven in person.
Wait, hold on. Again, many of you don't know who this is, but I do, and a couple of people in chat do. Wasn't she moving to Florida to start a like addiction clinic? Wasn't that the original plan? Addiction clinic, set up addiction clinic, have some work while you're out there. That was like the whole fucking thing. 1.5? Yeah, sure, cool. No worries. No worries. Also, it's Christmas. Let's have a Christmas goal of some kind. I'll set a Christmas goal. Okay.
As well as just being in America to also go on Fresh and Fit more often, which never actually worked out, not on their fault, on mine, and just to go on podcasts more often. That was the original plan. So then when Brianna Wu invited me to come and talk to Ro Khanna, I was like, you know what, I've got a week, but I should do it. So I basically packed up my PC, my laptop, mic system, like a big bag of clothes, and I basically drove across America. For the first little bit, slept in my car so that I could flip everything up on its side, and there'd be like this narrow passageway in the back of my SUV crossover. It's not quite an SUV, but it's a hatchback that's a little bit enlarged. And I would roll a camper mat out and a sleeping bag, and I'd tuck myself into my car, put on a sleeping mask, and sleep in my car in like parks and stuff. I did not sleep very well, just because I was like constantly nervous of just like people walking up to the car. I was alone. I arrive in DC. Luckily I have a hotel. I get to sleep. Very little sleep though. It was like 2 days from, no, I think it was 3 days from Redwater, Alberta. That's where I used to be. Doxed now.
Just so I'm clear, I've set a goal, and if you achieve the goal, Gamma gets 500 yen. I'm not actually going to give him 500 yen. That goal is a lie, but it made me laugh.
And I stayed with a friend
inside, internally. Directly from you can see it.
We did the whole Ro Khanna thing. That's when
fucking
I think I got more on progressive victories. There was originally a plan in DC. There was the panel, I'm sure you guys saw, with Emma Bigland, Vosh, Destiny, talking about basically how to unite the left and how to motivate people.
Yeah, that's gone so well. Oh, fuck!
I was supposed to be on the panel hosting the conversation. I built up all the questions. I was approved to go on. And the reason I was there is because Brianna got sick that morning. And then literally last minute, 2 staff members, I won't name names or anything like that, 'cause, I'm the streamer and they don't have a voice necessarily, pulled me off and were like, you can't go up there. And the reason was because there was a whole bunch. There's probably like 5 really loud, angry, like Demon Mama-esque fans that felt some way about Destiny being involved at all, and they were worried that if I went up, it would look like PV was biased towards Destiny because I'm friends with Destiny and I was the one moderating the panel. So I thought it was
Grex Herald, welcome to the seething level of membership. Thank you very much, 07 in chat. What the fuck are you talking about? So you're telling me... Holy shit. So you were going to host a panel and then were told by PV because of 5 angry demon, like leftist fans, that you weren't allowed to do it, and you continued working with that organization? How is that not, like, an insane fucking thing to say? Did she just call Destiny haters fat? To be fair, many of the people who hate Destiny are fat. That is actually true.
like look more biased. What ended up happening is they all went out. Everyone was expecting me to be there, including the speakers. And then there was just like Destiny, a seat, and then Sam, who was moderating in my place, Vosh and Emma. So it was like the worst of all worlds. It was terrible. It was really awkward. I walked in like midway through, and like my face was on the poster behind, like to be moderating, and I was just like, anyways. In fairness, the people apologized since then for the call. It was the worst call ever. And somehow after that, I was like, you know what? I believe in PV anyways. And I decided to start working with PV specifically because they expressed a strong interest in working with DGG, and I wanted to kind of.
Queeman is very skinny. I got nothing for that, actually. Yeah, he is. It's insane. I don't... The boy needs to eat. What? Diorio hates Destiny? Stop it. Stop it. Behave. Be good. Jesus.
Kind of be there to somewhat advocate for DGG, but also advocate for like what, in general, that atmosphere of kind of left-leaning liberal speakers and thinkers would want in an organization. And I saw a lot of potential in the organization. So at that point, I was offered an actual job doing event planning. Yeah, it just was this really awesome situation where basically I had a more steady income while I was working on building stuff up here. And the original plan was that when I got here, this house that I'm in is my friend owns a number of rental properties, and this is one of the rental properties that he was renovating.
Yeah, guys, I know many of you are going to be like, why are we watching this? Okay. The important thing to remember about this, for anyone who's like, why do we care about this? NSC's career and how it's gone is actually kind of fascinating to look at, like, at least for me. Because I knew all these people, you know, and it's just, if you'd said to me 2 years ago, NotSoErudite arrived on the scene, started talking about therapy, started like kind of being a successful creator, had like her own place in the community, had her own community, the fucking, I don't know what, like her Discord was full of debates, constantly active, that she'd now be filming her feet in a mirror while talking about how her life ended up the way it is. Don't think about the political stuff, just follow along with listening to somebody, like, because that story about PV is literally, hey, I got fucked publicly by an organization, and not that only did I choose to continue working with them, I'm even now like kind of going to defend them, when afterwards PV have shown themselves to like be complete fuck ups. PV is progressive victory. As you can probably tell, there was no victory. And also, like, this was like linked to Brianna Wu and stuff. Wu is fucking nightmarishly insane.
And he was really kind, basically offered for us to move into this house when it was finished renovating. And because Nick has a really good eye for aesthetic, especially, he was like, you guys can have a fair bit of say on like what the house looks like. The contractors promised that the house would be done in November. So the permits didn't ever get pulled properly, despite us telling the contractors that they needed to get permits for the work. And then the city shut down the work until the permits had gone through. So we had about a 3-month lapse of just waiting for permits to go through. So originally we were going to move directly from my friend's house that we were staying like with him at his house to this house. And that obviously wasn't going to happen. So he had another house that had just opened up, just had his previous renter move out. And he's like, why don't you move into that house? That house was the one I was in previously. It's really small. I'm really blessed that he let me stay in there. Just to be clear, none of this is ever going to be a complaint about the situation. I fundamentally was given a house to stay in for like a year at basically like minimal cost. Like I covered utilities and that was it. And it was amazing. The problem is that the house is pretty old and there's a really big problem with termites in the house. And to be clear, my friend.
What is this? What is this? What possesses someone to make a video like this?
Pay like bi-weekly Terminix stuff, but apparently the termites that are there are like pretty much impossible to get rid of. You can only like manage them unless you like.
Hey guys, like to be clear, I don't think you guys have the context of how fucking weird Erudite's content has gotten. We're gonna go to some of the oldest Erudite stuff just very quickly, okay? we're gonna just have a look at let's say this one.
Deal with it. They're like
Yeah.
true quintessential stability boomers, where they just, in a lot of ways, are just like, just don't disturb us. We'll leave you alone, so we can just kind of keep doing our science. Like, go away, basically, which I think is a really big problem, especially because it's like psychology is like the art of the human mind. It's what, like,
Yeah.
everyone is interested in it because it's about yourself.
She's got like, she had a nice aesthetic going.
How well do
Very
differences in people's
intelligent.
expressions?
And then, like, more recent content has just been a bit more, like, unhinged. Like, what's a good way to put it?
I covered a shoe on head video. She commented streamathon. Well, more than 24 hours. Basically, I stream until shoe on head emails me back a thon. But I don't know how active she is on social anymore. I never see her tweeting or anything. So then I was like, oh no, what if she does?
I don't know who was doing her editing at this point, but it, like, this was weird. There's, like, clips of her doing, like, this dog thing. It's just... Don't bully her. I'm really not trying to. I'm really not trying to. I think my thing here is, like, this just goes along with, don't become a Destiny Orbiter. Becoming a Destiny Orbiter is not good for you.
Fully incubate the whole house, and we had nowhere to go, so that was not really an option. It's like 20 grand, and we're like, you don't need to spend 20 grand for us. Like, it's fine. We'll just put up with the termites. So we started living in that house. It was like 2-bedroom, but the entire time the contractors would keep saying, like, next month you'll be moving in, next month. And so it was like January, and they're like, don't worry, February 20th was the day we were given. And then it was like March 6th,
Jesus
and it just kept
Christ.
getting bumped and bumped and bumped. And so this whole time I'm like, I could spend the money that I need to, like, set up a studio in the termite house, but I really don't.
I wouldn't have all this cool stuff if God didn't agree with me, woof. Fucking hell. What the fuck happened to NSE? Bro, ain't no fucking way. Did PV actually ruin her life? She looks like she's in a pain hole for 5. Like, I should be clear. I am not sweeping for NSE when I say I have always had a good relationship with her. I've always liked NSE. But there have been a couple of things like, you know, Dan said he'd quite like Chud on the show. On like Destiny's podcast, and NSC was in chat going, Chud will never get on this podcast. And it's like, why are you doing this publicly? Why? I get why NSC hates Chud, by the way. I actually do understand. I'm not surprised. Of the many people who hate Chud Logic, I actually kind of understand why NSC does. It's maybe a bit misdirected, but at least it's like understandable. Can you please address the Ed Sheeran allegations for 2? I can't sing, so I can't. I'm incapable. Fernando for the 5. Old NSE has a room with stuff and seems nice. How NSE in black room? Now NSE in black room that zaps the energy out of you. Yeah. Black Yamato in chat. How you doing, bro? I had a theory that she's been slowly going insane since she's been in a politics space and getting more and more unhinged. Yamato, how are you doing? Everyone in chat, this is Yamato. Yamato's Twitch archives. Yamato is based. Be nice to Yamato. Welcome in, buddy. It's been fucking ages. Hope you're good. Merry Christmas. Because Chud has more hair than her. Jesus fucking Christ.
Like it. The room that I was in was pretty unideal. I'd have to do a lot of, like, I'd need to put like rugs and stuff up. It was just a really open, large, like echoey room. And so I would need to do a fair bit of work, and the lighting in that room was horrible. So I'd have to do a lot to set up to just make it look kind of aesthetic and soundproofed, basically. And because they kept saying it'll happen next month, I was like, I'm just not going to put in the money. We're going to wait, and we'll get it next month. And the whole time that we're living in Termite House, you need to remember all of our stuff is still in Canada. When you're coming on like traveler's visa, unsurprisingly, they don't love you traveling in the States if you like bring a U-Haul with like a bed and like housing furniture. It makes them believe you're not just traveling, which is fair.
Wait, hold on. So, because I did get DM'd. Are you going to address the fact that you said NSC apparently seems to be working illegally in the US? Now, I'm just repeating back what I was told about this video. But if she's on a traveler's visa, can she work in the US? Again, I don't give a fuck about the legal argument. And this is much more to do with the fact of what the fuck is Destiny doing. But that is weird, right? She's there setting up a podcast with constant income from Progressive Victory, which is an American political organization, while on a traveler's visa in the US? Am I understanding that correctly? John Bon Zombie. Hey, bro. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. How you doing? How you doing?
So we were living for a while because, again, there was a number of things. Number one, our immigration was promised to be done by February. It was not. Number two, we thought the house we'd be moving into, this house would be done by February, then March. It was not. So we can't ship our stuff from Canada until I have a visa number. That's what's going to be required to ship our stuff. So the whole time we keep thinking immigration, it's going to happen anytime soon. We don't want to have to buy like a whole new wardrobe and a whole new house. So for probably 5 months, we're living off of paper plates and plastic forks and like 2 pans that our friend borrowed us until finally we're like, okay, this is like nightmare fuel. Like this doesn't work. So we bought like a couple plates, like 2.
Wait, Gilded, you debated Aiden today. Wait, Aiden Paladin? Fuck, did you record it? And can you upload a copy and we'll watch it later? Holy shit. If you debated Aiden Paladin, I want to see it.
2 bowls, a cutlery set, and like 1 extra pan. But again, we have like a really nice kitchen set at home. Like we're waiting to bring our stuff from Canada. Needless to basically say, the house that we're supposed to be moving into, we only got into in October of this year. So it was like a whole year delayed in getting into it. A whole bunch of problems. There's still problems. 10 out of 10. Would never recommend working with the contractors that we worked with. They are genuinely terrible, lazy pieces of crap who are unquestionably skyrocketing the prices to take advantage of my friend. I'm like, they're the worst, literally the worst. And so like, you know what? You can decide if I should keep that in there. Okay, you're gonna be my final wall of defense. We still have problems like the lights, just all the wiring. We paid for like the highest end wiring so that we knew that with all the electronics and stuff that we have, that we would just be Gucci. Except whoever like installed the actual like light plugs. This is what I've been told by another electrician. Somebody in the comments tell me if this is wrong, but if we have too many lights on or power, especially if I put the blow dryer in the bathroom upstairs, everything in the house will flicker a little bit, which is crazy because we have like high grade wiring throughout the entire house. And it's just, an electrician was basically like, the wiring's pretty good. There's nothing like specific. It's probably just like a kind of a mid to crappy job. There's probably a couple of errors, but to fix it, we'd have to like potentially like go through all of the wiring in your house, which we can't afford to do that because that would be like 30 grand plus then you'd have to fix the walls. Anyways, nightmare situation.
What the fuck has happened to this woman's life? What? The fuck is going on? This is not normal. How many Aidens are there? There's 2. Both of them are good content.
But we still love the house. Just to be clear, we love the house. It's just the contractors are garbage. And so the whole year was with the house was fighting with the contractors. But when you fight with contractors who are actively working on your project and have taken your money, you don't want to be a caustic asshole and have them fuck you over. So you need to like fight with them in like sneaky, smart ways so that they like you enough that they'll keep doing the work that you need them to do and not like you over in some way that you don't know. Especially in Florida where it seems like it is really hard to hold any professional accountable for their crappy work. So that was like one thing going on for us was just like, didn't really have a home. The house we were living in was kind of termite infested. So we would like wake up and my desk would be like covered in like these like little brown speckles, which is basically like termite.
Look at these fucking chapter titles. Struggling with moving into a house. Like working for Progressive Victory has like a minute of it. Struggling with moving into a house is like 7 minutes. Next, you've got maggots with wings. Struggling with the immigration lawyer. The extension plan. Getting sick on JREG. What? The Canadian Post strike took my passport. Community questions. Video with Amaranth. What is this fucking video? Okay, let's see maggots with wings.
Shit, it's mostly wood.
Sentence.
At nighttime in the fall and spring, they'd have these little breeders come up and they'd fly through the house and they're just like these like maggots with wings. They're horrible and they'd like hit your mirror and then they like fall and like wiggle around. So like we would literally turn off the lights and like hide in our bedroom. Yeah, it was awful. Hated that house. But again, blessed to have it. Just to be very clear, still very blessed to have had it. Yeah, the generosity of my friend has been like incredible. That's what was going on with the house. We had like this, not unstable because we had like a perfectly normal house to live in, but it was hard to know if I wanted to invest the money to like build up the studio and make it look okayish to stream from, because we just kept on thinking next month we'll be in the new house. And obviously this house is much more beautiful. We had a lot of save. We've got like black walls, white floor, white ceiling. We were at this point having to buy furniture because it's been like 6 months with no furniture. So we're buying furniture in the colors that we wanted. And so that was one major thing kind of driving a delay in streaming and just kind of like making creative work in general really difficult.
Oh my god, my brain hurts.
Immigration lawyer. They were like super high, 800 reviews, like 4.9 stars. I was like, perfect. I wanted to work with the best immigration lawyer because I knew that I had a bit of a weird situation. Got connected, and basically when I first talked to them in October, so this is like a week after I've arrived in America, I'm like, this is my plan. I'm gonna like be on a visitor visa, do like podcast stuff and YouTube, and I'm gonna make money through my YouTube while I do like podcasts and stuff in the area. how do I immigrate while I'm here for the 6 months that I can be here? And we came up with this plan. It's called an E2 investor visa, basically because I was starting a business with Steven for bridges. I could use that as basically a sponsor business of me. If I own 50% of that business, basically I'm considered an investor and I can come into the country and work for 5 years. So I'm not an immigrant, I'm a non-immigrant working visa. Plan made. And so basically they're like, however, this is what the lawyer told me. We can't even start on this process until you've been in the country for 90 days. So the next 90 days, just like chill, hang out, start working on building up your company a little bit, and call me. 90 days was like end of December. So like, call me like early January and we'll start making a plan. It should take about 2 weeks to finish your application. We'll send it in and you should have your immigration done by like 2 months after that. And I was like, that seems really fast and crazy. But okay. Hindsight. Get a second opinion. That was crazy talk. Also, the 90-day stuff, not real. Afterwards, I talked to them about it when I was like, hey, you guys told me to wait 90 days before I started anything. They just were like, oh, we don't remember saying that. I'm like, okay, well, I do because I have it in my notes. I wrote it down and followed your prescription of what I needed to do. So anyways, when you're immigrating.
Wait. Now look, I'm not an immigration lawyer, but my understanding is, for a couple of reasons, I have actually looked at this previously. My understanding is you're not allowed to work while on a traveler's visa. Like, you can't just go and get a job. You need specific visas for those things. Because otherwise you're working illegally. That's my understanding of this, and I'm very confused by this situation. Now, she does seem to have consulted a lawyer, so it's probably not her fault, because she got bad legal advice. But still.
And you're looking for lawyers, get a second opinion. Always. Just always. And check what the first person said to you against the second person, and if there's a discrepancy, get a third person's opinion before you go forward with selecting a law firm. I will not name the law firm that I worked with. 90 days goes by, I give them a little call, and I'm like, okay, let's get started. And they're like, okay, so we need this, and this from your business. And I was like, I don't have any of those things. And they're like, why not? I was like, because you told me that I couldn't do anything for 90 days. And they're like, oh no, you couldn't begin the immigration application for 90 days, but you could be doing all of your business pre-setup. And I was like, you pretty explicitly told me nothing. So I have been waiting this entire time. At this point, I didn't have an LLC formed because I was told to just wait for 90 days. And then, because I even asked them, I was like, should I be starting business stuff? Should I be incorporating and stuff? And no, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Give yourself the 90 days to really figure out what you want to do with the business. We'll figure it all out then. So that's what we did. We kind of figured it out, which is good because in many ways the show shifted a little bit and what we were originally going to do and the direction and stuff. And so by the time I called them, I actually have a pretty good idea of what we want to be doing as a business. I'm ready to go. And they're like, oh, well, you need to get licensed and you need to incorporate as an LLC, which takes 3 to 4 weeks. Minimum. And I was like, that's not good. And they're like, yeah, if you call them, they will expedite your LLC incorporation. And so I called them and they're like, no, we don't do that. That's not a thing. You can't no, we get to it when we get to it. There's no expediting. I imagine if you have some nepotistic connection, there's a way you could expedite. But basically I called 4 times and every single person I talked to at the Sun Business Corporation, whatever, was like, yeah, no, this doesn't happen. So problem 1, that's going to take 4 weeks. I also need to have an LLC, have a bank account set up, have a bank account running for a few months.
No wonder. Honestly, a lot is starting to make sense. For anyone who's seen clips of NSE looking increasingly stressed and unhinged over the last several months, I get it. Fuck. Okay, I can see these of you're not allowed to, you are correct, but you could be paid as a consultant and paid through your home country. But she's not just earning money through streaming or she's got multiple revenue sectors. So she's got the revenue sectors, streams, revenue of her own streaming, revenue through Destiny and Bridges, revenue through working with PV, and all of those need to be aligned. The one thing I've thought for ages about Progressive Victory and the amount of streamers who've got involved, I thought it's about Lonerbox as well. I really like Lonerbox, by the way. Love Lonerbox. But I'm like, you're a Scottish dude living in Scotland, joining an American political org, or at least supporting an American political org, and presumably, I believe, and I could be wrong here, being paid by them to go and influence the American election in some way. Is that not fucking wild to you guys? As political commentators, if you saw a right-wing, let's say you saw, I don't know, who's a right-wing Brit content? If you saw Sargon of Akkad join I don't know, a fucking right-wing political organization getting people to vote for Trump, would you not be critical of that? Would you not be like, that seems kind of fucking weird that you're doing that, right? Not so expedited. Fucking hell. Okay. That's funny.
months, so it shows that the business is like live and successful, and then I need to invest, I won't say how much, but a certain large quantity of money into the bank account of the business. And I was like, great, that also would have been good to know in October when I called you. So that takes a while to figure out. I've got to sell off a number of assets, do a number of things. I need to wire the money over, but at this point my debit card had been lost or stolen. I can't remember which it was, but I didn't have it. And to get a replaced debit card for a Canadian is a nightmare when you're not in Canada because they don't want to ever ship it out. And I basically was on the phone with TD Bank for like probably 4 days, talking to just levels of escalation of like investigators and everything, until finally I just met like a pretty high up supervisor who felt really bad for me. And she was like, I got you. I'm going to take care of this. We're going to ship it to you. I'm going to send you a form to basically like waive our liability that if we mail your debit card and it goes to the wrong location, like we're not responsible. Signed all that shit, got my debit card so that I could do all the money exchanges like online. Once I have the debit card, it turns out it's still not great. I still have to go home and wire stuff. And now at this point, I've been in the country for 6 months. Plan was to apply for an extension. Basically, you apply for an extension. It takes a really long time, and it gives you several extra months to basically maintain your visitor.
I know I said we weren't gonna watch all of this, but I've been fucking awed. This is like a warning video of your life as a content creator. This is wild. I'm actually losing my mind midway through watching it. I feel so bad for her.
Visa. So I'm filling out the information that my lawyer asked for the extension. And I noticed that an issue where I'm like, it says that I came into the country in October, which is correct, but it's saying that I have to leave by 2022. It was my I-94. And I was like, this seems wrong, but that was my most recent I-94 that you get on like the government website. My lawyer calls me in a panic and goes, that was the wrong I-94. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, that isn't the correct I-94. And I was like, that's I-94 I sent you like 3 months ago. And the one that you told me to find, and that's what you told me to get. And he's like, yeah, I didn't check the dates. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, I'm going to look into your last port, but I'm pretty sure you've got to leave the country today because you might be overstaying your visit. And I was like, great. My mom had literally just arrived for Easter. And the next day I was like, well, we got to fly home. So I fly to Montana. My dad very kindly drives across Montana, picks us up, drives us across the border. We get home.
This is fucking cursed. This is actually fucking cursed. No fucking shot. This. Do you not think, like, Erudite's a religious woman. At some point, do you not think maybe God's trying to tell you something? Like, maybe stop. I'm locked in, not gonna lie, Becca. Every sentence makes me question why I thought she was smart. Holy fuck. This is so bad. Oh, I know that I know that many of you need, listen, many of you, I am very, I know many of you are like, what the fuck is going on? And I appreciate you, like, bearing with me while I go through this. Because for those of us who've seen Erudite over the years, this is pretty fucking wild. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, can YouTubers stop moving to Florida? We already have Florida Man and Meatball Ron. We don't need more crazy shit. True. I lived in Canada on a visitor's visa. I had to spend the night across the border every few months. Yeah. Yeah. It's, how hosed is she? Listen, this is fucking insane.
And my lawyer advises me to stay in Canada for like a month. So pros of this, there's a bunch of wire money transferring that has been a nightmare to do from my Canadian to my American account, to my American business account, that now that I'm home in Canada, I can just go right in and do. So I go into the bank, I wire transfer the very large amount of money directly to my business account in America. So check, one of the biggest things for my immigration, done. You know, pros, I got to see my parents and family. Cons,
easier to watch.
Doing super well right now. It's very...
Core, do you not like looking at me? Is that what you're saying, Core? That is very much the wrong one. You're saying you don't like looking at me, Core? Is that what we're doing? Fine, fuck you. Well, we'll put on some Dark Souls. How's that? How's that? Good enough? Good enough? Dark Souls 2 time? The continued adventures of Beckett getting, like, fucking stomped into the ground. I did go and unlock a door. Anyway. We as Canadians do not claim her. Jesus. Okay.
Stressful. I was away from Nick for a month because he had come a lot later than me, so he was still good to stay, and our dog was down there at this point. Like, we couldn't just up and leave. And while I'm there, I at least have like this focus time, and I just finished like everything and anything to do with the immigration application. I got a whole bunch of ducks in rows. I finished some of the schooling stuff that I needed to get like cleared up and out of the way. I just get like, basically I just power through and get a bunch of work done in the month that I'm away. And so in April, like 6th or 7th, like right early, as soon as I get there, I send my lawyer everything, and I'm like, application done, good to go. please send it off so I can apply for immigration. And he's like, bet. We get to the end of the month of April. I'm like, hey, just checking in. You haven't really gotten back to me. I'm assuming you've sent my immigration papers. And then my lawyer gets back to me. He's like, sorry, I didn't actually check over anything. Let me check it over now. I'm like, it's been a month, motherfucker. Like, hello?
Why were you paying this guy? Why were you paying? Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a little Beckett fact. I've dealt with lawyers an awful lot over the last couple of years. And the lawyers I had, I cannot stress enough, were fucking amazing. My lawyers were so good. They were worth every penny. If anything, I was a bit of a nightmare client. They had to chase me a lot because I did not want to deal with the stuff we were dealing with because it was probate. But like, if your lawyer's shit, you get a new lawyer. It's really not that hard. You just find another lawyer. You do not stick this stuff out. It's too important. I'm actually shocked. Fuck me.
He checks it over and he's like, actually, I need these documents. And I was like, they're in there. And then I screen cap the documents that he's looking for. And he's like, oh, I actually want a couple more of these and these. So I find a couple of extra documents and put those in there too. And we're like going back and forth. He keeps asking for things and I'm like, I already have this. And he's like, no, you don't because of such and such. And I'm like, why didn't you include this in the original list that you gave me? I did everything on your original list, so just include that. So anyways, we're going back and forth. He tells me I can go back to America in like June, April, no, in May. I go back to America in May. Still hasn't filed the paperwork, by the way. And then I'm like emailing him, being like, I've done everything. And he's like, yeah, we've done everything. We're going to send it off right away. And I'm like, can you send it today? Like, is there a button you have to hit? Like, what's the process here? Why am I paying you $8,000? Like, please send it, please, God.
Wait, how much? That seems a lot for what you're getting. I don't know. I've never had to deal with immigration lawyers and stuff, but this seems like large amounts of money getting ripped off, if I'm honest. Fuck.
And
Better Call Saul.
Finally,
True.
in July,
True.
my paperwork gets filed. So just a massive delay. For not really any good reason. I probably should have just escalated to his like boss. I did once like include his boss in an email list, but the boss never responded, and he like had plausible like reasons as to like he was like, I know it's taking a long time, but I have a lot of clients, and you were delayed on getting me like this and this and this and this. So like, you know, he like kind of like was able to like shift the blame off of me, and I was like, well, I don't want to piss off my lawyer because I need my immigration paper filed, and I cannot afford to pay another $8,000. And at this point, I'd also had to buy out my car for my immigration because I was leasing my car from a Canadian leasing agency or whatever. So I had to drop like $12,000 for my car. Like there was just so many crazy expenses. I was at home. I still wasn't streaming, so I wasn't making that good of income. I was working full time with PV, thank God. Trying to get bridges started. I'm having to miss a bunch of episodes because I'm in Canada, stuck. And so I'm just like, please send it. It's sent in July. We get notified finally in mid-August that paperwork had been received and was being processed, but the U.S. Embassy Consulate had fully restaffed and they needed 2 months to process any paperwork. It's supposed to take like 10. You're supposed to get an interview time 10 days after they receive your application. So they received my application August. I get an email early October being like, when do you want to come for your interview? And I was like, fuck. So I'm looking through the days of the interviews available. And I know that when you go, they take your passport and it's anywhere from 3 to 10, but they say like assume on the higher side of 10, like 10 to 13 days before you get your passport back and you can come back to America officially immigrated. So I'm looking at the days that are available, and I think the soonest day was like October 20th.
So she's still earning through this entire period working for PV. She's not making much money for streaming. What is her life? Yeah, right? This is... Oof. I don't know. The stress of this would like actually drive me insane. I don't know. Listen, I get that people like Destiny, but... That's painfully annoying. I get that people like Destiny, but fucking hell.
And I'm like, that if we have the election night stream, November 6th, which is like a big deal for the studio. That's like the biggest event we've hosted. And I don't want to miss it. And I'm like, if I book my visa interview, because I have to go to Canada and Toronto for this, in end of October, if there's a chance, there's a small chance that I won't have my passport back in time and I'll miss the stream. I'm like, I can't do that. So there's one day available, November 7th. So that's the day after the election stream. Or was it November 8th? No, it was November 8th because I knew that I needed to travel the next day. So there's one day, November 8th, that's available. And I'm like, I'm going to do that. That way I can finish the election stream. It'll probably finish at like 2 to 4 a.m., can sleep, get on a plane and fly back to Toronto for like 5 hours on a flight. And then get in that afternoon, get time to kind of get settled. I booked a hotel for that night and we'll go to the consulate the next morning and do our immigration stuff. So We do all that, except our flight is delayed by like 4 hours. So instead of getting in at like 6, where we would have time to print off our paperwork because we hadn't printed it off yet, because we didn't want to like carry it all with us on the plane. We were just nervous of anything happening. So we wanted to make sure that when we were printing it, it was going to be like as close as possible. We're just going to go to Staples. We're going to get in at 6, except our flight was delayed by 4 hours. So we get in at 9:30 and Staples is closed, and our interview was at 8 a.m. the next morning, and Staples doesn't open until 8 a.m. But our visa appointment's at 8 a.m. So that's a conflict. So we stay out all night looking for a printer. Gotta say this, not a big fan of the people of Toronto. Yeah, we called everyone. We went everywhere. It's great. We went to homeless shelters being like, we will pay you $100 just so I can print paper. Like we bought our own we brought our own paper. We literally went into places with our own stack of paper.
This is fucking like I've got a friend who needed we went to uni together, but he needed his girlfriend needed to like get her dissertation submitted while they were on holiday in Egypt, and they were on like a riverboat, kind of like one of these big like paddle boat things or some shit, trying to get their like his girlfriend's dissertation submitted. And I've always been like, man, that's a fucking cool story. Have you guys ever thought of, I don't know, maybe pre-planning things better? I don't get how you end up in these situations. The amount of times this has not happened to me is crazy. Okay, roll out the way. Yeah, there we go. What are you gonna do now, huh?
Or being like, we'll pay you for the ink. Please just let us print off like 100 pages for immigration. And they would say no. They all said no. Literally no one would help us. It was crazy, which is like, I've worked at a home shelter. I can't even imagine like just a nice person coming in needing to print and you're like, nah. So anyways, we don't get our shit printed.
Fuck.
And we're like panicking the next morning because we have our interview and we were told we need to have all of our paperwork printed and ready in person. So we get to the embassy at 7:15 and there's already like a line around the block and we're like, oh, and we go up to this guard. And now to be clear, Toronto people, not very nice. Gotta say, all of the Indian people in Toronto, you are proving immigration is a great thing, okay? They were genuinely always so fucking nice. So nice.
Hey, lyrics. No, this is Dark Souls 2. This is Dark Souls 2. And I am not having a good run with it. Also, this is NotSoErudite and her, like, life is falling apart, bro. What the fuck is going on? Honestly. I don't know how you end up in this position. Destiny is, like, fucking cursed. I swear to God.
We go up to this guard. We're like, hey, our interview's at this time, but we really need to print off. There's a Staples like a block away. Obviously, they know where the U.S. Embassy is. It's a well-placed Staples. And we're like, is there any chance, like any chance that we'll have time to print this off? And the guy's like, every single person today has an 8 a.m. appointment. It's just because they want to make sure everyone comes as early as possible. There's no rush. Go print your stuff. Honestly, as long as you're back before like 1 p.m., you'll get in today. Don't worry about it.
Better. Actually, not.
That would have been good to know. Thanks, lawyer. Thanks for informing us about that. So, we go to Staples. We print everything off. We get our passport photos taken and brought in. We go in for the interview. Turns out we don't need any of that paperwork. We needed to print off proof that we had an appointment that day, which we have, our application number, which is the front page of our application, and passport photos. So we are holding this stack of 175 pages that I had prepped for this application, okay? 175 bank statements, proof of selling assets. We had silver that we had sold, so the invoice for that, invoices for services that had led to me having the savings and assets needed to invest the large amount of money, like all of the bank transfers, proof of contracts with staff, proof of contracts with content creators, photos of the studio, photos of our website, like just everything. 175, a huge document that in my lawyer wrote out that was great, that outlined like our entire business plan. We go to the interview. I'm nervous as balls because I've been told like this is a really intense interview. Do a good job. So I'm standing up there. They wave my husband up because he's considered like an E2 spouse, so he's not the main one for the interview. And the guy that's interviewing me is getting trained. And there's like 3 people behind him, like evaluating every one of my statements. Yeah. And so I'm like so nervous. I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't say anything. Like Lauren Chen is a Canadian who did foreign interference. What if they feel some sort of way about a Canadian doing like political podcasting? Like I'm freaking out, right? And it was so easy. They're like super chill. At one point, I saw the girl looking at my channel, and then she showed it to all of them, and they're like, ooh. And just so you know, NotSoErudite channel was like 50K subs, okay? I understand. Small potatoes, unless you're in Canada. Then you're like the most famous person they've ever met, which is crazy because now that I've met like...
I mean, that is true. Like, you got to remember, Game Dude was one of the like biggest Canadian YouTubers while he was like getting fucking forced out of the country. Imagine Game Dude being like, yeah, I'm a big deal in Canada. Oh, fuck, I'd kill myself. Aha. Fuck you.
some of the most famous people on the internet, like Harley and Amaranth and like all these people. People treating me like I'm like anyone noteworthy is wild to me, because I'm just like so deeply insignificant. But they see my channel, they get kind of excited, they're asking a little bit about the channel, and I'm trying to play a little coy about the politics. They're Americans. I don't know if I've got a Republican, probably not. Because like, what if I'm like, yeah, you know, I like definitely, you know, lean left and I like support like more left-leaning politics. I don't know if they're gonna be like rejected. They're super chill. They looked through a couple of the episodes, they asked me a couple of questions. They want one thing. I have 175 documents that my lawyer told me I had to have prepped. I'd gone through, I triple checked my list, okay? I had been extremely pedantic about this. And they're like, we need your marriage certificate to prove that you're married to Nicholas Turner.
What?
You know what was not on the list that I needed for this interview in person? A fucking marriage certificate. They didn't even look at my stack of papers. They didn't even crack it open. They didn't need anything. They didn't care, because it was all sent in electronically, except for my fucking marriage certificate. So they're like, okay, you're approved, Kyla. You're completely approved. Take my passport. You should get your passport in like 3 to 10 days. Nicholas, you're approved pending we get the marriage certificate. They show me the website to send it to and the email. We go home. It's the first thing I do, obviously. Now we're done. Now we're just waiting. We get like an email saying that like our application has been processed, and then I think the next day we get an email letting us know as well that the Bridges has been approved as a E2 sponsor company or whatever. Great. So we're good to go. We're excited. And now we just have some time in Toronto to hang out and catch up on sleep, because we'd had very little sleep in like the months leading up to the election, and just like spend time, Nick and I, because to be honest, like leading up to the election, I was working between PV and Bridges and stuff. I was probably working 60 to 70 hours a week minimum. And the reality is like I just really had minimal time for Nick. When we were spending time together, I was just so tired that I don't think I was giving him like high quality time, and quality time is a really, really big thing for Nick specifically.
I like the way she says that like Nick is a dog. I don't think he was getting enough walkies. I feel for Nick, because Nick is very much not internet people. He's a fairly chill dude, but it does feel like he's sort of been dragged into Kyla's dream. It's very strange, guys. It's very strange. Okay.
Specifically as like a love language, and so, you know, when we were like talking about it, I'm like, I'm really sorry, but I am really looking forward to Toronto, because we'll just get to spend time together. We do have a couple good nights. We go to this really cool, it's called Jack on Fiddle. It's downtown Toronto, super good food. Nick and I have this like firm belief that strangers are just friends you haven't met yet. So we meet these people sitting near us because they bond. The waitress connects us because Nick loves fruity girl drinks, and the guy sitting across from us with his friend loves fruity girl drinks, and he's trying to convince his other friend to drink fruity girl drinks with him. They won't. Anyways, we end up all sitting together and eating and chatting. They're awesome. We're friends now. One of them is probably going to come down and visit us at some point. So we just like make these friends. We go out. We go back to his house or his apartment in downtown Toronto. Get way too drunk, especially then. Oh my gosh, they were so drunk. And then the plan was basically we're going to go visit my aunt who lived just near Toronto for like the weekend. And then the plan was to come back into Toronto and stay with possibly Dreg in the studio. Maybe book like Airbnb for like 4 to 5 days until we get our passport, and then go home. We get to my aunt's house. We have dinner. We meet like the extended family. I meet she's technically my second cousin. I call her my niece because the age differences make more sense to use that language.
You know when somebody's like you meet somebody at a party and they start telling you stories. Has anyone else ever had this where it's like they'll begin telling you about their life, and you get like sort of halfway through and you're like, man, so much of this I am missing the context for. I am very much feeling that through this fucking conversation. Holy fuck, Kyla. Okay, I think I have a decent sword now. Okay, I've got a sword with fire on it. I think we're getting there. Dude, like, okay, what's the message of this fucking video? Like, what's the outcome of this? Getting sick on Dreg. Let's go ahead to this.
I was getting my like neck is kind of sore and getting swollen. I'm like, oh, you know, I probably have a flu or a cold. I don't know if you know, there's research on actually like how cortisol during like high stress. So there's a really common phenomenon for students when they finish their exams that they'll go through like a drought of like really intense sickness and flu when they weren't sick the entire semester. It's because when you're like super high stress and high cortisol for a long time, when that thing happens, you finish your last final, your cortisol drops, stress is over, but also your immune system tanks with it, and you kind of bounce down and have to bounce back up to like your baseline of your immune system. So it's really, really common that when people go through like high stress situations and then that high stress ends, you do a final, election stream happens, and you pass your visa immigration meeting, your immune system often tanks, and mine did. So I start getting sick, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm sick. Nick is sick as well. And we're like, you know what? My aunt is super chill. It's free. It's not much to do. We'll just stay at my aunt's until we feel better. And then I just get more and more sick. At one point I wake up and my neck is like completely swollen, and my eyes are like swelling shut. And I'm like, I think I need to see a doctor. We go into Toronto to do an interview with Dreg because I told him I'd go on their podcast. And at this point, my face is swollen. And I was like, Nick, what if I look like fat and swollen? And he's like, it's okay, wear a mask. Which I didn't end up wearing the mask for the interview. They said it was okay. But yeah, I ended up really, really, really sick. And I go to the doctor, which was a headache because I had my Alberta healthcare number. That's like the insurance number for basically the universal healthcare that I need to have my healthcare covered. And I had it written down, but because I didn't have a physical card, because Alberta doesn't really give out the cards anymore, and I haven't kept my card because I've been traveling so much, I just have it on my phone.
Look, I know I've largely just going back to gaming and being ill and feeling like shit. But this entire video feels like a fever dream. Like this entire thing is posed as, I'm going to tell you what's happened, but it's like a complete trauma dump, right? Am I going fucking crazy? Like, I don't know.
Meanwhile,
we're gonna jump ahead to the Canadian Post strike took my
we're waiting
passport.
for my passports. Where are our passports? Well, as luck have it, so the passports are taken by the U.S. Embassy. They're stamped with our visa, and then they're given to Canada Post, which is it's basically like a public sector. You guys have it here, right? Like United States Postal Service, USPS or whatever. I don't know, the one that's government funded. We have that. It's called Canada Post, and everyone hates it. And I completely hate it now. So the U.S. Embassy gives my passport to Canada Post, and Canada Post takes it to their central Toronto hub, and I go in downtown to pick it up so that I don't have to wait. I can pick it up within like a day. So my passport is released.
Oh shit, painkillers.
November 12th.
Faith.
Stamped, released to Canada Post. Canada Post begins shipping it November 14th.
I muted the entire wrong thing. Sorry, guys.
Don't have to wait. I can pick it up within like a day. So my passport is released November 12th. Stamped, released to Canada Post. Canada Post begins shipping it November 14th. I'm told it will arrive Friday, November 15th at this location. I'm like, great. Friday, we go to that location and it's closed. And then we go to where it tells you to go to pick up parcels that are supposed to be delivered by Canada Post, which is the local shoppers. And it's just shopper staff running it. And they're like, yeah, there's a strike. And I was like, no fucking way. When did it start? And they're like, today. So the day that our passports were supposed to be delivered was the same day Canada Post went on strike, which is like, they're allowed to go on strike. I'm not like, it's just cosmic injustice. It's just crazy. And so we're like, fuck. Is there any way to get our passports? And the shoppers staff were like, nah. So we spend the next 3 days calling everyone, trying to be like, is there a way to go back to America with a temporary passport? Is there a way to get our passports? Could we go to the location that it's kept at? I'm calling everyone. I'm getting like supervisors. I know like all of the details, like where it was, at what time it got delivered to the Toronto depot, why it didn't get shipped out on the 15th. It wasn't actually precisely loaded in the truck. It was brought close to the truck, but not put into the truck. And then the truck closed and the strike started the next morning. So I know everything about my passport. The problem is I cannot get in there because when it's on strike, the union is obviously not working. And if the union workers aren't there.
Do you know, when I had to get my visa to go to America, one of my visa, like my clearance stuff, because we don't need like a visa if we're not staying for a particularly long time. Just went online, filled out a form. That's it. That's the story. See how easy that was? Do you know, I had to get, at the time, I had to get some like pandemic clearance stuff. So I went online and filled out a form. That was it. How has your life ended up like this? What the fuck are you doing? What is going on?
Then the Canada Post closes its doors. There's no one going in and out. And the depot that my passport is at is by an airport that you basically can't get to as a civilian anyways. Not that like I could go rifling through the depot and be like, I gotta find my passport. That also wouldn't be allowed. I called the union.
I had to like log on and remember my password. I couldn't remember my password, so I had to go and change my password. Like fucking listen, I'm sure this has been very stressful, but this is insanity. You do not. Here's my pro tip. I almost missed my flight because I was standing at the wrong gate and was listening to this. Anyway, happy holiday and welcome to America. If any of you want to give me $100 in a fucking comment message, please don't write something like this. I'd prefer not to have the $100. Don't be like, I nearly missed my flight. I was so engaged in your story. It's like, please, I am not. This is weird. It's weird. That's a weird thing. That's a weird thing to put. That's weird. Okay.
Union.
Weird flex. Weird flex.
I call the union president. I call everyone. And everyone's just like, man, that's a tricky situation. So there was one option that we were given, which we could potentially get a temporary passport. The issue is that, A, my lawyer told me do not do that because it will nullify your visa, which we had just gotten. Because as it was explained to me, the visa was attached to my passport number, which is crazy. And so I'm calling around. Finally, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to call a conservative MP. We post on Reddit as well, and they recommend talking to a TSA officer because there is a temporary passport where you basically fill in a form saying, my passport isn't gone, it's just temporarily unavailable, but I'd still like to travel. So we call the MP to try to figure out the details of how to get this.
AX3.
They're incredibly helpful. They're the only helpful person the entire time.
See?
Gosh, the
Starting to remember.
was actual cancer.
Still want to call you
They
AX3.
started yelling at me, being like, we have rights. And I was like, bruh, I'm not part of this fight. I just want my fucking passport. I just want to go home. I don't even want my passport. I just want to go home. This is why I missed multiple episodes again. And I'm sick throughout the whole process. I'm grumpy. And then one of the union workers whose job for the union is to let postal workers know the number of their local union rep. She's based in Montreal. And I'm asking for the Toronto union rep. And she just is like, I don't know that number. And I was like, there's no way you don't know that number. That's your job. Give me the number. And she's like fighting me. She won't give it. And I'm like, I just keep on like Chris Fossing. I'll be like, how am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do this? What am I supposed to do? I think at one point I was like, I have a son at home who's sick and autistic or something. I was just like, please give me the info. Then finally, she begrudgingly under her breath gives me the number for the Toronto union rep and then goes, well, what's your number? And so I like give her my number. She cuts me off midway through me giving her number. She's like, okay, well, now you have it. Do you need anything else? And I was like, no, this is what I've been asking for the entire time for like 10 minutes. The union was dreadful. I am so opposed to public sector unions. I was before, like police unions and stuff, and now fuck all of them. I hope Canada Post burns to the ground and their union.
I had a bad experience, so I'm against unions now. By the way, I'm a political commentator. What the fuck is this video? My brain hurts. This is fucking awful. People not wanting me to get wanting to give me their name or number and shit. LMFAO. Yeah, okay. Generally speaking, I've had to like call different government departments and fucking councils and shit for work and stuff. Generally speaking, from my friends who are in the sector, or in like the, is it a sector or is it just like public service? I don't know. Like, they're like, they don't want to give out somebody's name in case they get like attached to it. It's, I don't know. It's weird. It's whatever. I get it because they must get a lot of complaints. Crazy work for a politics space. Yeah, I don't know.
Union. You know what? I hope the union gets violently rejected by the postal workers because they're awful. And they're also negotiating for insane shit that will destroy the company and lose all their jobs. So I hate unions for public sectors now. It's official. Well, I already kind of did, but now it's like not just police. I'm like, yeah, probably all public sectors shouldn't have unions. That's a take for another day, though.
Probably all public sectors shouldn't have unions is the most batshit insane take I have ever heard out of. Well, not ever. It's the politics fucking sphere, but like that is a fucking wild take. Fuck, that's like dragging me back in to like talking about politics because that is such an insane thing to say. Holy fuck. If you knew what had happened to, like, you only have to look at the UK to see what has happened like when unions get like beaten down and how much time the government has spent trying to break unions. Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing to say. This is, okay, we're getting to a fundamental reason why I find it very, what do you think of national militaries having unions? I think that there can be like clear stopping points, like police not being able to strike, for example, kind of makes sense to some degree. I think that there's ways like unions should be able to get around those things. I'm fully in support of things like the nursing strike in the UK. Those they needed to happen. Junior doctor strike needed to happen. People, like, we were losing our medical staff. It made sense. But like, what's a good way to put this? One of the issues I have around the politics space is stuff like this. People have one bad experience and then they're like, I hate everything about this. Like, it would be like me going, I've had really bad experiences with the NHS, and I have had really bad experiences with the NHS. Insanely bad experiences, in fact. I still support the existence of the NHS. I'm not like, okay, well, because of this terrible experience, I'm now just against doctors. I think we need to go back to, like, fucking, like, women who live in huts giving me potions. I'm just like, fuck. This is... You as a political commentator, I made this point during, like, with vaccines as well. It's like, I was really, really critical of people who were like, oh, well, Trump's developing this vaccine, so you shouldn't take it. I heard this take on the left, and I was like, that is an insanely dumb thing to say. You're a fucking moron. Because when it came round to the other side, when everyone was like, take the vaccine, a load of people were like, well, we don't want to. And you had people who had previously said, don't take the vaccine if Trump brings it out, saying you have to take the vaccine. It's a mandate. You need to have consistency if you're going to commentate on this stuff. Otherwise, people are going to think you're a fucking grifter. Oh, fuck. Oh, by the way, postal services. Everyone hates their postal service. There are many reasons to dislike. You've got the post office scam in the the post office scandal in the UK. You can understand why people have issues. However, when you start losing that infrastructure, which the US and the UK are struggling with, you'll see why they're important. Why you don't want private companies having monopolized control of what essentially should be public infrastructure. Water, electricity, railways, things you need for the backbone of your country to function. Going to private companies doesn't fucking end well. I should not have to explain this. This is basic. This is 101. We have multiple examples all through the West of why this is the case. It's been tested. Platinum Ether with a 279 for the Aiden support fund. Thank you. We will get to Aiden in a bit. I got dragged into this and I was like, we'll watch like 10 minutes of it. And I've spent the entire time sat here just slowly losing my mind. I can see fucking Shadow in the chat losing his mind. He's usually the one who's having a go at me over my takes on previous like political commentators. I just listen. I know that there are fans of NSE in this chat right now who are watching this going, what the fuck happened to NSE? And I'm with you. I feel the same way. Canadians post office is still on strike, 279. Listen, strike, if you are in a position where strike action is all you can do, it makes sense. I have to live through the fucking railway strikes, but I also understand fundamentally that it's not just about pay disputes. And framing it just as pay disputes is disingenuous. Anyway, fuck it.
So finally, we call the MP. We find out that we can get a temporary passport. We fill out this form that gives us the specific form that I need, all the info. They help me find the location I need to go to. We get all that info on Wednesday. Thursday, we go in, we get everything completed. The TSA agent that was working with us was fantastic. She was so helpful. She understood that we had like a weird situation. We got what's called a temporary passport that day, and we have a flight out Friday. But I had a community event planned for like months.
Weeman wins again.
Also on Friday. So we land. I'm finally not sick. We get back to America. We get our dog. But all of our friends and community members are landing, and like our house isn't set up or prepped or anything. So we spend the next 3 days setting that up, and then like setting the house up, putting up the bunk beds and stuff. Then we have a community event. It was super awesome. Then I traveled to Miami for, it was supposed to be 2 podcasts, and then none of them happened. And now I'm back. And you're caught up. I'm trying to think if there's anything in between. No, I think that's everything. So like, good luck. Let's see. I had questions written out that I should answer for this. What were the big projects or collaborations you worked on this last year? Probably the biggest collaboration was with PV, Progressive Victory. I helped put together, I basically became the chief senior like media staff by the end, where basically I was organizing the like media structure of PV, and helping like run events as well. The events were like the canvassing events. The media was like working with content creators to connect them to senators and get like a certain amount of content put out, and like funneled back to other left-leaning spaces so that they could organically promote if they were interested as well. It's like a whole project, which took a lot of work. But it was interesting.
PV was an unmitigated fucking disaster. Okay? It was an unmitigated fucking disaster. The political commentators who were involved in Progressive Victory looked dumb. They looked dumb being involved with it, particularly the small ones. It actually caused damage to people's platforms. Clearly, there was some shenanigans going on with that stuff. Several content creators, because of their involvement, got fucking doxxed because their names were part of public records, which PV apparently told them. Apparently, PV told them that those names would not be and could not be released. They were fucking released under Freedom of Information requests. So content creators who for years have been worried about their names getting out basically signed over their fucking personal information. PV itself, the Destiny one, I'll show you the fucking Destiny one. Let's just have a quick look. We're going down a fucking Beckett's going to talk about Twitch politics and how fucking done he is with some of this shit. So we're going to go to Will in his channel's channel. He filmed this fucking PV thing for Destiny. We'll get to the fucking Vosh one, by the way. Our generation's hope for political change, ladies and fucking gentlemen. Let's just... Where is this? Where is this? Where is it? They did a fucking photo shoot. They did a fucking photo shoot.
So it turns out a himbo is the masculine derivative of the word bimbo. I walked into the sanctuary and saw all of the orbiters lined up and dressed to impress the many lusty DGGers out there on the internet, and was put to task posing and taking calendar photos of DGG's favorite orbiters.
I would fucking DFA. Now, where is it? Where's the one that really pissed me off? But especially because I liked the people involved in it. Right, this is Dylan Burns. This is Lonerbox. I like both of these people. Now, this is them canvassing. Lonerbox, notably, is fucking from the UK, okay? He's out canvassing to get people to vote in American elections. Does anyone else think that's fucking weird?
You're extremely sad about your country and about the tempo of rhetoric in this country, but a lot of that's just due to the algorithm kind of incentivizing that type of vitriolic rhetoric. So I think this is good for human interactions. We had a few good human interactions today with some people who were really motivated to get out against Trump, other people really motivated by local issues like parking. But I think the main thing that I like about being
Other people were really motivated by local issues like parking. Yes. Many political commentators during the PV canvassing event were surprised that local issues were a dominating force for conversations on the doorstep. Political commentators were surprised that local issues were a dominating force on the doorstep. I would not admit to that on camera. It's just such an obvious thing that you should be prepared for. Know the local issues that are going on. Because that's how you persuade people to come out and vote, that something can be done about it. Because the fact is that the average voter cares about the economy and... Yeah, that's it. They might have a range of other social issues that affect them, but largely those are going to be, especially in somewhere like America, which is massive, local things. Beckett, question is, I'll play DS2 code for I will find more insane content no one expects. I'm down for it, but it has happened twice now. Thanks for the 5. The Vosh campaign, by the way, I'll have to give you the TLDR because I don't know if there's any good content that I can just show you for it. The Vosh campaign, they fucking supported a far leftist candidate for their seat, and they got, I think both of them lost. All these people put their reputations and times into this, and it didn't do anything. And my criticism still stands, by the way. For those who don't know what my criticism of Progressive Victory was, it was that many content creators were working with PV, receiving money from PV were promoting PV events and not disclosing to their audiences that they were doing this, that they were being paid. They just promoted it. Oh, this is really cool thing, guys. Destiny's involved. Which I think, personally, is highly unfucking ethical. You're telling me the locals care about local issues? I know, Fernando, for the two. Shocking. Absolutely fucking stunning political revelations from your local shit poster YouTuber. I fucking hate it here.
Yeah, that's also a whole other video that I have to think about if I'll do. So yeah, between bridges, immigration, trying to get this house figured out.
By the way, that sound there, that's the sound of somebody potentially regretting their associations. And if you're going to do a video about something like PV and how bad it was to work internally, you should be very careful about making that video, not because of legal ramifications, but because the obvious response is, how did you not spot any of this at the time? That is a question that, like, I'd ask to Connor. I like Connor, by the way. Counterpoints was very good to me over this whole thing. I do want to be fair to Connor because he was very, very fair to me. But it is a question I'd ask to Connor. It's a question I'd ask to a couple of other people as well. It's pretty obvious there were fucking issues. Was it just because Destiny was involved? And my personal opinion is yes. It was for the clout potential. Oh, by the way, let's check in. Let's check in with one of PV's biggest supporters and see how that's going. Streamed 2 hours ago, so we can see those views counting will probably tick up. But like Wick here, before he started working with PV, Wick sat at an average viewership of maybe 160. He's now sitting at about 30. Okay, this has not been good for anybody's stuff. It's not caused growth. It's not caused bait. I'm not giving you Wick 10. I'm just giving him an example. And again, it's not just PV. Tomfoolery's also fallen into the fucking gutter. Many other political commentators have died, but like Wick went from quite entertaining panel content where people were just on to fight to like this more potentially highbrow political conversations, which frankly, nobody wants to fucking watch. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Why are you trying to make this content? It's stop trying to make political panel content happen. It's never going to be a thing. The only political panel content people want to watch is the stuff involving Destiny. That's it, because they like Destiny.
And PV, I've been swamped. And so streaming has just really taken a backseat for me. I've also realized, I think, in the process that I do think streaming is tricky for me because there's a lot of stress that comes with it. I think I enjoy it a lot. When streaming is fun, I really enjoy it, but there's a lot of cons that come with streaming that don't come with like any other type of content creation or back-end management, specifically like the drama and stuff that comes with it. I'm just not like a drama person, and I think necessarily streaming is live. You're going to say things that are not well put, that people will be upset about, and the problem is that
this isn't true. This isn't true. That's all content creation, whether you are a video essayist, whether you're making podcasts, whether you're doing live streams, whether you are tweeting, whether you are a fucking TikToker. There is always drama. There are always going to be people who will pick at you when you're big enough or when you get attention. Live streaming, it's easier to clip, but the I guess other side of the blade or other side of the grass is if I say something dumb while live streaming, my response is, well, I'm live, it's just a thing I said. I can either not stand by that take or I can kind of like just laugh at it. That's harder to do with video essays. Because if I say something in a video essay, which like somebody challenges, I have to be like, well, I recorded, watched that back, had it edited and had it put out, promoted on my channel as like a core piece of content. It's much less easy to defend a bad take, especially if I don't agree with it.
If the streaming space was less like parasitic and toxic, if I like said something on stream and I was like, oh yeah, that's probably not the best thing to say, I could just be like, I mean, yeah, like if it wasn't worded the best, I was live, I apologize. Here's like a better way to frame that same point. But because how the space is, if you do that, the clip of you saying I was wrong here will be forever and 100% weaponized against you. So you, to some degree, have to like at all times while you're streaming be thinking about being as mindful about your language as possible. No, you don't. You just turn... For those of you who saw the Aiden stream, where I like stream sniped Aiden and Ryle Kittenhouse came on and was like, oh, well, what about this relationship you had with Kumo? Yeah, I've already owned that L. It's irrelevant.
If anything, it's like the outlier in the opposite direction. Super easy to deal with. You just take that L and you move on.
Which is exhausting. But also on top of that, to some degree, if you have an opinion, unless you think you genuinely were 100% wrong, even if you said it in like an unideal way, you should probably defend your position. Because there's a lot of like...
Can you repeat the last 1.5 hours I was on a call? Yeah, what you do. go on this video that the stream that's playing and just roll it back an hour and a half. Give me put on more watch time.
It feels like social wrestling. It's like
I'm kidding. Evening Zane, how you doing, bro?
In any other space that I've experienced, like video essayists, not like this. Podcasters, not like this. But the streaming industry, streaming is this like weird amalgamation of like, it's kind of like radio, it's kind of like reality TV, and it's kind of like paparazzi, like all at the same time.
No, hold on.
Any other space that I've experienced, like it feels like social wrestling. It's like high school social wrestling, which doesn't exist in any other space that I've experienced. Like video essayists, not like this. Podcasters, not like...
Yes, it is, Erudite. What are you talking about? It is exactly like this. What? It has always been like this. People will take clips of live stream, of video essays out of context all the time and throw it back at people. That is how we have farming like bread tubers. And if you go to other communities, by the way, it's worse. It's worse. If you deal with like, I don't know, like the VTuber community, which a lot of which is like, if you look at like Rev and things, those are video essayists. They're not just streamers. Or Nux Taku. People do the same shit. I don't know what to tell you.
Like this, but the streaming industry, streaming is this
like weird
amalgamation, like it's kind of like radio,
fuck.
it's kind of like reality TV, and it's kind of like paparazzi, like all at the same time. And just to be clear, if you enjoy watching that, I get it because I love reality TV. But it can be really stressful to be in the midst of, and I don't know if I'm super good at it. So,
I mean, this is at least self-aware
as well. I have a lot of.
The thing is, as well, Erudite exists within DGG, which is in and of itself an incredibly toxic environment to be an Orbiter in, because like you can be like nobody have no audience, and suddenly you're on Destiny, and suddenly you've got like Destiny's audience watching you, and you live and die not on the audience's approval, but on Destiny's approval. It's a really interesting position to put yourself in as a kind of like fairly raw creator.
Content that I would like to film, that I'm excited to do. I just need to finish setting. I need like a second mic in here, and I need to email a couple of people for a couple of interviews, but I have some extra like pre-recorded concepts that I like to do because I just like that content a fair bit more. So you will be seeing more content from me. I just don't know whether it will be streaming or more pre-recorded, and probably the pre-recorded stuff will probably get its own separate channel. I think the algorithm works a lot better for that, kind of how Lonerbox has it separated. So
depends on your size, by the way. Depends entirely on your size. Like this is why I don't do stream VODs. The only thing that goes in the video section is videos, and then the live is for the live. There's other ways to do this, but still. The downside with separating is you can build like a decent sub count on one channel and like kind of guarantee those views whether they come over to another channel. It's very difficult. At the same way though, like lots of people who watch my videos won't come and watch a live stream. Or, you know, well, I don't think that's vice versa. I think you're all watching my videos. Yeah, fucking better be. No, I'm kidding. Do what you want. I don't give a shit. Erudite. I am really dying. Erudite looks like she chooses deodorant over showers. Jesus fucking Christ, Wookie. What fucking comment? What's wrong with you? Dude, there's drama all the way down to 5 sub-channels, true. Beavers! Hey, Beavers. Hello, who is this specimen on stream? The redhead from the scientific perspective. You talking about me? I was talking about Beckett. Yeah, I thought so. Hey, Beavers. How you doing, bro?
We'll see. We'll see if I separate the stream channel from like the pre-recorded or just like.
I didn't know you make videos. Oh my
I just want
God.
to take my feminizing series and kind of branch that into a pretty deep dive exploration, talking with women about womanity basically, and having like pretty raw, brutal conversations at times. Like I want to talk to like a fundamentalist pastor and be like, this is like how fundamental Christianity I think is like really harmful for women, and I think it's bad, and I don't think it's Christ, and why are you doing this? I want to talk to the sex workers and like get their perspective on like how they might be harming womanity by their work, and like how the beauty standards, how that's impacting other women and what they think about that.
Thank God. That's what we need in 2025. Womanity content. think Queen might have actually won. I can't. This is so bad. Oh, fuck me.
How they reconcile with it. So yeah, I want to do that series. I'm really excited. Sounds like Ammo is willing to do it with me. I'm looking right now for a lawyer, a female lawyer, and a couple of other people. I'd really like to get a Radfem. Like if I could get Radfem Hitler, that would be amazing. But yeah, I think that'll be probably on a second channel.
Why?
I think that's going to be algorithmically the best bet. Whereas I think probably this channel will stay more dedicated to like culture, like broad culture. My goal for NotSoErudite, I have like 3 lenses that I figured out, which is going to be, and by lenses I mean these are the things that I want every single video to be a takeaway from, excluding obviously this video, which is going to be gender, just gender dynamics in general, psychology/science, and metacognition. As you guys know, I'm really concerned with how people think. I want to think well as much as possible. Oh, I didn't even notice that pop bottle there. Well, oopies. Yeah, I'm concerned with how people think, and I want to do more content about that. I think psychology and science is where I'm happiest. I'm pretty burnt out of politics. Again, this is a video for another day.
I'm done with this. I know we're right at the end, and it's kind of like a little bit meaningless to say that, but let's go. Someone who's been watching me for like years, which is a weird thing to say. I'm not trying to. I just messaged, holy shit, I didn't realize your videos were doing so well. I'm genuinely happy for both of you. I hope the ad revenue is decent. It's all right. But thanks. Yes, our videos are doing well. Our videos are doing well. I'm very pleased. I'm still trying to do the Dan's Burst one, but I'm sick and I feel like shit. And then I was trying to record a bit today. And then I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm just gonna come and fucking laugh at Aiden. I could not get through it. Because I feel rough. I feel rough, bro. Okay. Right, next we've got Aiden content. I'm gonna have a cigarette. Anyone got any questions before we go into Aiden content? Does anybody want to phone in and talk about NotSoErudite? You're very welcome to. If you want to talk about it, if you think I'm being unfair, if you want to just come and annoy me, very welcome. Oh god. If Erudite can't see her own reflection, she loses object permanence. What the fuck, Wookie? I can fix, so good luck, Emma. Many have tried. This is a different Aiden. We're doing fucking Jewish Aiden. Actually, yeah, we're doing a Jewish Aiden. I can call in like 10 minutes. Based, Beavers. You just phone me, I guess. I don't know what you want to talk about, but any of the now recording members can just phone in, obviously. Aiden said she's descended from Odin. I don't fucking know. Like, God only knows. So Erudite wasn't a Saturday Night Live skit. No, Erudite was a fucking President's Sunday fucking enemy. An enemy. Isn't Sunday Live? I wonder. Oh. That's an interesting question. Is President Sunday live? Because if so, is he going over there? He did go over it.
Being in his preferred group, or when it stops being cool or fun, it's over.
There's no
Jesus. Sustainability here.
Of course you call.
What's Kyla gonna do?
Of course
Nobody cares about her. That's the problem. She's
Sunday's just like zero fucking chill. Holy shit, bro.
Charismatic. She doesn't know anything. She's toxic. And she's aging. And it's an unfortunate fact of the matter that if you're marketing yourself with the low-cut tops and whatnot, as the armpit streamer and things like that, if that's what you're going for, power to you if you can swing it, but that doesn't last forever. it's just
I should be clear as well. I've actually spoken to Sunday. Like I was speaking to Sunday about something else, but we ended up on this, and he was like, "Yeah, like I don't care. I probably wouldn't have gone as hard as I did." He's trying to chill a lot more. I think it shows in his content. No, don't. He's probably sloshed. Poor Sunday. Poor Sunday.
it's not.
Is this video like? I feel like when Erudite releases a video like this, it's not even for her own fan base. It's just for people like Sunday to react to. Holy shit. Fuck. Okay. I keep going back to this stream. Oh, fuck. Do we want to? Can I get the point where Aiden called in? Does Queenman have it pop up on screen? Oh, it's because I have me.
Convince me. We never talked about doing this, but it is witnessing Queen community of being pedophile.
Wow, great calling. Okay, let's go back to watching his debates.
Okay. So Aiden called into Queemans. I'll show you this quickly. So I guess we'll go back a couple of minutes.
So, in less children being raped overall. And then what it obviously would argue then, would you be in favor? Wait. How's it slander? It can't be slander if it's true.
I prefer you call me a pedophile.
I mean, well, yeah, I understand.
That is such a fucking terrible sound clip to have. That out of context is going to be used against him at some point, surely.
That's why I'm calling you a Destiny Skinwalker.
I would literally rather.
Aiden,
like,
you do it every debate you have. You're like, wait.
I can't help it. That's just how I talk.
Yeah, well, why do you talk that way? Yeah,
it's not something I'm consciously doing.
No, I know. You just sort of automatically copy Destiny. It's just ingrained in your psyche at this point.
Like, people are saying I stole this position. I've never seen him argue this position before. I've literally never seen him argue this one before.
This is what he... Have you never seen the ethical CP debate?
I've literally never seen the ethical CP debate.
Oh, okay. Well, when you say... He said, in this argument, they were arguing basically... If there was research that showed that giving pedophiles real child porn decreased their likelihood to offend, would you be in favor of assuming that you could get 100% consent from the adults once they've aged over 18, or that you could read their mind and know they were 100% consenting and weren't going to be re-traumatized by just like the even approach of the question being asked or something? Would you allow for old CP to be repurposed to essentially satisfy pedophiles with the consent of the victims to lower child rape? And Destiny obviously argues, yes, if that was the case, if those...
There we go. Fuck, my Chrome is like struggling. Or whatever the fuck this is. Right. Do you guys see what you were missing out on in the Twitch poll days? In the days of Destiny arguing fucking ethical CP? Fucking... Don't take us backwards, guys. We escaped. We got out of it. Fuck.
Qualities of the hypothetical lined up in reality, then obviously we should use that CP because that would result in less children being raped overall. And then what it obviously would argue then is he would go, well, I'm against children getting raped. You seem to be in favor of more children getting raped. So that's why people are calling you a Destiny Skinwalker when you say to Augie, I'm the one who wants less kids to be raped.
What an absolutely insane position to take on Destiny's part. Yeah, no one comes out of these debates looking good. You take like a debate win and everyone still thinks you're fucking crazy.
You know what? I didn't see the debate. But you know what I think I did see?
What?
I think somebody called in and accused him of defending child porn.
Somebody said you were losing it. What happened? I've just seen the downfall of NotSoErudite. I'm just like, why?
On like a totally separate conversation. I think that's what they were referencing.
Right. Yeah.
So I think I saw like a reiteration.
And you
of,
saw
like,
his response of, "You're the one who's in favor of kids getting raped," and you've stolen that.
Don't think I saw that.
That's
I
cap.
literally, I swear I came up with that on
That's
the
cap.
spot. Maybe
You're a
it's one of those
skinwalker.
subliminal. I'm not a skinwalker. Listen. Okay, this is ridiculous, dude. This is ridiculous. I unironically, I'm gonna start watching Hassan and copying his mannerisms and stuff. I mean, maybe I think that's what will satisfy you people.
Just go, whatever the fucking laugh he does is.
What stream of yours did Chris the Nut beat on the trans troll? Lol, I want to send it to a friend. Wait, you talking about the one where Chris called in recently? That was the one of the Dan Burst ones. I don't know which one it is. I think it's got about 4,000 views on it though. It's like last week. And it's got a picture of it's got a picture of like a fucking, it says neat on it on the thumbnail. I can't remember what the stream was called though. Okay, fine, fuck it. Let's go and watch this debate. Let's go. Listen, we're gonna go to the beginning part of this, and then we're gonna jump ahead to like where Oggy comes in, and then we'll watch a little bit of it, okay? Because debating Oggy on this is poor Oggy.
Oh, he's probably gonna. He watches me every stream. I'm rent free, dude. Rent fucking free.
Favorite streamer been doing? What has he been up to? Aiden Projects has been having crazy opinions, crazy takes live on air.
But do you know how many?
He's been going insane on stream lately. So people are clipping him up for what he's saying, and look what he's doing, man.
Fucking people fantasize. But do you know how many fucking people fantasize about their fucking friend's wife and beat off to her? A lot, probably, but they're not announcing it to them. Obviously, he's gonna block you if you're fucking telling him about it. Bad take? That's not a bad take. That's a fucking normal take. What are you talking?
What has this guy done to his mic? This guy, is he just screaming, or like he's purposely just fucked his gain?
It's purposeful.
He's just
it's all part of my plan, Leon. It's all part of my plan.
Oh, my plan. Jesus. Right, okay. We're gonna try and kill this guy again.
All right, Ben, let the guy rest in peace.
He's screaming.
That's a fucking normal take. What are you talking about? Yes, a lot of people beat off to fucking people that they know or have seen before in their life. Yes.
Now, there's two options for me right now. I could argue in defense of Aiden, saying like, you know, I could try to see where he's coming from, or just laugh at him arguing at chats and then fucking screaming at his mic right now. For talking about
Lair exposition.
The discourse of a man beating off to his friend's wife. And it's much funnier to not give a defense and just let him
True.
this out.
That they know or have seen before in their life. True. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Wait, I gotta go back. I want to see what chat was saying. Hold on.
True.
Fuck you if you're
fucking
telling him about it. Bad take. That's not a bad.
This guy, is he just screaming? He's just dude, he's screaming.
That's a fucking normal take. What are you talking about? Yes, a lot of people beat off to fucking people that they know or have seen before in their life. Yes.
Now, there's two options for me right now. I could argue in defense of Aiden, saying like, you know, I could try to see where he's coming from.
No. What I'm saying is objectively fucking correct. What do you think? Do people really think porn is the only thing people jerk off to? Is that really what people believe? You think porn is the only... People also fantasize, and sometimes that they jerk off to other people. Believe it or not. And sometimes those other people are your friend's hot wife, the hot cashier you saw working in Wendy's, the fucking that's not for me. But this is not a fucking controversial take. This is the coldest take of all time. This is the fucking coldest take of all time.
No reason to call in for this, but I'm curious your take. Over the years, I've noticed something with creators who crash out. They could use a manager. I normally don't agree. Look, I think there's sometimes people need some fucking support. Like, they need somebody to, like, pull the reins. The problem with, YouTubers and content creators, like internet content creators generally, is inherently, the people who do content like this have quite large egos. I'm not an exception to this in some respects. I'll give a little proviso to this. So usually when somebody comes to me and goes, I've got this take, and I think that should be your take, or I've like written a script for this thing, or there's this bit of content and this is how I see it, I will usually be quite cynical of other people's viewpoints, especially if the consideration is that I might have to adopt them, or I should adopt them in some respect, because it should always be a viewpoint I can defend. That like bleeds through to stuff like this. So if you've got someone who's like trying to stop you doing something incredibly fucking stupid, and you're like, hey bro, maybe don't do this, as a content creator, you may turn around and just go, yeah, no, I'm gonna do it anyway. Fuck you. Who are you? This is my show. And that can have impacts. Hey, Chris, how you doing, bro?
Or just laughing at him arguing at chats and then fucking screaming at his mic right now for talking about the discourse of a man beating off to his friend's wife. And it's much funnier to not give a defense and just let him stick this out.
That they know or have seen before in their life. Yes, absolutely. That's not a bad take. That's just fucking reality. Do you know how many guys have seen a fucking hot woman before walking down the street?
Dude, and the funniest part about all of this is that this is apparently shortly after Nick raided into his stream. So Nick
This was last night, 300 people's first introduction to me. And you know what, bitches? 300 of them decided to sub.
Like 2,000 fucking people, and all of those people's first impression of Aiden Projects' stream is this.
Good!
This is their first impression of who this guy is and what he does on his stream.
This is about as normal of a take as Turkey Tom saying it's okay / common to cheat. This is delusion. You know what I think it is? I told you guys, not everybody has a visual, like, the ability to visualize things, and I didn't realize that was true. Just like I didn't realize that was the case for everyone. I can visualize, like, an apple if I think of one. I realize not everyone now can do that. Same thing with, like, an internal dialogue. I realize not everyone has an internal dialogue. It's only, like, 2/3. I don't remember the exact numbers. But maybe the people who don't think this is normal are the people who are physically unable to visualize things, so they just use porn.
I feel like this isn't Lyric's point. The point Lyrics is making, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being unfair. But it feels like the point Lyrics is making is, Aiden, by having this conversation, looks insane to people that don't know him. And that might have a knock-on effect for his long-term growth and, like, sustained viewership. Right? Like, that's the point. It's like, it's really hard because it feels like there's this veneer of irony that Aiden's got, and it's like, okay, and how deep does that veneer of irony actually go? How honest is this as a take? What are you doing, buddy?
Is the coldest take of all time. Walking down the street and then fucking beat off to her later that night. A lot of fucking guys. It's degenerate, but it's not immoral. What the fuck? Yes, that's normal. That happens all the time. What are you smoking? Are you smoking fucking crack? The self-projecting is insane. That's fucking.
And this is cut up too. This is like a 20-minute segment, man.
Weird. That's totally normal. That's completely normal. Aiden is projecting his own behavior onto other people. No, I'm not.
His chat is fucking so mean. It's great.
That's insanely normal. That's so normal that the fact that you don't think it's normal leads me to believe that you're engaged in some crazy sexual immorality that you don't want to tell us about. Crazy. I was there. It was rough, and none of these people will ever call in to push me on it. People are always welcome to call in and push me on the shit they disagree with. They never will. It's appeal to popularity, appeal to optics. That's a yikes. These are the people that are like, that's a yikes from.
Yeah, but that's because the conversation is like what this looks like to an outside party. The conversation isn't, hey, are you right and are you good at debating, bro? The question is an audience going to think you're out of your fucking mind if you have this conversation? That's the actual kind of like meta narrative. And while Aiden is like debating lyrics by proxy on this, he seems to be missing the other side of the conversation. I'm almost tempted to like try and grab lyrics, see if he's up. I'm interested in how he sees this. I saw like a post about morale. And morale debated this dude. And it was about morale like crashing out to the point where he's like debating pedophilia and shit. And I think it's a pretty interesting thing to look at. There's a stream on Chuds from ages ago where they're debating like Lolicon or something, and Queeman comes on, and Chud's like, dude, you have to stop having these conversations or people are gonna think you're a pedophile. Like, why are you doing this to yourself? And I feel like that's like kind of my view of this as kind of like a baseline thing.
For me, bro, that's a yikes. So that's literally these people. Such a fucking cold take. Self-report. No, it's just fucking honesty.
Dude, look at the chat. Sex pest projects. Aiden, you look like you have AIDS. Crazy self-report. Yes, men are horny and stupid. I thought we all knew this. Like, I don't know what that one was.
Oh, that one agrees with him. I don't know what that one is. Sweeping it under the rug, as always, Leon. As always, Leon, sweeping it under the rug, just like you're sweeping for Forest Cat. We know, listen, the reason he's denying it is because we know, in reality...
Okay, but Queeman's takes are fair. Queeman's takes are fair, but he's probably one of the few people. Because, like, Queeman is one of the, probably the only people who can have conversations like this and knows how to not give a fuck about the optical pushback. It doesn't matter to Queeman because of like where his like how he presents himself. It's not going to cause a dent. That's not true of everyone else. Also, Queeman's got the advantage where he's not really commentary. He's not like part of the commentary community, which again, the commentary community has certain things about it that they really fucking care about, which one of which is, you know, the fucking lolicon question.
He's thinking about Forest Cat in his spare time.
Aiden, stop the self-projecting is insane. Lumpy Willie getting in there. You're letting them pay one guy without paying. Oh yeah, get this too. Dude, this guy is fucking... So, you know how Aiden's whole streams have been surrounded around him arguing? He's literally reacting to lyrics reacting to him.
And this is kind of like self-flagellation. It's really brutal. Is Aiden gonna react to this now? Is that what we're doing? Aiden will pull me up like fucking 8 hours into his stream while he's half asleep and dosed up to the eyeballs on something. I don't mean that, buddy. And be like, oh, this Beckett guy. He's not even prepared to debate the point. He doesn't see the wider hypotheticals. I'll do the dam burst thing. Axiom.
Arguing with chat. Well, he decided, rubbing his hands together.
Aiden, do you...
Never debate the lolicon thing. Lolicon question. You're changing no minds, just don't. The problem is that, I'm going to keep restating this. You're not creating content for yourself. You're creating content for other people. So, like, tonight, multiple people will look at this stream and react to it, which gets, like, Aiden out there. Like, people get to see it, but it's not like... It may not necessarily be the audience you want to gain or gather. And it may not, like, be... what's the word? Like, where's the utility for you as a creator? That's the question. And there are other things that are impacting. Apparently, this banning everyone from chat thing is having an impact on Aiden's numbers, which is fine if Aiden doesn't care. I've been told Aiden does care by, like, some of the viewership. Don't know how true that is. That's just what I've heard on the grapevine. Could, again, just be people shit-stirring, which, you know, happens all the fucking time.
Do you know about Kai? Yes, I know about her. I've met her. Yes, I know who she is.
Pinocchioing his nose a little bit. How can I monetize this? You know, instead of just switching my content from not just arguing with chat, because he has this idea that he only can get views off of arguing with people, getting one guide, he decided to stick with that strategy, but decided to monetize it, where every person who puts in his chat like disagreeing with him, he bans. And the only way that you can one guy him is if you send $3.
True.
Minimum. That is true.
Why do you spend time around these people who constantly belittle you?
Fuck. What a message. Come on then.
You're right. You might actually be onto something. I don't have a good answer for you.
Can I actually parry? Can I parry in this game? Nope. Nope is the answer. Based.
Well, I don't really know what to say. I don't have an answer. Fuck. Why?
That is the business strategy that will get Aiden to the moon. Okay, he will surpass us all with this. That is awesome.
You're right. He's not actually refuting my takes. He's just laughing at me. I'm just the butt of his fucking joke. Yeah. And yet I sweep for him more than anybody else does. Wow. You're right. What am I doing?
What are you doing?
What the fuck am I doing? Tell us about crazy self-report. No, it's just fucking honesty. It's just honesty. I don't do that, but a lot of people do. So then it would be okay.
Yeah, so then like people are pointing out too, like, you're getting one guy without getting paid. It's just set himself up.
Okay to jerk it off to your neighbor's wife because she's attractive, right? Yes. Absolutely, yes. 200% it would be okay. Yes.
What an awesome first impression, dude.
Problem?
I just keep getting.
Base? Problem? Issue? Hello? Base department?
Vindicated on this being my favorite streamer. There's everybody's clipping up his streams. Dude, every time he goes live, there's like 10 clips I see on my timeline from his stream. This is the cause and effect because of a fake troll allegation. So what is this? Apparently this is him addressing the allegations of sorts. At Lyrics, he banned and hid me from chatting. He sucks ass.
We got a hashtag AIDS gang in chat. He's got a hashtag AIDS gang in chat. Based? AIDS gang represent. AIDS gang for life. He banned me and hid me from chatting. He sucks ass.
Jewish debates, wizardry, tactics won't work on me. I'm never donating to his ass.
Least mad Aiden hater. Least malding Aiden hater. See? We need to have a serious talk, guys. Holy shit, it's fucking Brugly, bro. What's up, dude? We need to have a serious conversation, alright? The one guying. I have received criticism for it. I've received much criticism. People have had conversations with me about it, and I have decided that it is time I put my foot down.
Dude, I'm surprised this guy didn't say, people had a fireside chat with me. I've had multiple fireside chats.
Well, I didn't. You would probably say some shit like that. You would say some shit like that, but I wouldn't. I said I would before, but I'm going to say it again. I'm going to do the Jewiest thing I think I've ever done.
Oh, yeah, this is the one guy.
You all get one free one guy in chat. One free one guy. From that point going forward, you do a second in chat, you're banned 24 hours. Gone. To the gulag, 24 hours.
He's gonna be tracking the one guys. Everybody.
No, I have mods that will do that for me. Loyal supporters of the AIDS army, loyal AIDS gang supporters, AIDS gang represent. Very true, very true. Aiden needs to get his hair cut so bad. What kind of cut do I need to get? I got my hair cut like a month ago.
One free.
Why does he look like that? Face for radio. I'd love to see what you look like, Captain Jones.
Free joke for the stream, but after that, no more.
What is this
I can tell
lyrics
you use
Aiden
Ozempic
voice?
at least once in your life. Okay.
What are you what do I need to do to fucking clear up the Ozempic allegations? I had very gradual weight loss. It wasn't like an overnight thing. The pictures of me being a fat ass are from like fucking 2 years ago, bro.
You need to stop
Aiden,
taking
do
the
you own
Ozempic.
one shirt? Nick owns you.
If you want to do a second one guy, you can donate $3 and I'll read your second one guy. You get one free one, then $3 and you get a second. From that point going forward, anybody who is not loyal to me and me alone will be banned from.
I think at some point he thought he leaked his IP address on Stream Lyrics. Was that true?
Didn't this chat? Wait a minute. Didn't this guy literally show gay porn on stream the other night? Didn't this guy literally show gay porn on stream the other night and have to reset? Is that true? I heard somebody make that allegation. Was anybody watching?
Based.
Forever.
He's
Okay.
taken over.
Forever. I am done. I am done.
So there's that clip, dude. There's so much here. What is this? This retarded steroid abusing mammoth of a woman. Jesus. Okay, what is
Based? Hello, base department? Gorilla Grodd? Base department? Base department? Whoa, did he really just say that? You can't say that. You're not allowed to say that. Problem? Issue? Problem? I mean, where was I wrong? Where was I wrong? What is the issue with anything I said? There isn't, dude. There isn't. Wait, dude, where's the picture? I need the picture.
Wait, hold on. Vlad actually debated Aiden. Why? Over what? What do you mean? I thought Vlad was messing. He seriously debated Aiden? What the fuck? Like, bro, why? Okay, I think I've got the timing down now. I think we're good. I think this is gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna farm out this armor if it drops it.
Fuck, I lost it, dude. Do we still have it here? Dude, I had it ready to pull up the other night. Fuck, I don't have it on me. Hold on.
All right, so
Aiden said Lolly shouldn't be illegal or some shit. Okay,
puts out
cool.
a tweet against Aiden Projects. I got timed down in Aiden's chat because I said he was gooning for plain favoritism with Kinetic Kel, a crazy BPD woman, in his co-host tryouts. Lol, what a freaky little Jew. Okay.
Don't be mean to Kel.
Yeah, dude,
Kel's
this
cool.
guy had
I like Kel.
co-host
She's fun.
tryouts. I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on here, or these people are, but. Aiden responds, this retarded steroid abusing mammoth of a woman thinks I moderate my own chat. Seethe, bitch. I gotta say, this is a W. What is this, Augie's in here?
In fairness,
your chat is unusable.
Your chat is unusable. Anyone who isn't kissing your ass. True. Problem? I like loyalty. I hate dissent.
For anyone who isn't kissing your ass. Okay. What is this clip?
Right fucking now. Ban everyone. Mods, I want 1 minute bans for everybody in chat.
What happened here?
Everybody. 1 minute for everybody.
What is the context of this? Why is he banning everyone? He's nuking everybody.
This was obviously a bit. I played fucking USSR music while it was happening. Every fucker you can get in this chat. 1 minute bans for everybody.
This is so fucking dumb. I don't like Aiden's streams have reached the point of performance art. I don't know if I respect it or not. I don't know whether I'm impressed or not. Part of me is like, do you know what? Fucking more power to him. Like, if he's having fun, who am I to tell him not to do it? But also, at the same time, I think of that conversation with Chud. I think back to it, and I think, is it real? Is it? How comfortable is he with the position he's putting himself in?
Right fucking now. He clips it where I start showing that's an obvious fucking joke. Ban everyone. But even if it wasn't a joke, spitting? Problem? Issue? Mods, I want...
Dude, it's just the idea that this is someone's first impression is so awesome. Or like people's only impression of Aiden.
Yeah, dude, people were in his Reddit. Wait, somebody made the most unhinged Wait, where is it, dude?
Why won't you drop anything? Drop things. You fucking gay-ass knight. Chud was fair? Chud's always fair.
Oh, wait, it wasn't this one.
Mods, ban everyone. Ban everyone from the chat. Everyone and everything.
Why can't I hear it?
Okay, is that enough? Is that enough?
Fucking La La Land, dude. You're living in some delusional fucking other planet. It happens. I don't know what to tell you. Your best friend is probably jerking it to your wife. Your best friend is probably jerking it to your wife. It's probably happening. I know it hurts to hear. I know it's like, how could he say something like that? It's just it's reality. I'm not living in delusion. That's literally what's probably happening.
What if your best friend is your brother-in-law, Aiden? Aiden, are you pro-incest, Aiden? Fuck. Okay, hold on. We're gonna jump ahead to when Oggy joins. It's like 3:50-ish. Right? God, Aiden, stop playing fucking copyright music.
Oh, he's running! He's running! Running! He's not joining. He's not in the call.
You're so dumb, dude.
He ran! He's not here.
You're so
must be
dumb,
someone else.
dude.
It must be someone else.
What are you spurging about?
I am here because you have engaged in...
You done pissing yourself in fear?
You have engaged in running from the debate recently. Very egregious behavior.
Running from the debate? Which one did I run from this time?
The Vosh debate.
What do you mean? You didn't even want to call in?
You didn't let me.
What do you mean I didn't let you? You didn't even ask.
I literally said debate me in your comments.
Oh yeah, Hard Night leggings.
I don't know if that means now or generally. What the fuck? You can't just be like debate me and then I'm like, okay.
I'm actually pretty sure I like said verbatim, let me call in, and chat was also saying it.
Well, guess what? I was busy putting on an entertaining show with more than 50 people in it, so maybe I didn't see the message.
We had 300 last night. It's 6 a.m. You're coping.
300 viewers last night?
We did. You all have to start somewhere.
Wait, what did you have covering? Wait, how did you have 300 viewers last night? Nobody fucking tunes into your shit.
Actually, we've been averaging 150 all week.
What did you cover last night?
We may have received a raid from Nicholas Diorio, but that's irrelevant because we sustained 250 for the rest of the stream, so...
You know, it kind of destroys your anti-Cabal narrative when the Cabal literally has no problem raiding into your streams, being in your chats, and calling in.
Listen,
there's no fear there.
They're trying to buy my compliance, and it doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem.
Okay.
That's the problem. It's like your daddy Trump paying off that porn star he fucked and cheated on, even though he's such a man of God. Just because he didn't want.
Oh my god. Fucking hell. That's gotta be uncomfortable. The problem is, it's quite obvious that Aiden's, like, it's a weird double thing, because it's quite obviously a friendship there. Like, Aiden's been around for ages. Cope, are you building up XP right now? I'm trying to farm the armor. That's what I'm doing. And also, it's been ages since I played this, so I'm, like, really unsure what the fuck I'm meant to be doing. It's not entirely true, but I definitely need XP. I definitely need more souls and more levels.
Want her to talk, and she did
Why
anyways.
Are you talking about Trump?
Because she stood for her principles.
Wow.
Anyways,
that's a crazy story, bro.
Anyways, so you believe Vosh should be locked up? Elaborate.
Fuck yeah! Send that little.
So Aiden is Oggy's Stormy Daniels.
What should be locked up
for? Child porn and pedophilia.
I'm sorry. Where there was child porn?
Yep, there's a lolicon in there, sexual depictions of underage girls sucking on horse cocks.
So you think lolicon is child porn?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this a pro flamenco stream now? Are you friends with flamenco?
Yes, I think lolicon is not child porn.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting take to have.
You think lolicon is child porn?
Of course. What the fuck else would it be?
Drawn depictions of minors.
Underage girls?
Yeah. So what is the what's the problem with child porn?
Okay, dude.
No.
Okay, so here is like a serious thing here. The community is like really anti-lolicon to quite, I'd almost say, zealous levels. There are people in the community who will view anime. If you're an anime watcher, you're a degenerate, right? So I get the argument of, well, why should we fear these people? We should be able to have these conversations. We should be able to have these debates. Yeah. I'm with you. I get it. I feel for you, bro. But you are going to put yourself in a position where you are arguing with people who are just going to view you as a degenerate. And that may actually affect your relationships. Because people have pre-existing stances with stuff like the flamenco drama. And if you worry about that, if you care about that, you should consider what those memes are going to look like to members within the community. Because not everyone is going to look at this and be like, you're joking. The other thing is, and this is always a concern for debate bros, that they will take a position that later on they will look at and be like, I can't believe I took that position. That was a really bad position for me to take. And then people will bring it up to them again. And depending on what type of person you are, that could be a very uncomfortable thing for you to have to deal with. These are legitimate things you should consider. I'm not saying that people have to care about them. I'm just saying that you don't exist in a vacuum or in isolation. That is all I am trying to point out.
All right,
I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. I want to know why you. Like,
Aiden, this is why I hate fucking debating you.
I'm trying.
Yes, great helm. Let's fucking go.
I'm trying to establish a standard.
That was a stupid fucking
I'm
question.
trying to establish your standard. Why?
You just asked a really stupid question.
So with everything, I agree. There's a problem with it. I want to know why you think there's a problem.
Every
okay, we'll come
person
back to
in the
that.
fucking chat is clipping this right now. You asking that question, because that sounded so dumb.
Clip chimping me. I'm asking you. Why do you think it is a problem? I obviously also think it's a problem, but I want to figure out why you do as well. Why you do. I'm trying to assess.
Are you sure you think it's a problem?
Yes, I obviously think it's a problem. Can you try to answer the question?
What's wrong with child porn? What a great question to answer. I don't know. Maybe it's fucking child porn.
So we call that begging the question. You've assumed that something is bad in your premise by its own nature. So there's no way to actually refute your conclusion.
Yes, because it's fucking child porn.
It's bad
you
because
retard.
it is. But what is like the bad that comes out of that?
Kids get raped. You're jerking off to kids getting raped.
No. So you jerking off to it is not the when we're talking about like the bad that comes to something. That's not an effect on somebody else.
By the way, if you're having debates like this, because I've seen Queeman's coverage of this. I don't entirely disagree with Queeman here. The problem is with debates like this one, you should be careful what kind of win you're taking, because I don't know if anyone's going to look at this and seriously think, wow, Oggy lost his debate because he wasn't really prepared to engage with it. It's just like, yeah, man, that's a weird conversation, Ted. What's the fucking like Family Guy clip that Nick likes? Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. This is that.
Right? It's the kids getting raped part.
Why does something have to have an effect on somebody else for it to be bad?
Wait, so something can be bad if first of all, bad is a super vague term.
I'm bored. Next
bored.
topic,
He's running. He's running. He's actually running from the debate. You really think videos?
Aiden, here's a debate for you. Do you think that this is interesting?
I don't know. It moves up.
Yes. You really think
you're sick? You're fucking sick in the head. You think this is?
So you genuinely don't know what's wrong with child porn?
Yes, Aiden. That's the takeaway. That's the.
It's just bad. Weren't you a Lincoln?
Chat understands why I hate.
Weren't you a
They go nowhere. These are pointless discussions. These are stupid fucking questions.
Weren't you a Lincoln Douglas debater?
Aiden,
this is very
yeah. But in Lincoln Douglas debate, I wasn't debating. What are the effects of what's wrong with child porn?
So he's finding an excuse to run because the contents of the debate are absurd. There's no reason to engage with it.
It's actually insane that you would compare actual Lincoln Douglas debates to whatever the fuck this is.
I'm just trying. You've given a public belief on something, and I'm trying to assess it and refute it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: your debates would be so much more interesting if you talked like a human being and not like a fucking debate pedophile.
Okay, if I talk like a human being, can we have this discussion?
Fuck. Okay, I probably need to go.
I'm not sure. Cool. I have to get to work on the show soon.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
We can talk about it for like 5 minutes, though.
Okay, so just preparing.
Actually, I don't want to talk about this.
Oh,
Let's
wait, giving himself plausible deniability to run. Very interesting.
Why is your stream so shit, dude?
Can you think of like a single reason why child porn is bad?
Why do you... Hold on. Wait a minute. Why do you have a furry in the chat saying, you can't think of a single reason why child porn is bad?
Well, you
can.
You're dodging the question.
I gave you 2 reasons.
I'm sorry. Didn't your community host a man named Flamenco TV? Didn't your community?
Fuck. That's a lot of souls to lose. That's a lot of souls to lose. I'm gonna blame this on Aiden. I'm gonna blame this on Aiden. This is Aiden's fault. Aiden, you lost me 1,200 souls. 12,000 souls. You're ontologically evil. Yeah. Aiden is a bad person because this was his fault. I'm actually annoyed. I'm actually annoyed. Fuck. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. Life continues. That's Rita. Yeah, it's Rita in the chat. Who's like the furry. For those who don't know Rita's alright. Rita's alright. Rita has been kicking around for a long time. Interesting guy. People get a bad impression of him. Can be a little weird, but generally can be quite chill. So yeah. Don't just get the impression from the fact that he's a furry. Many furries are moderately upstanding members of society. Yeah, the Jewish kid cost you money. Fuck my souls. Where's the emote tab? Where's the yeah, I'm just gonna fucking why? There's so many levels. There's like 12 levels. Fuck. Okay, anyway. Fuck.
Community of White Glove, the person who refused to shower for 2 weeks. Didn't your community have a woman who stalked you and talked about wanting to bury your children? Buddy, you were in no position to criticize who's in anyone else's community.
Aiden, what's wrong with Flamenco now? According to your morals.
Well, okay. First of all,
what did Flamenco do wrong? Why did he deserve to get ousted from the community if you don't think lolicon is child porn?
I don't think lolicon is child porn, but I think the people who engage in like jerking off to it are non-offending pedophiles, and I disagree with like.
Wait a minute! Whoa! You think a pedophile that jerks off to CP is non-offending?
No, to lolicon. I think a pedophile that jerks off to lolicon.
Lolicon? Well, even still, that's fucking bad. What the?
Okay. I really fucking hate the non-offending fucking predator arguments. I'm not sure where that comes from with fucking lolicon as well. I don't know why you draw that illusion. It seems like a really fucking weird one. The main one with lolicon I think I've heard over the years is that they're like fictitious drawings, so they're not necessarily pedophilic. But yeah, fuck. I don't know. Using words like using the phrase non-offending pedophile draws bad illusions in people's minds. Because every time somebody goes, this person's a non-offending pedophile, it turns out that that non-offending pedophile is trying to like work in a school and gets arrested. It's like a tried and true kind of like pattern that we just see unfold all the fucking time. I should have left enough for a dodge.
What the fuck?
Okay, a pedophile that jerks off to drawn to lolicons is a non-offending pedophile. Yeah. Just like I would say that a man with homosexual desires who jerks off to drawings of men but never fucks or engages with one would be a latent homosexual, in my opinion.
That just gave me fucking brain rot. That is the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard in my life.
Because?
A guy that jerks off to fucking...
Hello? Whoa! Hello? I spilled coffee on my fucking PC. Sorry, what were you saying? I can't hear you. Dude, I literally cannot hear you. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now. You're good. What's up?
Like hit play in your stream and it ended the call or something.
Fuck.
I don't know.
All good. I just spilled coffee on my fucking shit. Keep going. What were you saying?
I don't know. You said a guy that jerks off to men isn't gay.
No. He is gay.
Not offending
He's just a
homosexual.
latent homosexual. Do you know what the word latent means? Or I guess latent wouldn't be the right word. He's a closeted homosexual. He's not acting on his homosexual desires.
I'm so hollowed as well.
But he's jerking off to men.
Yeah, he is. He's jerking off to depictions of men. So I'd say he is a...
Right. He's gay because that's what he likes.
Wait, he is gay. And I'm not disagreeing that people who jerk off to lolicons are pedophiles. I'm just saying they're non-offending.
God, is every debate just a hypothetical fucking dick measuring contest? This is why I hate online debates.
I'm not giving
They're
you...
so stupid.
I'm not giving you hypotheticals. I'm saying why should somebody be locked up for, like, not acting on their, like, bad...
acting on their urges of liking fucking children? I don't give a fuck if it's drawn or not. What the fuck difference does it make?
But how is that acting? Wait, so what do you think the bad part about, like...
If you jerk off to drawn pictures of children, you clearly want to fuck them.
You do, and you're not acting on it, so why should you be penalized for that?
Because you will.
What? What basis do you have for that? That's not true at all.
What is the logical conclusion of
do you
people
believe...
that jack off?
Okay. Normalizing those feelings and being like, this is like the arguments against legalization. Normalizing those feelings is dangerous because then we get into the wider conversation of, and we've seen this happen with plenty of social things. Oh yeah, okay, so why can't, for example, if it's normalized that they're able to look at lolicon, why aren't they able to look at like IRL stuff if there's some ethical way to produce it? If you can do that, why shouldn't they be treated as part of the LGBT movement? It's because the slippery slope, and people go, oh, that's a slippery slope argument. I'm like, listen, I'm looking at where we are now. Looks fucking pretty slippery and slopey to me. It's really interesting as well, like, cause I remember the conversations from like the mid 2000s about gay marriage. And it's like, for those of you who are younger and who don't remember this, you know, George Bush wanted to ban gay marriage by constitutional amendment, right? And during those conversations, I distinctly remember all like conversations where it's like, yeah, you know, gay marriage should be legal, but it's not like we're going to be talking about, I don't know, kids transitioning or something. It's like, okay. But we did end up there, didn't we? We did end up in these conversations. Now, I'm not trying to, like, cast, like, a position on any of these fucking things. It's quite... Listen, I just want to point out that one of my streams is in Aiden's recommended. That's pretty based. Anyway, I am too old to be streaming. The slope is slippery. That can be a good thing and a bad thing occasionally for social things. However... occasionally, when you can see that a slippery slope is there, you need to treat it with the utmost care. I understand Aiden's arguments here, by the way, to do with, like, quote-unquote, hold on, quote-unquote, non-offending pedophiles. Because when I was younger, when I was a younger man, I fucking remember these conversations where I was like, I want people to go to a therapist and be treated. However, what has occurred in the real world in the last like 10 years, particularly in places like Germany, have pushed me away from that position. What Aiden is dealing with is a hypothetical, but it's like the red light district that happened in the UK. a lot of people were like, we need to have a red light district in the UK. We need to legalize prostitution in particular areas. And they did the same thing with brothels in Germany. And overwhelmingly, the arguments were for safety and for like better working conditions. In every single case, in the case of Germany, the working conditions decreased. They were made, they genuinely got worse, because essentially what happened was to become a prostitute, you had to work in a brothel, and brothels, unsurprisingly, like most businesses, took advantage of this and paid fuck all to desperate women. And in the UK, in the red light district, the surrounding area skyrocketed in rapes. Skyrocketed. And the like victims of these rapes, like one woman was raped 3 times, and in every single case the police refused to believe her or do anything because they just assumed she was a prostitute. Hypothetical debates like this, I think, are really fucking dumb, because they're had in a scenario where nobody wants to take the real world examples of like why people don't want to have the conversation. Not even whether you're right or wrong in the debate. Why people may have issues with your hypothetical is not just you can't engage with the hypothetical. It's sometimes actually there are real world instances which your hypothetical does not account for, and it's fucking annoying. This is why I stopped debating in Twitch poll. This is one of the big reasons, because I just got fucked off with it. I got annoyed with people who kept coming up with, well, can you imagine if, who didn't know the data, didn't know the research, didn't know the numbers. I have no faith in people in these spaces to know what the fuck they are actually talking about. And people will like pose their fucking like whole social life positions on this. And then like, they'll be like, well, you know, if you can't be intellectually honest enough to debate a position. And not everything you believe needs to be bulletproof from challenge. It just doesn't. People don't work that way. You cannot do that with everything. Most academics, in fact, the vast majority of academics don't work like that, okay? Which is exactly the reason why you should not play to hypotheticals. Yeah, I mean, you can deal with a hypothetical to like gain an idea, but when all your fucking debates are hypotheticals, it's just like mind-numbing. By the way, I keep seeing Toastify in chat, and I'm not ignoring you, bro. I was just like ranting. I hope you're good. This is my fault. I made a John Swan video. That's the 2022 thing you've brought. Yes, it is Toastify. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I actually blame Toastify. Yeah, no, it's really difficult. I understand where Aiden's coming from, and there's a difference for people like Queenman. They are in a different category. They can actually do this. Queenman does his research. He actually makes quite sound arguments a lot of the time. But this is just infuriating, and it's gonna end the same way. Somebody's gonna say something dumb, and then they're gonna be like, well, no one in the community wants to talk to me anymore. Why? And it's like, because you said something insane, and now people think you're a pedophile. I hope it was worth the fucking chat saying you were based. I hope it was worth it. You don't understand how many souls Aiden took from Beckett. It was 12,000 souls. Aiden, you cunt. Always go with your intuition. Listen, I mean, it's part of this. You know, I said this to Soul Skibbity the other night. It's really weird for me. I'm genuinely quite Kantian because I'm religious, because I believe in God. I have quite a Kantian position on morality and ethics in day-to-day life. Most people, for some reason, I think it's because of people like I think there's a couple of reasons for it. I think it's partially because it's like it fits with the personality type of people who want to debate this shit, debate shit generally, are utilitarian. A lot of people will say, well, why do you believe this ethical thing? A baseline, a really basic baseline for somebody like me is I think morals and ethics are like, there is a higher thing that has an influence on like what is right and wrong. And that's, you know, that's really all I need day to day. That's it. People could say, well, you know, well, what about this? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's a really unsatisfying thing. You can see Morale doing this with Soul Skibbity, where Soul Skibbity's just like, I'm a Christian. Morale's like, well, I don't think we're going to get anywhere then. It's like, well, no, probably not. Like, what the fuck? I like Soul Skibbity. I do like Skibbity. He's good. A lot of the big reasons why Twitch Pro died, and Beckett, you know this, is the playing around with hypotheticals, not making actual points, and just rambling like you getting nothing out. Yeah. It just annoyed me. It was boring. When will this community get to the point where Twitch Pro pedo versus non-pedo panel? Hopefully never. I'll tell someone to delete their channel again. I'll regress. I'll be like, fuck off. You need to get... Look, I said earlier, the way this all fucking end is someone bring a fucking pedophile on. And it was, guys, it's fucking great content. It's like... That's what people said about Amoshi. I'm gonna die during the stream. Okay. Plenty of Christians are more reasonable than atheist debate bros. Yeah, the problem is like how well can a debate bro interact with somebody else's worldview? That's like always a really interesting question, because some of this, like at a basic level, let's talk about let's divorce it away from the fucking pedophile stuff for a second. But do you think children should be made to work? Do you think children are entitled to like an education, or should we just like be like, okay, you're 6, you can hold a broom and you can probably go up a chimney. Why is that bad? Like, if you can't, you know, there are so many capitalist arguments as to why you should put children up chimneys, especially if you don't need an educated workforce, which, by the way, as we progress into needing less and less office workers or like kind of middling intelligence people, that's becoming a real question. Why can't we just send kids to work in a mine? Why is that bad? Why is child endangerment a problem? They're not your kids. Why do you care? Because there's so many things that are like basic roots of these. Now, most people will just have the example of, I don't want to see kids suffer. I want kids to have a childhood. Those are absolutely fine fucking arguments, by the way. You don't need a foolproof, like, ethical framework to make those arguments. There's nothing wrong with just feeling that way. It's amazing, isn't it? That you can have just an opinion. One of the other interesting things about this kind of stuff that's really infuriating to watch from the outside is a lot of people do this thing where they go, I believe this thing, but I can see a flaw in it, and therefore I need to analyze everything about it until it's foolproof. You are probably never going to have a belief structure that is foolproof. It's, you know, there's always going to be a flaw in what you believe. You're human, we're flawed animals. The other one is people don't seem to understand degrees of harm. Like, obviously there is a difference between like the trauma caused from, say, abuse to a kid falling over from a scraped knee. But quite often, particularly liberals do this a lot, where they'll go, well, any kind of harm is bad, so we should mitigate all harm. All harm should be mitigated. Never let anyone suffer. And that's a fucking dumb argument. You actually need some form of suffering to round yourself as a human being. So that kind of like shades of gray within debates and arguments and like reality is really fucking essential. And some people can't deal with the shades of gray. They can only deal with black and white. I'm right, you're wrong. That's it. And that is a terrible way to exist. And it's one of the reasons people get so frustrated with debate bros. One good thing about letting children work dangerous jobs is that they learn that life is shit early. True. You know damn well children yearn for the mines, don't deprive them. True, Mally. That is true. That is true. It's why Minecraft is so popular. Okay, we're going back to farming fucking Dark Souls. I lost so many souls. I lost so many fucking souls. Okay, it's fine. I was mostly here for the armor, and I really want the sword. I really want one of their swords. The swords are really good. We're gonna get there. Okay, let's go.
Do you believe
What do you think they want
do you
to
believe that everyone with an urge? Wait, do you think everyone with an urge will act on that urge? Do you think everyone with an urge will act on that urge?
Here's a question for you, Aiden. Would you let your fucking babysitter for your children be like a lolicon, or would you hire like a known
Absolutely
lolicon?
not. And can I tell you why?
Then lock them up.
Wait, can I tell you? No. Wait, why would I need to lock them up?
Because they're fucking pedophiles.
AIDS gang represent.
Oh my god,
okay?
dude, you can't follow this argument, right? The reason I wouldn't let them around my kid is because I couldn't assess their intent. They have an urge, and just because
You sound like Mr. Girl right now.
just because there is a possibility that they act on that urge, doesn't mean that they will. But I would rather mitigate risks of harm to my kids, so I would keep them away. But that doesn't mean I believe that person's freedom should be at stake because they have a.
Do you think it isn't productive to debate atheists on anything, or just people that are like Aiden? Oh, you can. Okay, it depends. I don't think this particular debate, this and zoophilia, I think are detrimental to the content creator if you debate them. I don't see it turning out well for you. So why have the conversation? The only outcomes are going to be that if you win the debate. So here are your outcomes. If you win the debate, you look good to your chat, and a load of people will react to you and do exactly what I'm doing, which is like, what are you doing? It doesn't matter how well you do in the debate. So it's very, very low benefit. On the other side, when you start having these conversations, people who would describe themselves as maps or map advocates, pedophiles, will come and try and fucking join in because they actually have a vested interest in having that conversation. So you are opening your space up to people who you probably don't want to be around, because those sort of people are desperate to normalize their proclivity. And that's where one of the risks comes in. This is where you see people like Amos Yee, Hypnotist Sappho, multiple other people who are just looking for an in. So there's no good utility for having these kind of debates or discussions. Debating atheists on like God or religion or whatever is fine. Mostly depends on the atheist, but some are very knowledgeable, some are very dumb, but that's true of religious people as well. Mostly, like, my big criticism of like Richard Dawkins is Richard Dawkins doesn't really understand anything other than Christianity. So if you present him with any other religious kind of framework, he doesn't really know how to engage with it. Whereas you've got somebody like Hitchens who fundamentally understands how religions work on a humanistic level, and therefore can kind of dissect anything from nationalistic Hinduism to Islam to Catholicism to Judaism to whatever, because he views all religions through like a framework where he sees the social the social pressures that they apply and what they do to us on a kind of like herd or tribal level. That's a lot of long words. Oh, we're meant to be. Listen, I'm gonna go back to being dumb and retarded. Okay. Fuck.
Objectively bad, or because they have a bad urge that they are not acting on.
You lose your right to freedom when you jerk off to children. You lose your right to freedom.
To real children, yes.
And wrong, no matter what. If you have a sexual fucking lust for children, you lose your rights to freedom.
So you think Flamenco should be in prison?
Yes.
How long? What would you say a good sentence would be?
Permanently.
So do you think it might have? Do you think it might have like bad outcomes for like penalizing people for not acting on like harmful aspects of their urges?
I don't like what.
Like if we have a pedophile, isn't it leagues more preferable for him to fulfill his urges through the portrayal of fictional children, which I agree is disgusting, right? But wouldn't it be far more beneficial for him to fulfill his urges through engaging in that via fantasy?
That's not where it fucking
you have no.
It's also just not how we interact with pornography. But also, back at Cool Time Twos, thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, no, this is just not how people interact with like pornography as well. They like porn is scratching like a fucking chemical itch essentially, but it misses out plenty of other fucking things. Yeah, wood chipper. This is generally why I take the wood chipper position. It's just fucking easier.
No basis for that. You have you have absolutely no basis for that.
You don't know.
I'd
that.
argue
if he
that
already has a sexual fucking lust for children, then he doesn't belong in society.
I'd argue that most pedophiles locked in a prison have never even engaged in lolicon in their life. Like I think like this, like the fact that
most pedophiles in prison also don't get rape children anymore because they're in fucking prison where they should be.
I agree. That's a totally different argument.
I agree.
Though. We're talking about people. We're talking about people that act on it. Oh, so another attempt to pivot. Very interesting.
Pivot.
Yes,
Okay.
finding little things.
Okay, it's really important to note here as well. And Quimman points this out, so I'm just sort of covering a base. like you're like a kid is infinitely more likely to be abused by a familial member or somebody who's like a family friend or somebody who's like we wouldn't necessarily categorize. It's really fucking weird. The problem is with that take is we all know what we're really talking about here. We're talking about people who are a danger to children. The psychological prognosis is irrelevant to the average person observing this conversation or like dealing with it. When Oggy is talking about pedophiles, he's not talking about somebody who's like he's not just talking about people who like would be identified as by a psychologist or whatever. We're talking about child molesters or potential child molesters, right? Cool. Anime Girls with 5. Was your last stream, or is Jenny going to be confused again because the stream is once against yellow? I think this one will probably be yellow. Yeah, this one's probably going to be yellow. Was my last stream yellow? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was because Aiden Paladin kept saying slurs. And I said, yeah, this one's going to be yellow. Fuck it.
To get you out of the conversation.
Thank you for the 5, though.
Nice.
It's true. You could laugh. It's just what's happening. It's just what's happening.
You're the only one that pivoted the conversation just now. I made a little comment and it just completely ruined your train of thought.
No, we could keep talking about it.
Okay.
So yes, I believe that people that act on these urges should be in prison.
Right. I agree with you, but I consider acting on your urges jerking off to it in the fucking first place.
No, I think acting on it would be like engaging in the act that causes harm to children or attempting to.
I think that if you jack off to drawings of fucking children or whatever the fuck, right? Obviously, you want to do the real thing.
But you're not.
Might do the real
but
thing.
You're deciding not to.
Aiden, under your idea, you just have to hope that these people want to do something illegal. Just fucking, even though they're jacking off that shit every day, they're not gonna fucking harm an actual child.
But don't
society. You have to trust the fucking children around these fucking people.
But that's literally what happens when you hire any babysitter ever. You don't know what they jerk off to in their spare time. It's trust. Absolutely. That's every exchange with strangers in society in general. Yes.
Aiden, we live in a society run by freaks like you that allow these fucking people to exist, whereas in my society they'd be in fucking prison.
Wood chipper, dude. Fucking wood chipper, dude. It's like it's the caveman appeal to emotion. First of all, these people pedophiles don't wear signs. Pedophiles don't wear signs saying I'm a pedophile. So we have no way of knowing whether or not
you want to allow.
Damn, no slurs. I was gonna ask to let me call in so I can say the N word. Yeah, Yamada used to do that for me a lot. No, we still use slurs. I'm trying to be better about things going green, but I don't really care that much. But I need to have a need for it, Yamado. But I will listen. DM me again. It's nice to see you around. You're welcome on occasionally to come and say the N word for me.
All these people to mysteriously exist. I want to find them.
I never got past.
Yes, I would rather people.
Fucking kill
wow,
them.
Such a brave take. I kill pedos and bad guys and murderers who murder good guys. Dude, there's no.
Does that bother you wanting to kill pedos? Is that a bothering statement to you?
No, I just think.
You get really emotional there for a second. That was kind of weird.
So we only know two. No, obviously not. This is such a weird fucking attempt to smear the other side of the argument.
The one that made a weird
because you can't actually. Because you can't actually. No. Because my issue is right. My issue is I don't think we should penalize the people that are willing to tell us about their urges before they act on it. Because then that will discourage. Wait. How do you think we find out? How do you?
Great, has it for the 2. What kind of debate is this? This is cancerous. Yeah, they do. The sign is them saying, enjoy while I call them out. True. I understand the argument of I don't think we should penalize those people. You are not catching those people. You're talking about let me give you like the laydown of what will happen if you kind of. Do you remember the other night I was saying we need to bring back shame? You'll get the same thing as always. You'll get people who say, well, it's not illegal. It's not illegal. So if you hate people who watch Lolicon, you're just bigoted. You're just a bigot. And we're trying to avoid that, Aiden. That's the point. There's a big difference between somebody acknowledging that they have a paraphilia and they receive treatment for it, which, again, there are very solid arguments for. This is not that. This is like an overlap of those arguments. It's kind of a little bit, I don't know, a little bit bullshit.
Shut up. Nope, stop pivoting. How do you think we find out someone's a pedophile? How do you think we find out someone's a pedophile? How do you think we find that out?
Somebody in chat says, "What's your stance on lyrics? Kill him."
Okay, how do you think we find out that someone is a pedophile?
If they watch your stream.
Okay, maybe try and give like an actual genuine answer.
Damn, the trolling.
Holy shit! How do we find out somebody's a pedophile? I don't know. Look at their fucking hard drives. Shit.
Normally, when they actually offend and hurt a child, that's when we can figure it out, right? So I would rather people who have these urges and have yet to act on them tell us, rather than we find out after a child is actually fucking harmed. And I think I think that prosecuting anybody due to these urges will prevent people from actually talking about it if they do have it, and going through whatever appropriate help is offered. And that in that case, the only way we would actually be able to find out is when they actually harm a child. So you want more kids to be raped. I don't like kids getting raped. You want kids raped.
That's phenomenal. I have a request. Can you ban Rita from the chat for being bad?
Wrong, because Rita doesn't want kids raped, unlike your side. I actually think it's a bad thing for kids to get raped.
That's crazy.
Why do you like this? Why do you want this?
I don't know. I lost interest in the debate.
Oh, ran. Can we get a concession?
A concession to what?
My position.
Your position sucks.
My position, wait. My position that I think that we shouldn't penalize pedophiles who have yet to actually harm, like...
Why try and debate Oggy about this? Like, of all people. Like, why? I don't get it. Oh, fuck. I don't care anymore. Fuck the damn kids. Just stop having these debates. Base take from Hellbent. Listen, I would sacrifice 10,000 kids a year to the great god Bazal just to stop having these fucking conversations. And where are those? I'm gonna go and actually spend some souls. How much to kick Aiden from the stream for 2? I don't know. $50. $50 and we kick Aiden and I'll go and find something else to watch. Okay? For $50. If you hate this content, if you want to skip the content, $50. Okay?
Like real children? Yes. That's a good position. I think
and it's only that high because
to
I'll
let
have
us
to
know
do
about the
some work
urges so we can
and actually
take
find
proper
something.
Precautionary measures before we figure it out after they actually harm a child, which in modern society is actually how we end up finding out that people are pedophiles, because they don't wear a sign saying I'm a pedophile on their fucking forehead.
You should not have children.
Okay.
Imagine how many levels I could have had. Imagine how many levels I could have had. Okay, I need an extra, like, 400 souls. I think I actually have that sat around. Fuck. That's so annoying. Aiden, you suck. You suck, Aiden. Had time to be a kid. Power of the curse. Bring me souls.
Keep making personal attacks. It's fine. I mean, it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I love when you do that in an argument. You're just like, okay. Oh my god.
If I have children, I would rather my children live in a world where people who have urges to do them harm are comfortable going and seeking treatment for that, rather than us finding out about these urges after they harm my fucking child.
Bro, you actually have a chat full of pedophiles unironically. I'm like reading this shit and all of them are like unironically pro-pedophile. This is like insane. Why do you have this chat?
Most best faith interpretation.
Wait. What have you been fucking streaming about where you cultivated this audience?
Have you ever like considered that maybe like I'm just making like a fucking logically consistent argument that most people can understand except you?
No, this argument is insane. This is a crazy argument.
What is insane about this?
You want kids to be raped, dude.
No, that's like the opposite. That seems to be what you want.
Damn. That's wild.
Okay.
All right, I'm bored. I'm gonna go do something
Now
else.
you all know why he doesn't debate.
True. All right, see you later, bro.
Take care, bro. Peace.
By the way, stop banning me from your fucking chat.
Okay. Bye. Peace.
2010 before I can take any of this?
RFCW, yeah, dude.
Jesus, okay. I want adoption.
If anyone else wants to argue his position, go ahead.
Okay.
AIDS gang W? Very true, very true.
Like
Very
no
true.
Physical defense. Okay, I suppose I need to dodge actually.
Chat's just gonna take that? He thinks you guys are pedophiles? Augie won by not looking like a Destiny skinwalker. This is generally like a good indicator of somebody's IQ. If they actually think somebody won by like the merits of their argument, how their argument held up, or if they won just by like being like more based or whatever.
Poor Aiden. Why would you do this to yourself, bro? What was the point? Fuck. Oh, fuck, hold on. Beavis just messaged me. He was like, God, cool. I'm going to sleep. Don't blame him. Don't blame him. Okay. Listen, we're gonna keep going because now I am invested in trying to actually get good at Dark Souls and not sucking. Aiden chat being correct. Now I've heard it all. Sure. If you want an example of why most pedo treatments don't work, look no further than the Catholic Church. Priests get caught, go to treatment and gets cured, goes back to church and repeat. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think Aiden goes, oh? Do you think Aiden's going to rewatch this one day and then yeet himself off a cliff like a lemming? Nah. I think Aiden is like partly just like killing boredom. I think Aiden's bored. I think that's a big part of it. So like, listen, I can like criticize some of the debate and the fact that I think it's retarded to have it, but I think it's just bored. I'll like use it as Kino content. And I can't be too mad because like X671221 maybe, I can't remember the format of his numbers, sent me the NSE stuff and that was fucking banger content. Fernando for the 5, debate trolls and seeking to make you mad. Do you A, kick them, or B, feed them and get mad? Little from column A, little from column B. Okay, we are going to speed this up. People join in a bit.
This is why the Cabal fears me. They don't fare well when push comes to shove. You just repeated what Destiny said. You've no own or thoughts. That's no. I've never seen Destiny's position on this. I've literally never seen his position on this. If he said that, that's probably because anybody who fucking logically thinks about it would reach that position. Yes, most people.
How long will it take to get all those souls back? A while. That's a really good farming spot. The problem with DS2 is enemies die and then don't respawn, and that is a genuine issue with this game. It's very annoying. I probably shouldn't have started Deprived, and I haven't played this game in like 3 years, so it's not going well. I'm much better at things like Elden Ring and like Bloodborne, but it's been ages since I played DS2, and it doesn't get enough love, so here we are.
People who actually like use their head and didn't operate off like caveman emotion,
even part of
overactive
the Cabal?
amygdala, underfunctioning prefrontal cortex.
There
would
is
be able to
really
reach that
no
conclusion.
Cabal, but if there was, then he would be, yes.
What a fucking stupid take. What a stupid takeaway from that conversation. That's just the argument that logically follows. Stop lying. You referenced that clip yourself in an old RFC episode. When? I don't think I ever fucking watched that. Find it. I literally never watched that.
There's a covenant that prevents this, but it makes things harder.
Aiden, that's cool and all, but a normie does not think deeply about the ins and outs.
Wait, is that the thing where... is that the covenant that makes things harder covenant? Does that stop the things despawning? Oh, shit. Really? Fuck. I might... Can I join that covenant and then abandon it? I think I can. Okay, let me check. Hold on.
this shit, you're soy ripping a normie. He's literally making statements in favor of it. He literally stated on his stream that he thinks Voss should be locked up. I think that's a stupid fucking opinion. When you're giving your opinions publicly on your platform, normally like I think like you've thought those opinions through. Clearly I was wrong. This is just like literally a hive mind. These people are like DGG. These people are literally like DGG. It's like, oh, Aiden's sparking about flamenco one day. Wait, Augie disavowed him? Flamenco's bad now. Flamenco's bad now, guys. Not a single fucking original opinion. I win. I win. Aiden skinwalking Mr. Girl. I don't even watch Mr. Girl. Purple Pepsi is either. Purple Pepsi is a loyal member of our chat. We love Malta. We love Maltese people.
Fuck.
I can't give someone a W if he just repeats someone else's take. Dude, what is it? I get the criticism.
I won
of
the poise
Destiny.
ring.
And the DGGers will defend everything he does. Glaze him for everything, right? I understand that. But the fucking DGG detractors are just as fucking annoying. It's like anything that's reminiscent of Destiny. They go into like Destiny like fucking seethe mode. Like this is too much like Destiny. I can't avow. It's like dude, because Destiny drinks water, you can't give a W to somebody who drinks water. This is just the fucking logical conclusion of like this argument when you think it through. Anybody could have come up with this. Anybody who's willing to think through their positions, which Augie obviously didn't do. It's not Destiny, but it's his take word for word that we should stop. Wait. Can you send the clip? Everyone can just repeat that. I've literally defended the premises of the argument. I've literally never. Oh, link it. Word for word. Yeah. That's just a fucking logically like that's the good logical conclusion. You're a I'm a skinwalker for Destiny. Sure, I repeat his like fucking expressions, his mannerisms. Sure, because the first debates I witnessed were from him, but I did not steal this position from him. If anything, I took it from other people. And it's not stealing a position. I logically thought it through because I used to be like Augie, to put all lolicons on the wood chipper. I think I've said shit like that word for word. And then I logically thought my position through and I realized it didn't fucking add up. You literally ran from the debate, bro. You couldn't answer a question. You admitted it. You literally, your position, the logical conclusion of your position would be more children must be raped to appease like my emotional like conclusions. And you're like, I'm fine with that being like where we leave this off. And then you
Crow has it with the 5. I could give an example. Everything the creator of 12 Forever said on Tumblr, that's how you can tell someone is a pedo. Jesus, I don't know who that is, but fair enough. Sure, you give me money, I'll allow it. That's gonna get me in trouble down the line.
Left. Who done it? Oh, they told me not to read.
Under proxy for the vibe, I'm starting to think monster fuckers are the most normal of the fringe groups. Yeah, they really are. I never got why bully monster fuckers. They're just there. They just want to fuck the monsters. Fine. Ones are having fun. There are worse ways to spend a Saturday.
When are you going to update that money counter? I did. I had it set to 0 at the start of stream. And we've now surpassed our goal because I made 122 this stream.
Oh, nice. Well done, Aiden.
Why is Aiden debating child porn? I'm not. I'm trying to walk him through a logic tree. I agree child porn is bad. He agrees child porn is bad. So let me figure out why, and then we'll see if this standard is applicable to like why this would then be consistent with his opinion that Lolly classifies as child porn.
This isn't
even
happening.
Though the bad that I'm assuming he holds, the bad he assumingly reasons for child porn would not be consistent with that of Lolicon. So you can clip chimp it and take it out of context, but the whole argument demonstrates that. You're walking through somebody who's barely half engaged to begin with and treating it like it's some kind of win. He agreed to come on and talk about this. He gave his public position on it. If he decides to engage in the argument and then tactically disengage when he realizes he can't defend his position, yes, that is a fucking win. You're like actually retarded. Obviously, that's a win. In any other context, we would consider this a win. Yes. He's admitted that he can't engage with the argument because he can't defend his position. If that's like what you want to run with, sure. Tactically good one? Yes, people do this all the time. The feigned disinterest. I think Sunday got called out for it. Morale did it with me.
Extremely happy something. Sorry. For the 5, can we kick Aiden out of the house? Not until August. Kai Rise with a 5. The coven that allows respawns is in Medulla, and you can use the cat to break it later. Interesting. Okay, cool. Fuck, that is helpful. We are gonna sit here and farm until I get some fucking armor and some levels, because I am not good at this game anymore. It is making me sit here and go, I should install Greyspawn. I should install Greyspawn, and we should be playing that. I may do that for next stream, but I am enjoying Dark Souls 2. It has been a while. It really has been a while. So I don't hate it. Enter Covenant. Yes, abandon your Covenant and join Company of Champions. Yeah, let's go. Champions Tablet. I don't know what this does. What does the Champions Tablet do? What does the Champions Tablet do? What does it do? Okay. Use. Oh, it's player score. Okay, cool. Fine. Right. Let's go.
Like I'm going to start engaging in an argument, and then all of a sudden I'm not going to care. Like, yes, this is something people do all the time. It's just a way to run. It's like literally like using the fucking Schrodinger's retard thing. Like, I don't even care about this, guys. And he could not give me reasoning as to why child porn was bad, which was also a little strange. I could tell you, you asked me that question, why is child porn bad? Why is child porn bad? I can tell you exactly why it's bad, right? It involves the rape and exploitation and harm of children, and obviously children cannot consent, and it causes harm to them, so that is a net bad. And then jerking off to it, even if you're not producing it, a lot of times it's behind a paywall, so voluntarily partaking in the distributing of it, becoming a distributee, contributes to the further creation of it, right? You're contributing to the industry and the future harm of children, the future rape of children.
Well, what I'm actually here to farm is these guys. This is what I want. I want these guys.
I could, like you asked me, I give it 2 seconds. I don't know why he couldn't, but...
Yeah, that doesn't
I literally said that. You're copying my answer. Yeah, very true. So true. Does anybody... Oh, I'm so bored. Why do you have to leave? He's like, dude, I gotta leave to work on my stuff. He didn't leave to work on his stuff. He left because he couldn't defend his position because he's in chat typing right now. It's like the guy earlier. He's like, yeah, I can't call and I gotta work on my video. And then he's like actively typing in the chat. It's like, damn, bro, are you ambidextrous? Are you ambidextrous? You could like use your hands on both keyboards at once? That's actually crazy. Aiden took an L, and Aiden took a W and turned it into an L by spurging for 20 minutes afterwards. No, we're just having a post-conversation dialogue. I think that's pretty normal. You want to find excuses why the W is still not applicable.
I love the way Aiden talks about a post-debate conversation like he just got laid. No, it's totally normal, man. We're just having a cigarette. We're talking about it. I put my penis in you. It was fine. We all enjoyed it. Fuck. Can we just collectively come together and never take debate pillows seriously, please? Yeah, but we're very short on content, and I want to play Dark Souls 2. It would literally... Okay, let's be honest. It would literally be easier at this point for me just to go and get, like, a fucking cheat engine trainer and give myself a load of souls. I'm very tempted. I'm very tempted just, like, give me souls. Give me souls. And we'll get through the rest of the fucking game. I've proven that I can fight golems without getting hit. That's enough for me. Oh, fuck. Damn my laziness. I've got like a modded out Elden Ring character that I put together with like right at the start of the game with like the longsword and perfumer bottles. But I need to look at that. Probably because he's never gotten laid. Oh yeah, wasn't I taking the piss out of Aiden for being a virgin? So mean. That's so needlessly mean on my part. Cheat, it's a single player game, who cares? Normally I would, but it's been so long since I played it, I feel a little bit bad doing it. I feel a little bit bad. The Aiden livestream arc is going down as I expected. True. Dark Souls or Elden Ring? Elden Ring. Elden Ring is better, but I'm kind of waiting because I'm kind of like I'm thinking about playing Graceborn. That's like, I tell you what, I am gonna cheat because I'm gonna give myself the weapon that I want, that I find fun, and then I'll go from, and I'll give myself a load of souls so I can actually use the fucking thing, and we'll go from there. We'll go from there. Okay, I'm gonna put this on and go and get a fucking trainer. Okay, a trainer.
Obviously, my argument still holds, and I'm just adding clarification for that and like refuting counter arguments in the chat. So no, the W still stands. I know like you're desperate to take it away, to suck off your dad. It's okay. I get it. I get it. I get it, guys. I get it. Aiden, since you're not busy, I think it's time for me to confront you on banning under 18s from your Discord. Sure, let's talk about that.
Wait, do I not have cheat engine installed anymore?
Hello, Aiden. You can hear.
Fuck, are you kidding me? Oh, this Windows did this massive update thing. Did it uninstall cheat engine? That is gay. Okay, I'm gonna go and fucking have to reinstall cheat engine. Kill me.
Right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Well, listen. All right, I saw recently. This is actually very awkward for me because I just had to listen to Augie be the most subhuman person I've seen in a while. But I'm gonna actually have to give him props in order to defend the fact that you, Aiden, the person listening to me right now, should allow under 18s in your Discord, which I think are banned still, right?
Okay, we're not. He's literally accusing my community of being pedophiles, and this is like what we're going to talk about right after the fact.
Well, you called me. I told you this is what I was gonna.
I know. I thought
I
it was a troll. You actually want to discuss this?
Well, if it was a troll, why'd you call me in the first place? I don't understand.
Because I thought you'd have some interest. You're an interesting guy. I thought you'd have some interesting post-discussion dialogue.
Well, I'm blushing. I do have interesting post-discussion dialogue. If you want to talk about that instead.
We can talk about the under 18s thing too. I'm not going to run.
All right. Well, I'll start with the post-discussion dialogue. Okay. First of all, Augie. I don't think his gym practice has really helped him because he still looks very scrawny and pathetic. And I think that his words. Sorry, just like a bus. I'm sorry about the noise. Okay. I think his words prove that he's a very scrawny person intellectually as well. And something I think should have hit him on. Something I think should have hit him on is the fact that he, as a human being, is lots more like.
I got someone better to watch. Elizabeth Alice. Let's see how this purple Pepsi debate goes. I've heard this bit's good. We'll see how this goes. And also, I'm installing a cheat engine. Give me a second. We'll get there.
Likely to abuse minors than the person he compared you to, Mr. Girl. Just due to the fact that he's younger. That's literally it. Like, he's a younger person. He's more likely to abuse minors. So if you take his own logic of, well, if you knew this thing about a person, should you allow them in front of kids? If you took that logic, you could use the fact that he's, a young man. The fact that he's male also is relevant.
Yeah, wait.
To bar him from being around kids.
Yeah, couldn't we make the argument? Okay, why keep men around children then? If men are like statistically
more, exactly.
if men are statistically more likely to abuse kids.
You say about autistic people. You can say it about young people.
I don't know about that one.
Those arguments. I think it's true. I'm pretty sure it's true that there's a correlation. But, you don't have to take my word for it. But any, group that you say, oh, they're more likely to offend children, you can make the arguments with. And he'd probably say, but yeah, but there's a huge correlation with, being into a horse lolly. But I don't think you can really prove that because he's just bacon. He's like an NPC, so there's no way you can prove that. So.
Is Queeman online?
Queeman he has a night shift, so he's probably asleep right now because it's like 2 p.m. where he lives. But listen, Queeman, I think he's, he's a bit of a snake. He probably doesn't want to confront Augie.
No, I don't want to.
Because he probably wants to get in his good graces.
The reason I wanted to do this debate, everyone says I'm skinwalking Destiny. It is.
Jesus. He wants to listen. Having watched Queeman cover some of this stuff, I don't think that's a concern. I think Queeman was pretty critical of Augie's debate performance through this. I don't think that was an issue for him. Holy shit. Oh fuck.
It is Queeman who convinced. He didn't convince me. We never talked about doing this, but it is witnessing Queeman that has convinced me to try and engage in a debate like this.
Well, the thing is, I think you've been hanging around Queeman too much because most people, they're going to give you the Augie treatment. If anything, Augie went easier on you because obviously of your history with him. If you try talking to most online communities, they're going to be. But have you ever seen Mr. Girl talk about this stuff? It's very epic. He compared you to him as an insult. I think it would be epic if you watched it on stream, watched some of his debates. I think he had one with Augie.
Wait, what did Mr. Girl do wrong?
What did Mr. Girl do wrong? Well, he's just thought of as a pedophile. He didn't do anything wrong. People just think of him and they say, oh, that guy, I don't like it. It's actually funny. Augie kept calling you a Destiny Skinwalker. He's the one skinwalking Destiny by comparing you to Mr. Girl in Negative Light because because he's not liked in the community. But I wouldn't put past Augie to be a horrible hypocrite and loser. So I don't want to, that's just like one minor element of his horrible actions.
Did Augie actually ever debate Mr. Girl?
Yeah, he did. If you look, it's still on YouTube, I think. So you could probably look.
I know he was on a panel with Mr. Girl.
No, but there was a one-on-one debate as well. I don't remember. I think it was about Blacks maybe. So maybe probably aged poorly either way. But I think I saw it recently. It is about pedophilia and maybe Blacks. So you can probably see.
Fembro says, I agree with Augie on Lolly. This is a circle jerk. You want to fall in?
Sure.
Fall in. Do you want to call in, Fembro? I haven't slept. You want to call in?
That's true, actually. I think you should call him Fembro. Is Fembro the same person as Femios? Nobody can answer me on this question.
No.
People are wondering. It's not the same person. Okay. Are they fat? Is that true? Is that proven?
I'm not sure. I've never seen this person. You want to call?
You've never seen it?
Wait,
Okay.
I can't tell if Fembro's answering yes to them being fat or yes to wanting to call in.
I take it as both. I feel like it would clarify if it wasn't yes to both. So I think it goes
Alright.
pretty obvious, right?
You want to come to my server?
He just keeps digging. Yeah. Fuck. I cannot get this thing to, No, you're installing bloatware. Fuck.
Fembro, what's up? You're on the air.
Oh my god, you're loud.
No, it's fucking, yeah. I can, I fucking hate trying to get Cheat Engine to fucking install. I'm clearly too tired for this. Okay. Okay, let's see how this fucking section of the debate goes.
I think lolicon should be made illegal, like the same way we have child porn made illegal.
Sure, why?
Because it encourages pedophilic desires, and those behaviors should be deterred.
So, is there like, do you have like evidence for this?
I can't imagine lolicon appeals to anybody outside of being a pedophile.
So, for example, no wait. So, for example,
Literally can't.
For example, do you know what sadism is?
Yeah.
So, would you say that BDSM should be outlawed because it promotes sadistic fantasies, even if both parties that are involved are consenting to an act to portray like a dominant submissive role and pretend to be one party is pretending to be harmed?
That's actually a good question because
it's a good question.
Someone who is a sadist, I would say someone who's sadistic does have a higher propensity to like probably commit domestic violence though. So it's probably, if you're going to engage in like sadistic shit, you should probably be like heavily moderating yourself.
Okay, yeah, no shit, right? Obviously, like engaging in BDSM is not the same thing as like being a criminal sexual sadist that is kidnapping people and torturing them, like some serial killers do, right? There's BDSM, which is like consensual role play between two adults where one party is pretending to be harmed, so that there is no like actual harm that comes from a byproduct of somebody's sexual fantasies. And for most people who engage in this, they never move on to kidnapping and actually harming other people. So you say that the distinguish like the where
it's comparing apples to oranges. Yeah, everyone always fucking does this. It's the same as like, oh fuck. There's a clip in the Doom Mama video. I've used it before, which is like Doom Mama going, well, is it alright to watch like violence in anime? Isn't that like similar? No, it's not. It's for completely different things. Engaging in violence or in violent roleplay is different. We're talking about different levels of consent. We're talking about different, what's a good way to put this? We're talking about different psychological needs that people have. And let's be fair, like BDSM very much depends on the level at which it's happening. This is one of the things with the DGL, like daddy-daughter stuff, or people who like roleplay as children. Like there was some studies that I saw a few years ago, which was like people who like pretend to be like babies, like who like age regress as a fantasy. The people who are actually age regressing themselves, or like pretending to age regress, whatever, seem to have very low pedophilic propensities. Their fetish is being treated like a child. They don't want to be with a child. Whereas the people who engage on the other side of that might be a different story. The difference between kink and CP, that both parties can consent, is kink is while in the kink, while children can't. Yeah. Oh, fuck. This deeply hurts my brain. It's what Peaches did. Peaches, yeah, like loads of people are like, actually, Peaches is age regressing. I'm like, doing fucking baby talk. Come on.
Be distinguished is that like a sadist should moderate themselves, and that would be the moderation, engaging with a consensual adult. So how would engaging with a make-believe drawn depiction of a child not be a pedophile's version of moderating themselves and crossing the line to like criminal activity?
Because I would say like not all sadists are probably violent people, but I think
you think all pedophiles. Wait, you think all lolicons will molest kids?
No, because that's a child molester. That's not a pedophile. They're kind of different. Well, there's a lot of crossover, obviously. But
well, the thing is moving on and acting to it, right? And the problem with pedophilia is it harms kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the net bad that would come of this, the net bad.
Wait, hold on, Fembro. You can be into BDSM and not a violent psychopath. You can't engage in lolly and not be a pedo. Mandates having a sexual attraction to minors. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these where, what's a good way to put this? So, it's like if you ever have people making the argument that like pedophilia is like another fetish, or it's like within the LGBT sphere, the problem with that take is really simple. It's like if you've got someone who's gay, for example, their attractions to men, right? That's like a general orientation. Something like pedophilia isn't an orientation because you can't be orientated towards a what's a good way to put this? A transitory state. So being attracted to like a child is something that's not like a wider attraction. It's a paraphilia. You can tell like the tiredness is getting to me. But things like BDSM have like multiple other things attached to them, which are fine. Could be a little weird. Same with like animals. Like there's like a massive overlap for people who are like into bestiality and people who are pedophiles with how they discuss consent. One thing you'll find constantly with zoophiles is they'll say like, "Oh yeah, the animal wants it." And people, there's a really good documentary I once watched on stream on Twitch ages ago. But one of the sex psychologists, and that's like, yeah, they truly believe the animal can consent. It can't consent. It doesn't have the level of understanding of what you're doing to it or why. Every time I tune in, it's a PDF getting caught. Fembro, why did you have this fucking debate? Jesus.
That would come of a sadistic paraphilia is harming or contributing to the harm of another unconsensual involuntary person. And the harm that would come of engaging in pedophilia would be harm to a child, right?
You said a paraphilia.
Or sorry, yeah.
That's kind of interesting, right? Because isn't there like kind of a difference if something's a paraphilia?
Maybe
not all.
Yeah, that's not.
It's not, because pedophilia is a paraphilia, and if you're saying that like someone has like a sadistic paraphilia, then I would say that person absolutely should be avoiding those. They shouldn't be engaging in that.
Wait, hold on. Wouldn't a paraphilia, like a paraphilia is like an wait, hold on. I need to look at the definitions. Hold on. Paraphilia.
Can you define paraphilia?
No, wait, hold on.
Well, we could just find it real quick.
Paraphilia, experience of intense sexual arousal to atypical objects, situations, or individuals. Yeah, so this could refer to various fetishes, like a coprophile. A coprophile is attracted to somebody shitting on their face. A hybristophile is attracted to the idea of sexually interacting with a criminal. A pyrophile is sexually aroused or turned on by fire. So yes, so
inflation.
Yeah, so this is obviously like this is just like attraction to unusual circumstances or scenarios, right? So I don't understand why we need to go into this dialogue tree of paraphilia being different. Yes, obviously there's an unusual circumstance for somebody to derive harm from the BDSM experience, just like it would be an unusual circumstance for somebody to derive arousal from an attraction to children.
Yeah, I just thought, because like I took a parapsychology class and I was taught that like a paraphilia is basically it's a disorder. Like if you have to pause your day to go and tend to yourself, that's like kind of indicative of a disorder.
Yeah. Is Aiden arguing that lolicon should not be illegal? Yes.
Define weird.
That's basically it. It's like, I think those kinds of disorders should be like fought. They shouldn't be like, well, I have this paraphilia, I guess whatever, I should just like deal with it.
But wouldn't fighting it, like you just said with the sadism analogy, they should moderate it. And you conceded that the moderation would be not actually engaging in the act of harming another human being, but engaging in like the BDSM stuff, where it's two consensual adults. So wouldn't not engaging in it be moderating it? So wouldn't this be moderating it? Not like doing anything with like actual children?
You would need to show evidence, and nobody has during this whole fucking conversation, that engaging in watching pornography is a moderating factor. And I don't think I've seen that anywhere. Ever, actually. Like, it's just, the problem as well, fuck, I said I wouldn't debate this, but I'm just like, it's frustrating because, like, there's so many hypotheticals thrown out, but it's sort of being taken as read by Aiden that the hypothetical of this would reduce harm is true, without any real fucking evidence for that. There are a couple of studies that might point in this fucking direction, but frankly, I would be very, very skeptical of many of these studies. We don't have a good way of managing this. That's the reality. If we did, people would do it because we want to reduce harm to children. If someone is sadistic to the point where it can be dangerous, yeah, they should avoid BDSM because they may not be a safe partner. Yeah, this is what we talk about with like dom responsibility or whatever. It's not BDSM, that's just abuse. Yeah. But also, I mean, they're having this conversation and they're not really engaging with whether BDSM is with kind of like the wider conversation around BDSM. Honestly, I kind of would like to see Beckett debate Aiden only because it would drive Beckett crazy. Thanks, buddy. Cheers, cool anime girls. That's fucking brilliant.
No, I might be misunderstanding. Dude, I don't know. I just feel like it's more dangerous. Like pedophilic desires are like more dangerous.
Wait, no. Sadistic desires where you have the intent to act on it in like with a non-consensual individual, just like pedophilic desires where you have the intent to engage with an actual child, are just as dangerous.
They're just as dangerous?
Yes, because yes.
I feel like if someone is a pedophile, they have like an obscenely high propensity towards like they have like a high libido. Like that's what's seen with a lot of pedophiles, that they have like high libido and they can't really control it.
Those are the
that's
people.
Why a lot of them are opportunistic.
Oh my god, you do not realize that with the stigma, many people who are non-offending or have fantasies of this would not be announcing it. So our sample size involves people who actually crossed the line and acted on it, and these would be individuals who had something hindering their ability to control their impulses to begin with, i.e. a high libido or like a lack of impulse control due to head injury.
I just don't see why lolicon should be available to be like consumed.
Why should any pornography be available? You know, make that argument.
Because I think most people have like normal desires and sexual desires and stuff like that aren't like they don't translate to real life harm.
Wait, there is a clear difference. Yes, there is a obviously, when we compare two things, we're not comparing two identical fucking situations. But the difference has to be so where like the moral standard would obviously be like altered as a result. These two situations in this context with the moral standard we want to apply, like the propensity for paraphilia to actually lead to harm, these are absolutely comparable, even though they're two different scenarios. We're not comparing two of the same thing. We never do that in comparisons.
Okay.
Sorry, I was addressing it.
Sorry, I was walking backwards while looking for a pause button. I might be hitting my mental limit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, what the fuck are they talking about? Why is it? Why? Oh, okay. I'm just slowly losing my mind with this fucking debate. Okay, listen, mate. I think I've done enough debate topic for the night. I think I know. Fucking. Do you want to debate this? Do you know what? Aiden, phone me. I don't want to debate this. I want to debate something else. Phone me, Aiden. Call in. Let's talk. You and I. Let's have a little chat. I'd like to debate utility. Give me 5 minutes. Okay, I'll sit here for 5 minutes and wait then. I'm not going to get Cheat Engine to work. What the fuck is up with Cheat Engine's downloader? It keeps getting eaten by my antivirus. Which is fine. I think I had this problem ages ago. And then I got a clean fucking install of it and now it's fucked. And now it's fucked. And I'm losing my mind with DS2. I really like DS2, but I need to do a setup for a character off stream, I think, because this is me just like running around hitting golems for like 2 hours. Debate the debate, bro. Subject. We're literally that is literally what we're gonna do. More like 15. Shut the fuck up and get in the call, bro. Jesus. Playing COD with Chud. You're playing COD with Chud, and you're like coming to my stream and be like, hey, Beckett's criticizing me debating pedophilia. Give me a sec, Chud. Hold on, Dad. Try Wiimod. I wanted to do some item spawning. That's why. I might try Wiimod actually. Wiimod might be a solid call. Because I've got Wiimod installed. Aiden's running. Aiden is running. He's terrified. Terrified of this situation. Hold on, let's go snipe Chud. Chud's still live. Does he listen? I know I get accused of not fucking sleeping, but does Chud ever fucking sleep? We'll go there, and then we'll go.
Come on.
Do I just type in, hey Chud, give me your son? I want to debate him. Wait, solo queue ranked? Is Aiden even in this fucking game?
Bro, 30 seconds, dude. I'm so raped.
You got it.
Oh no, he is here. He is here.
You got it.
Any things I can open it to speed it up a bit? Fuck.
Listen, we're all having lazy gaming streams, okay? I'm not gonna. I can't criticize too hard.
Only 2 minutes, bro.
Wait, hang on.
They're in your building.
Dude. Oh. Drop.
Holy shit! No way you pulled that off.
Bro. So stunned, bro.
I actually quite like watching Chud play COD. It's actually pretty solid. Playing Dark Souls 2 is like being in an abusive relationship. Yeah. Listen, I think it's really good. I want to, like, there's a particular, like, fucking weapon that I quite like. One of the worst things with DS2 is the durability mechanics. They are painful.
Yeah.
Is he done? Seventh place. Chud is doing fucking well. He's grown a lot. He's gone like gone from like
Nice little play. Shame it didn't pan out at the end.
like getting like fucking 40th place to like 7th in like a week. I want to see him. I want to see him play against Wings of Redemption. I think that would be really. I think that would be fucking really interesting content.
Oh well. What are we on? 3525. Okay. 75 left.
I swear Elizabeth believes she can astral project into the Pentagon. For $6.99, really? Fuck based. Let's do that.
Damn, look, Scarface is at flat already.
Slane's literally gone into Chud's chat. Give us Aiden.
Need to get to Platt.
Anyway, hand him over.
That is it for today. Fuck, man.
Hand him over.
It's 3 AM for me. 3 in the AM. Right, who's live anyway? Anyone live that can raid?
Oh my god. Okay, so we should get Aiden in a bit then. It's not too bad. So, right. Let's close that up. And we'll go to and turn that off. Aiden can join us when he's ready. Now he's done hanging out with his dad. Oh, Peppermint Swirl still exists. That's nice. There's Michael and Dan. Jesus. Right, we'll give Aiden a couple of minutes while he pulls himself together, gets his brain working, and makes sense of his existence. Gaiden projects. Poor Gaiden. Poor Gaiden. He needs to dress up for this. Is he coming on camera? Oh, there we go. Finishing a cigarette, then I'll call in. I never run. Jesus. Okay, well, I'm also going to have a quick 2-minute break then. Right. Also, take. Oh, fuck, maybe I won't take 5. Welcome in, President Sunday Raiders. How you doing? I saw the president going over the NotSoErudite stuff earlier. How you doing, guys? I hope you're well. Welcome in. We're waiting on Aiden projects to debate brewing because I've lost all capacity for sanity or to live. Apparently. How was the stream? Have you guys had a good night? I hope so. I hope so. Welcome to an incredibly lazy Friday stream. I've mostly been playing Dark Souls 2. Go take a break. I feel bad, like getting raided into, and then just being like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, it's fine. Don't be intimidated by these losers. Jesus, I feel bad. You've brought people in to see and hang out. Well, to be fair, we are at the midpoint with the content. For those of you who like debating, we are going to have debate stuff. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'll give you the TLDR for the longest standing members. Okay, even my computer's telling me to take a break. I'm back. Aiden Projects, one of commentary's longest-standing commentators, been doing this since he was like 12, has recently been engaging in debate broing. He has been debate broing lolicon and pedophilia, and this has drawn the attention of many people. So Aiden and I are going to have a chat, not about lolicon, but about the utility of debating it, because I think it is incredibly fucking dumb. Beckett, call up Erudite and start the political panel. You deserve it. What am I going to talk to Erudite about? Hey, NSC. Hey, Kyla. What are you doing? What has happened to your life? Why did you make a 50-minute video, which is basically a fucking trauma dump? Why would you do that? What choices led you here? Cool anime girls for the 2. Remember the money for the Cabal and not for Aiden. True. Common UK internet lol. L. Nah, that was just, listen, that my computer just freezing. I think I need to fucking air clean it. Got a visit from the internet gremlin. True. I'm back. So, I should be back anyway. Yeah. You won't have time to talk, Beckett. Don't be stupid. She won't shut up. Actually, I mean, like, I might go back and watch some of Sunday's coverage of it, because I'd be interested in what he thinks at this point. In 2 months, we're going to debate the utility of debating the utility of debating it. I don't see it, like, helping you as a creator. I don't think it's useful. I think it just ends up hurting you. That's kind of my take. Aiden's trying to kill your computer so he doesn't have to debate. Yeah, listen. He needed to have a cigarette. He needed to give himself a little bit of time, you know, to prepare himself mentally, apparently. I'm too ill for this shit. Aiden is... we need to get Aiden Paladin to play D&D with Aiden to get 2 more Aidens, and then we can have a whole Aiden party. Listen, no one needs Aiden Paladin anywhere, ever. Okay? Ever. Fuck. Oh, fuck. What did we do yesterday? I mean, I think the impromptu short fat Otaku content yesterday did well. Standing Cabal out of spite. Thank you for the 2, Fembro. Right, we got an Aiden. Hey, buddy.
I'm 1 minute late.
You're what?
I'm 1 minute late. I said 4 minutes in DMs, and I took 5.
Okay. Are you getting on camera, or are you just gonna sit there quietly?
I'm gonna. Am I gonna get on camera?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm just checking. I'm just checking, Aiden.
I've not the stream you were just watching. I've not slept since then. So, and that was a 3 a.m. stream. So.
Okay. That's fair enough. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just see if I can put this on without like showing everything. We got no fucking DMs to show, have we? No, not really. I'll try and get you on screen.
So I didn't actually watch your take on my performance. See, I'm getting a very mixed reaction. Your chat seems to disagree. Quimin's chat seems to think I took a W. So.
Okay, so my position's really simple. I don't think there are any W's you can take from this. I think ultimately, because of the nature of what this debate is, there is only like 2 outcomes. Either you look good to a select few people, and they'll be like, oh, Aiden W, look at W, you did well in the debate. But everyone else is going to be like, wow, you took a W in a debate where you look pro-pedophilia. Well done.
I don't.
So,
I think.
Hold on,
I
let me
think
let me
the
no,
only way-
let me finish this. Let me finish the position.
Okay, I thought you were done.
Yeah.
No, keep going.
And then the other side is, even regardless of what the outcome is, these kind of debates attract a certain kind of person. And those are the people who have a vested interest in the normalization of this conversation, because they understand that the normalization of the conversation is the first stage to normalization of the paraphilia. And these are the people who want like maps included within the LGBT. And that's one of the reasons things like this generally need to be handled quite carefully, because the debates don't exist in isolation of just the debate. They exist in the wider context of people who have this paraphilia and want it normalized.
Yeah, so I think this is a pretty low stakes debate. Like for my platform, for my position, I don't think I think first of all, I think my position is objectively correct. But yes, I agree that like if I had a bigger platform, there would be risks of like potentially making these people feel safe or included or like their behavior is okay. But I like very clearly prefaced throughout the conversation.
You're missing the point. It's not that they'll feel safer in the wider context. It's that those people will start entering into your community because they understand that it's a place where they can have the conversation. They don't care about the size of the platform.
Well, sure, and they'll be purged accordingly. I can deal with that. As far as I know, I don't think any new ones entered. They'll be purged accordingly, and that community seems to generally very much dislike me. I've been brigaded by lolicons repeatedly for my take that yes, they are non-offending pedophiles that are in denial about their pedophilia, and you know that's been my position.
What do you feel like you're getting out of it?
Oh, I enjoy debating.
Do you think that because it's interesting in the conversation you have with Augie, he's like, so what's wrong with what Flamenco did then?
What's wrong with what Flamenco did? In hindsight, I don't think there's a moral bad to it. I think he's very disingenuous in the way he defends it. I think he's disingenuous in the way he pretends like it wasn't Lolicon and then will later flip-flop and admit it was, and then deny that Lolicon has implications relating to pedophilia, and then will actively take every moment to like defend Lolicons against accusations of pedophilia when he's like objectively wrong about it. And yeah, and at the time, I would think allowing him into the community would be hypocritical with like some of the other stances that like people like Augie had taken. And at the time, I was much more. I had the position that it was just a generally moral, like it was a moral bad. I will admit that like in the 3 years, obviously I debated Flamenco last year, and my positions in that debate still stand. I believe that lolicons are non-offending pedophiles, at least for now. I don't have any evidence that it progresses beyond that, but you know, the wrong, I guess, is the way he is like his positions. His positions are wrong. The hypocrisy, and the way he's reacted in like other completely unrelated situations, and he's an overall schizo. I think it's like it is more the what would be the word? The collection, like the overall picture, everything that he has done, or all of his positions, like in collection, like this is just somebody that we probably shouldn't want to have around the community. He's like a complete spurg.
Sure. Do you like? I think the problem then comes with like the wider takes people have. This is like the problem of consistency, right? So my position has always generally been that I don't call lolicons pedophiles. I think it's like nonsense, and I think that it points to wider things. But I'm quite careful about that word. I was in the food shop stuff as well. Not everyone holds that position. Chud's similar to this. Chud's held positions like this. So you've got like people around you who have this very strong position with things like lolicon. And then when you start debating it, you can see like I look at the conversation you had with Augie, and like the dodging of the conversation and like the lack of will to engage is just because like I think I compared it to like the sound clip Diorio played, where it's like, who starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. Like, it's not like a fun conversation for Augie to have. Like, well, it doesn't seem like he's enjoying it much, right?
No shit, but he's given a public position that I hold contention with, right? I don't think anything Vosh did warrants him going to jail.
Okay. Like, we're talking about like
unless I'm missing something. My understanding is that he had a folder on his computer filled with like disgusting lolicon.
Yeah, and like things being fucked by horses.
Yeah.
The question is this then. Okay. But if we're just going, it's disgusting. Like, what is what's a good way to put that? Like, what are you gaining from the conversation? Because it feels like the more like you drill down into this particular conversation, this topic, the response is going to be, okay, well, is that good content for you? It gets you out there clipped, but then are people going to watch you for you, or are they going to watch you through streamers like Lyrics or me or Aiden and or Queeman? And this is the problem food shops had. food shops viewed like, oh, well, food shops talks about lolicon. People want to watch the lolicon conversation, but they weren't watching food shops. They were watching streamers stream food shops. Other people have this problem. Will in his channel, like who I brought up earlier, like he brought out a video. It had like 125 views on it, but it had probably been watched by about 4,000 people. He was just not benefiting from those views. And
so I don't know anything about... Sorry, keep going.
Well, my point is that I'm giving you examples of people, but the question I have is like, what's the utility for you as a creator? Because this is like the wider conversation of like what you want out of your platform, right?
Sure. So I think I just enjoy like having discussions over contentious issues and my opinions on things. And I don't know about food shops. I don't know anything about her, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this a person that her career or her presence was based around debating this one particular subject?
It became that because she was a lolicon.
This is the only time. First of all, I'm not a lolicon. Anyone trying to paint the position that I am somehow a pedophile for this or lolicon for this, I don't know. I don't think that's what you're trying to do. I don't know if anyone's actually do. I've seen insinuations about that. Obviously that's fucking ridiculous, right? Just because I don't agree with your take per se does not mean I engage with this stuff. I obviously think it's fucking disgusting. But that's more of an emotional, like intuitive thing. That's not something like logically
do you think that everyone, like, because again, my position on this stuff largely is I don't see a utility to debating on the internet. I don't see like, and I think in terms of like, what's the outcome for me long term? So for instance, I won't fight with certain people if there's no like content benefit or there's no benefit to me as a creator or a channel, and there's no downside to not doing that thing. So if I'm not going to have fun doing it, so I can fully accept like you enjoy doing that thing. But it's also that question, like, where you end up, like, sort of in a conversation with, like, other creators about the actions you're taking. Like, how much do you care, I guess, is the question I'd ask.
I mean, I don't know exactly what parts of my position you hold contention with. The only other creator that covered it seemed to agree with me. I mean, it's just a dialogue. I mean, I just enjoy, it's stimulating. It's an activity. It provides content for my audience, and if I'm not basing my career around this one subject, this is the only time I've ever debated from this position, then I don't really think it's going to be something that's going to like give these people a home in my audience, right? If I'm just debating this once along with every other like issue I debate that's totally unrelated to this.
Sure, and I'm coming from the perspective of seeing like morale debate, like Mr. Girl stuff, or like that kind of stuff get dragged up. I suppose the like wider question is like, there's a lot of people debating through hypotheticals. Like when you were on Queeman's, he brought up the Destiny hypothetical. Would you accept that like and this is like my wider problem with sort of like internet debate stuff, a lot of people pin an awful lot on the hypotheticals, as opposed to like the real world stuff. So we talk about like real world harm, and the position you're debating from is, well, if you legalized lolicon, it would reduce harm.
Wait, no. Maybe, so I later clarified, right? I don't know if that was the impression I gave off, and I'm sure at some points, I said like, oh, this is like an alternative where they won't do this, but my main perspective being that there's just so much proof that it is a deterrent as it is as like an enhancer for them to actually move on to the next thing, right? But my position being, right, like in an argument, somebody is presenting a position and then I present a refutation of why that position is invalid, and the positive being presented here, or like the proposition is it should be illegal because right now in the United States it is legal, and I don't see any reason to like change the way we have it. It seems to be perfectly fine how we have it right now in the United States with the laws surrounding this. So people will present the argument for changing that, and I explain why that argument just does not hold up.
I mean, okay, that's not the impression I got from the debate, right?
Okay.
I mean, you taking it. Okay, actually, no. Hold on. Let's wheel it back. I'm not talking about your actual position. I'm talking about the debate you had with Oggy, whether you're playing like devil's advocate or whatever. You're taking it from a hypothetical position. And like I've heard you say before that the way like you kind of view debating is, and you don't anymore, to be fair, is like if you see somebody with a better position or you see someone win a debate, that might cause you to shift your position, right?
Yes, if I believe it, but I understand that sometimes somebody can be objectively correct and the other person can be wrong, but the other person is just rhetorically more gifted or whatever, and will be able to win the debate even if their position is not necessarily correct. So with this position in particular, making it illegal, I have not seen like evidence for the I've not seen evidence to justify making it illegal, right?
Okay, so there's two parts to this. Firstly, I mean, I'm trying to just, I don't know whether I'm just tired and still ill, but I'm kind of more pointing out the fact that, with something like this, there's kind of like a red position in your statement, which I'd kind of question in that is it in any way going to be a deterrent or provide relief on either side? I've not seen any data to that effect. One of my issues with sort of debate culture is like it poses a hypothetical and then people take sections of those hypotheticals as read or fact without really backing them up, and ultimately like these debates are amateur, which is fine.
Yeah, but I don't know what part you watched up until, but I literally said at the end, sure, there's not evidence that it is a deterrent. If that's the vibe I gave off, or at some points if I was outright stating that to play devil's advocate, I'm more so solidified in the position that there's no evidence that it's an enhancer, right? When we make things illegal, when we're arguing to make something illegal, we're not arguing to keep it legal. Like, things are not made illegal because they have no benefit. So me arguing the potential benefits of it is, I think, irrelevant to the conversation of whether it should be illegal or not. Whether or not it should be illegal should be argued based whether or not it causes like harm, right? Then that would be like the justification for making something illegal. There are tons of things that are legal that have no benefit, like alcohol, right?
So, but we could look at like harm, right? Like you could even take things like pride, for example, the normalization of many forms of pornography and kink and other paraphilias have bled their ways into kind of like the streets at pride parades, and there are multiple levels of harm that we could look at from the sociological or potentially abusive, and we could like split all those out. But like,
that's a false dichotomy, though.
Why?
We don't have to have it one way or the other, because the normalization of like kinks, like consensual non-consent or whatever, that doesn't inherently need to come with featuring kink at Pride. We can remove kink at Pride while allowing people to engage in CNC if they want to in private, right? It doesn't have to be one or the other. No,
hold on. I'm not talking about the hypothetical. I'm talking about, and this is my issue. Like, whenever these conversations come up, it's very often with the hypothetical. You say, oh, it's not necessarily this. I'm giving you a real-world example of something that has occurred. It may not have to be the case, but you can see the through line of why that has happened. And what I'm criticizing is not the debate itself, but like the way some of these debates unfold is real-world examples get thrown out or dismissed because in service of addressing the hypothetical, whereas hypotheticals should, the point of a hypothetical is to create a situation where people can engage in a thought experiment that we don't have examples for. If you're creating hypotheticals for things where there are real world illusions which we can already draw, the hypotheticals kind of pointless and more designed. I'm not saying you're doing this, but can be more designed just to draw people towards a natural conclusion in the way that hypothetical is framed, so that people can get the answers they want.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm arguing for that the conclusion that it should be illegal is not like substantiated, right? That's my entire argument.
Okay, but but I mean, going back to like the core point of this, sorry, because again, we're wheeling into different places, but going back to the core point of this, if I can watch that debate, because I watched the section with Oggy, and I can walk away with a vastly different impression of your intention within that debate, is that not an issue?
I mean, I guess that's up to your interpretation, but what part did you watch up to? That's my question.
I watched to the bit where you're talking with chat post Oggy debate. I didn't get through the Purple Pepsi and Fembro stuff.
The Fembro stuff was a much better one because we had more of a dialogue where I was able to go much more in depth on my position. and add much greater clarification. The Fembro part I feel like is like more essential for like solidifying my position, because I was not able in the Augie conversation to like get into the nuance of things, because we were not there was not like a whole lot of engagement on his end, right?
Sure.
So the Fembro part was much more indicative of like my position argument than the Augie part alone, and I think the Fembro part is kind of like very useful if we want to like assess my position on those.
But again, my point here, and what I'm, I guess, engaging with you on, is not like your point on how good the debate is. It's the wider context of what people are going to draw from it. Now, like, listen, you can look at this and say that's a soy optics brained position, which, again, I'm looking at this from a position of, okay, well, what's the wider reaction to having the conversation itself? That's kind of where I'm at in the conversation. So if people only see the Augie stuff, which again is likely, because when you've got like, let's say you've got a cut like 3 hours of content here, are people going to sit down and watch the section with Fembro and Pepsi where you solidify the argument, or are they going to watch the bit with Augie where it's Augie? Like, there's like a clear choice of which bit of content people are going to fucking watch. And my wider point is, when you're engaging in topics like this, and this isn't just with you, it's just this stream's come up, it's this topic in particular, because of the emotive elements to it, is going to draw a certain way people look at it.
Yeah, sure, but like those people probably shouldn't be watching stuff like this. I mean, if they're unable to like set aside emotions for a moment, if they're unable to set aside emotions for a moment to listen to like a logical dialogue, then I understand if they don't want to do that, and the content's just not for them.
Do you think things like pedophilia and zoophilia are divisive in a way that other debate topics just clearly aren't? So people who normally watch... Okay.
Obviously. This is why I, for the most part, have steered clear of, like, people have come to me being like, oh, can you debate me on ethical CSAM or whatever? Can you debate me on zoophilia? And generally, I don't take debates like that, because I realize that regardless of if I think my position is correct or not, nobody wins, because it doesn't look good. I think this one was inherently different because I believe that I'm not I believe that the conclusion of my argument there's like nothing like, I believe even from an outsider, if they actually listen to like the full argument, like it would be perfectly reasonable to them. I'm listening to people present an argument to make something illegal, because things are presently legal, and I should have clarified, we're speaking more so in the US. But things are legal here, right? So if people are coming in saying things ought to change, and then they give me an argument, and then I'll explain why that argument doesn't really hold up. And I think it creates an interesting dialogue, and it makes for a good discussion.
Do you look at the current reactions to your content, and would you say that like this is the outcome you expect or are looking for?
Yes.
Okay. So when we're talking about like the stream I did when I sniped you, for example, because I think that's fine, by the way. I think that's kind of a based position. It's almost like anti-streaming. I kind of like it.
I don't pretend like I give a fuck. I really don't. I do this for like I am a lazy fucking streamer.
Mhm.
I'm a lazy streamer. I'm responsible depending on if there's like high risk involved in like whatever it is I might be covering. But like obviously I'm not somebody that takes myself very seriously. I do this for my own amusement, and I've gotten what I've wanted out of that. Made money doing it, albeit not
as much as me, but sure.
Of course not. made a little over minimum wage the last few streams, so not bad. But yeah, I think I've been having a good time doing it. Aiden's lying. He cares. True. I agree with the random person that said that.
That's Lumpy. What are you fucking talking about? You know who that is.
That's the joke. Are you autistic?
No, but if I don't point that out, I'll get shit from Lumpy down the road. So I'm covering my own ass. No, I think it's an interesting one. I think I want to see you debate Queeman.
On what?
On I guess like more. See, Queeman, I've said all the way through this. Queeman's somebody who kind of like I could see having these debates and it being interesting because Queeman's positions are quite well thought out. And like if let's say I'll accept the position of like the purple Pepsi and Fembro conversation.
Wait, I need to clarify. I need to clarify though. What I think should be illegal, and I should have said this in like the course of the debate because we really were only talking about like mere possession of it. I think, and this is more of a position I came to through further discussion after, but I'd come to before it as well. Or I'd contemplated it before as well through conversations with Queeman. I think the distribution of it should be illegal, and the reason is not an argument you would normally think. The reason the distribution of it should be illegal, and Queeman convinced me of this. Or not should I lean towards the distribution being illegal. I haven't seen conclusive evidence, but I lean towards it because this could potentially, if minors are exposed to it and it spreads around and minors see it, this could, for them, normalize the notion of these sort of relationships, making them more susceptible to being groomed. So the distribution of it, like, should I think there could be a decent argument for making that illegal.
Wait, sorry. It's just very quickly. I'll engage in that in a second. Because I don't. I mean, I think. Fuck. Sorry, I read this in chat. I'm ill, and I fucking. Beckett, Aiden debated Queeman and almost agreed some people of CP charges should be freed. Can I have some context for that?
That never fucking happened.
Okay.
Queeman came into my chat.
Okay.
Queeman came into my chat, and my argument. We were talking about like I was making an argument, if I recall correctly, as to why like the mere possession of CP should be illegal, and the argument was because people who possess CP inherently, or not necessarily inherently, but I'd say maybe 99.99% of cases, to the point where there's like the margin in that scenario, because it is such an overwhelming majority, isn't even worth distinguishing, right? Contribute to the further production of CSAM material. A lot of CSAM is produced by CSAM pornographers for a clientele. A lot of them sell it. It is a whole black market industry. The FBI does, fucking, that kind of stuff. So the possession of it and engaging in the possession of it, I think, contributes to the future creation of it. So Queeman said to me, okay, well, what about the possession of cartel beheading videos? So I was thinking for a minute, God, that's a really good fucking... Dude, why does somebody keep asking why I'm arguing this? We're having a discussion. Like, you don't have a good, like, position if you're saying that we can't talk about it, right? Like, I don't know, that's really stupid. But he argues, right, the cartel, or he doesn't argue, he says he doesn't have a position. He presents, what about cartel beheading videos? I'm like, shit, you're right. I don't think people who have cartel beheading videos or look at cartel beheading videos should be arrested. So wait, if I needed to be consistent, wouldn't he would logically need to make me admit that I think possession of CSAM should be legal, which obviously I don't think is the case. So I think, okay, what would be a good argument here to make? And I'm thinking about it, I'm tired for a minute, and then I realize, wait, the inherent difference is the people who produce CSAM are doing so for the sake of it being viewed by a clientele, the ones who produce it and distribute it, right? With the cartel beheading videos, many of these people who are being killed by the cartel in these videos are people who were going to be killed anyways, for these either for snitching, stealing drugs, stealing money, etc., etc. It just so happens to be videoed to send a message. So the possession of cartel beheading videos does not contribute to the future creation of cartel beheading videos, as opposed to like the possession of CSAM, obtaining it, which I would say contributes to, in the vast majority of cases, would contribute to the future production of such material.
Sure. I suppose genuine question. Why do you think that violence always gets tied up in this conversation? I noticed this with the BDSM conversation, and it's really similar to one you see around Lolly, which is like, well, what about violence in anime? Why do you think? Because
it's if we're looking for like places to draw parallels, it's like the closest parallel we could draw, right? If we're talking about paraphilias that, if taken to the extreme, would lead to the harm of another human being. Sadism would be the closest thing I could think of to that, right? Sadism, if taken.
Hold on, but obviously people engage in watching violent media for different reasons to
Yeah,
why they'd
obviously,
engage
I'm
in
talking about sexual sadism. People who get off to like power and control, CNC. I'm not talking about violent media. I'm talking about like CNC, sexual sadism, BDSM.
Sure, but generally people, I'm asking you not like your take on this. I'm asking you why you think people make that illusion too, because that's not the illusion people normally make with Lolicon. They make the illusion of violent anime.
I don't know. I'm not going to argue for other people. I haven't really seen their arguments. I don't like any of these people. They're all like insufferable and weird. So, I mean, I don't really, I'm not going to like, their like cope parallels or whatever are stupid. Like, obviously there's something disordered with the way they think. And obviously, like, I'd say the majority, if not all of these people, are not offending pedophiles.
So it's like,
right?
it's so, but like, okay. So people are seeking a different kind of thrill from, say, an action movie or to like a piece of horror media to something like pornography, right? So when we're looking at things like that kind of like media production versus something like, let's say, IRL gore content, something like a beheading video, why do you think that those things are produced?
A beheading video? Well, the cartel will film them beheading someone to send a message or fear. The cartel operates on fear to send fear to those that may engage in the behaviors that the person they're killing was originally caught for.
So do you think
but
that
the people they'd originally caught were going to be killed anyways, because things like stealing drugs or money from them, people are killed for that off video. These things happen to be videoed for the sake of also like sending a message.
Okay, but there are certain forms of violent media, for instance, the beheading of journalists, which are prohibited, right?
What do you mean prohibited?
I mean, like, ownership or distribution of those videos or images can get you arrested.
In America?
Well, I mean, like in Europe, let's say.
I'm not super familiar with European law. I don't typically like to argue in regards to European law because I'm not super knowledgeable about it.
So, but I mean,
Europe has a lot of strange laws on certain things that don't really make a lot of sense.
Is it strange because like the distribution of things that could be used as propaganda or could do damage to the victims' families, or for multiple other reasons? Like you can look at kind of like conversations around in the UK riots where it's like, well, we don't want people distributing certain pieces of media. Go on.
Hold on. So you're talking not possession, distribution is legal.
Well, that's why we
possession.
Yeah, well, this part of the conversation started with distribution, so I'm giving you an argument to do with distribution.
Well, no, we're also talking about possession of CSAM, right? Individuals who have it, and we're just arguing like that would be immoral because you are contributing to the distribution of it by possessing it. In most cases, right? We were talking about possession.
Okay, all right.
So
not everyone who's in. Okay, I mean, you could talk about kind of CSAM rings and things, but I mean, if we're just talking, you can take those things separately. But like in the same way that like we deal with drug dealers who, like we deal with drug dealers differently to how we deal with drug addicts, right?
Yeah, no, obviously.
But many drug addicts may also distribute.
Then they'd also be dealers. You could
Okay.
be an addict and a dealer simultaneously. The distribution part would then make them a dealer as well. I don't know what you're necessarily getting at.
Well, the point I'm making is like this part of the conversation was not about drug addicts. It was about drug dealers.
No, it was. And no, it was. We were literally talking about the mere possession of CSAM. That's the argument Lumpy Willie is referring to. Should possession of this be illegal, right? So no, we were talking about the addicts.
Right. Okay. So possession of it should be illegal, just so I can get this straight. So possession of it should be illegal because it will lead to distribution.
In the specific case of CSAM, yes. Possession of CSAM, in the possession of CSAM provides it fuels the industry, right? Because that CSAM is obtained some way, right? And it fuels the industry and future production of the material.
Okay,
right?
I'm with you. So possession should be illegal because by the fact that there is a buyer base for this or a consumer base for this will in some way fuel the rest of the industry.
Yes. So it's a good precedent to make it illegal.
Okay, I mean,
Do you disagree?
Sure. No, I mean I don't disagree. It's just it's a weird outside. It's
Wow.
kind of like it's like a weird outsidey argument to have
Do you think you might be welcoming strange people into your community by trying to argue against the making the possession of CSAM illegal?
This isn't like an argument over the possession of CSAM. This is me trying to understand what the fuck you are talking about. Like
I feel like I'm being very clear. What don't you understand?
What I don't understand is, like, I'm asking you to line out arguments. Not because I'm engaging with the arguments, but because I'm trying to understand, like, the positions you've put, you're putting forward.
Arguments for what? We're hopping to an argument I had with Queeman. We're hopping to the argument I just had on this stream, which
Yes,
are two
because
totally
the
unrelated
wider
arguments.
Because the wider conversation I'm having with you is about the utility of debates like this. Because whenever debates like this come up, the question is, like, what is the benefit to either your content or to the wider, like, conversation on this topic? And my overall thesis is, and has been for quite a while, there is no benefit. There are only negatives.
Well, I haven't really felt those negatives. I mean, the whether or not it's negative is totally relative to what your goals are with this, right? What you seek to gain.
Well, I mean, I'd also say it's also what you seek to avoid, right?
Also, what I seek to avoid. What do you mean?
If you got clipped out of context on the clip of you going on Queemans and saying, let's say someone takes that clip out of context and says, I prefer if you, with you saying you'd prefer if people called you a pedophile, and that clip goes around, is that not a negative?
Yeah, but I'm sure if I went through every Cope and Seed stream, I could fucking find something that I could clip of yours out of context as well, right?
Yeah, sure, but it's
should we just watch every statement we ever make to avoid the possibility it's clipped out of context? Like, if I'm quoting somebody, if I'm reading a ridiculous twit longer to cover allegations on stream, should I not read that twit longer if I'm potentially clipped out of context and it makes it look like those are the words coming out of my mouth?
Sure, but if somebody takes a clip like that of me and positions it as, oh well, Beckett said this thing, there's not a wider conversation to attach that clip to of the day of Aiden debating pedophilia, right?
Yeah, but you could say that about like any clip chimp, right?
I think there's a difference with this type of clip chimp. Queeman's got the benefit is you learn to actually engage in the argument and don't sound 30 IQ like commenter losers do 90% of the time. I should be very clear, because I know Queeman's just wandered in. I have consistently through this stream said that Queeman is like one of the people who I think is fine having conversations and debates like this because his experience leans him towards like avoiding anything that could like fuck with him, whereas my like general thing with like seeing other people have these conversations is normally that they make missteps in those conversations. And again, just to frame around this, because Queeman's come in late, because I know I'm going to end up in a fucking wider conversation about this now. The things people will see, or the vast majority of an audience will see, is you debate Oggy, not you debate Fembro or Purple Pepsi.
So I can't help if people only watch part of the context, but you could literally say that about like any stream ever on a controversial subject, right? If there is crucial context that goes on throughout the stream to like the overall bigger picture, people can always choose to watch part of that, click off, and then rush to a judgment, right?
Sure.
That's like the case with anything. You can never stop that. So I guess I don't understand what the misstep was here.
Well, it's not so much the misstep. It's the what's a good way to put it? Part of it is from the like there's a divide between like I think I said a couple of days ago, like it feels like deja vu. Toastify came in and said like, why are we having 2022 debates? Is this my fault for creating the John Swan video? Or like when I look at it, it's like whenever we get these kind of conversations, it ends up with like Amos Yi and someone who's a retard like Sargon of Akkad saying, I guess it depends on the age of the child. And then people like me years later going, Sargon saying, I guess it depends on the age of the child.
Hayden, have you considered being dishonest to avoid the dumbest strength of the internet misrepresentation? Yes, dude, I should just not give my opinions to be as like optically sound as possible. It's just cowardice, dude. It's just cowardice. It really is just cowardice. There's like you're overcomplicating what you're describing as like cowardice and optics cucking, right? I can defend my positions. I'm comfortable giving them, and I think that if people hear them out in their entirety, the conclusion would be reasonable to a good portion of people, right? I can't help if people only want to listen to part of the argument, but that's on them, and that's probably people I probably didn't want around to begin with. If they're willing to jump to conclusions about me or my arguments or whatever, without like listening to the full dialogue or the full discourse, right? You could say it about literally any. You could say about so many like things like that. Your critiques for this your critiques for like how this could the missteps that potentially happened here could literally be said about anyone who covers anything contentious ever.
No. I don't think that's true. I think that these topics, this topic in particular, has no like benefit from experience. Like it doesn't end well. Like unlike other debate topics, and again, like there's other things we can draw to, like Smugbug a few years ago having a conversation on Chuds about whether children should be given dildos in classrooms, where it's like no matter how well you do, no matter how good you look to a section, the benefit of that is like very, very limited. And I guess like it's not like optics cowardice from my perspective. It's the other side where I think back to debates where you have a pedophile brought on with the 16-year-old they'd been grooming for multiple years as content. I think back to the Amos Yi stuff where people were like bringing on Amos Yi because it was great content, but ultimately what they were doing was like bringing on and making content out of somebody who a lot of people dismissed as just trolling, but you know, is in prison for possession. I
feel like you're doing what Jar. Oh, this is gonna be so gay. Like Jar's like take on City Bear was like formed on what happened with like Spockter or Peaches. It's like situations will stand by their own merit. Like the missteps of the Amos Yee situation. Like if there were missteps here, they should be addressed like within the context of this situation, if they happen or not. I mean, we're not in like a BBC newsroom. I feel like this is like incredibly vague. Like if you feel like there were missteps done in this dialogue in particular, I feel like it would be like good for you to like specify so I could address them.
I think the overall misstep is that, like, I mean, you said earlier that it's like, well, if those people turn up in your community, they get crushed. But I suppose the question is like, at what point do you step in and say, oh, actually, you're a fucking pedophile? And at that point, is that like an end to the conversation? Or would you be like, well, this is content? And it's like the wider criticism there of seeing people engage in this content because they get caught up in the numbers or the like clips or whatever, and then they end up running with it. And because you're right that like each situation stands on its own, but I'm hard pressed, I guess, to think of an example where, what's a good way to put this, where it hasn't ended badly, right?
I'd say this one. I don't think this one ended very badly.
I don't think this has ended. That's a core point of this. I don't think this is the end. Like, I'm not talking about this conversation in isolation to the conversation itself. I'm talking about it in the wider context of the fact that I can see people starting to have these conversations. And, like, a few people have DM'd me and been like, well, what do you think of the fact that this debate happened or whatever? And I'm like, okay, well, that shows that there's, like, more people having these conversations. They're getting pulled up. The Mr. Girl stuff's getting pulled up. Those points are getting pulled up by people who've never seen Max before. And then it becomes like, we retread the conversation.
I can't argue that. I'm not I barely talk about Mr. Girl. I haven't really. I think somebody asked me like I'm not well educated enough to like particularly defend him on anything, right? I'm talking about this topic in particular. I can't defend all these other debates that are happening in the broader conversation or whatever. I'm just defending like my position, my discussion, the benefits, the harms of that. I really don't care to argue about like the broader implications of everyone else's discussions as well.
Do you think that debate content exists in isolation or as part of like the wider content that's currently happening? Because like, I mean, would you agree that like more and more debate content is starting to occur over the last few months, as opposed to like blood sports content, like what Queeman would have referred to as like low IQ retards fighting?
More debate content's happening over the last few months. I don't know because I only came back a few months ago.
Okay, and since you've been back.
So wait, so are you arguing that I've been a catalyst for this?
I think that there are a few people who are a catalyst for this, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think debate content's like fucking good content.
I understand. You talk like a poet. It's not a bad thing, dude. It's just not like a poet, like a fucking, I don't know, dude. You're like you speak very broadly, very vaguely. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. What you're I think it's just because I'm fucking tired. I think what you're trying to say is that in combination with multiple others, am contributing to a shift of the scene to more of these debates occurring.
Sure.
Like in general.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say. And that could have negative implications.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I haven't really... I don't think I've contributed to anyone else's decisions to like start debating. At least not that I've seen.
Hold on. Do you think the content you've done with Morale contributes to Morale wanting to debate?
I think he was already debating, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not, but obviously, like he can like you're somebody else who he can debate with, whereas like there aren't that many people around who are kicking around.
Well, yeah, no shit. But if the implication here is that I'm acting as like a catalyst, like a shift of like these things are now starting to happen, right? If this was already happening, like whether or not now Morale can also debate an extra person is irrelevant. The question is, has my debate with him contributed to him beginning to debate in general? Which it hasn't. He's just been debating people before our debate, before our discussion.
No. I'm sorry. To be clear. It's not that you're contributing to debate, Morale debating. It's contributing to the wider one of, more people can get involved in debates, right? You guys are like from Himpleton to you to like what happened on Soul Skibbity's stream the other day. You're getting more and more people onto streams and panels who wouldn't necessarily have been there in the previous months because panel content's fucking dead to have those conversations. So you now have multiple places where these debates can occur, which feeds the ecosystem.
I think it's entertaining for the audience, and I think anyone who's making a stupid point or trying to debate a stupid point should not debate a stupid point. Like you should debate your position if your position is good.
So
Obviously,
can't you take a devil's advocate position?
Yeah. Sure, you can, but I guess my problem, of course you can take a devil's advocate position. I don't necessarily know if that's what I was, I think like there were aspects of it that were a little like devil's advocate-y, but like, I think that like my overall argument was not like me taking a position that I don't necessarily not believe in or whatever.
Okay. Do you, yeah, I guess, broadly speaking, I'm just looking at this, waiting for like a month or two where it'll be like, oh, well, that thing happened that we all knew was going to happen. I think that's how I'm sort of sat here feeling.
What do you mean? I think you have this.
Okay.
You've seen in your mind, and I'm not getting it. I just feel like I'm not getting like what you're. I don't know what you're saying.
From experience, whenever these conversations occur, they end badly, at least for one person involved. I don't think that person's going to be you. I don't know if it's going to be you, but I think I think at some
Yeah,
point
the loser of the debate. Yeah, my morale conversation ended badly for morale.
I don't think it would be necessarily the loser of the debate. People could walk away with the victory of the debate and just be like buried. Again, this is what happened with D&D. D&D was like the massive loser of the last time this conversation unfolded because he's the one who held the pedo panel.
Sure. So I think there are some people that are going to look at this conversation and not watch all the context and draw a conclusion without watching all the context, like you said, is possible and could happen, and then make like a decision about me as like a person or whatever as a result of just me being willing to entertain this dialogue to begin with, and then decide not to watch me or be against me. And honestly, I wholeheartedly believe this. These are people that I do not want watching me to begin with, because these are people that are incapable of critical thinking. These are drooling morons, and I'm not going to cater my dialogue to them.
Sure.
I'm going to have these discussions, and if they want to actually listen to the discussions or listen to part of it and draw a conclusion from that, I can't stop them. But if they're just going to listen to part of it and draw a conclusion from that about me as a person, just for like being willing to entertain this dialogue to begin with, then they're fucking morons. They'll always exist in the world. There's nothing I can do about that.
When are you going to debate Destiny?
I'm not sure. We'd have to find some debate on. I wonder if he'd accept.
Yeah, it's Destiny. Of course he'd accept. Come on, Destiny will talk to anyone about anything. I don't think that's changed too much.
I don't know if he would talk about certain aspects of his personal life.
Well, I mean, unless you're gonna debate him on like sucking Nick Fuentes' cock, I don't fucking.
Probably. The problem? No, I said problem.
Oh,
issue.
Problem. No, listen. I think it would be fucking banger content.
Back it up. Cope and homophobia, ladies and gentlemen. Cope and homophobia live. Is there a problem? You got a problem with
Sure.
Yeah.
Cope and homophobia.
No.
That's based.
No, I mean,
based.
I'm joking.
Position.
I'm joking. We all know you're gay. But my
Okay, Virgin, simmer down. Right.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I would be one of, if we found something I think that'd be interesting that I think would be interesting in talking about. Sure. I don't think I'd win. I think he's just much better at rhetoric, even if I was right.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that brings me back to my like general problem with debate culture. It's not about truth. It's about walking away from the debate looking the best, or having the strongest kind of debate skills, which is fine for debate. Unfortunately, like my general takeaway from this has always been like, this is why we never get experts in the debate space, because anytime an expert turns up and has a differing opinion, someone tries to fucking dox them, contact their employer.
Wait, but hasn't like over the years, hasn't Destiny like gone and debated people like economists like Richard Wolff, and then you had the Finkelstein conversation?
Yeah, but I'm talking about in the general sense.
Oh, the small commentary shitter debate space. Well, yeah, no shit.
No, I mean even on Destiny's, like one of the questions I always got was, why don't you debate environmental stuff? Why don't you talk about like climate change and things? It's like, well, why would I? Some fucking retard would have a take, would like differ from me in a take, and they try and contact my fucking employer. Why would I bother? Which is the problem. Like, you're debating kind of like minority stuff, but no one's interested in whether they did well in debate. They're interested in looking to an audience like they're correct, like they're telling the truth. And because people pin so much on this, it actually like it's just infuriating. Like, Jesus, what are you doing with my camera? Sorry.
Yeah, this is just, okay, but this is just a risk, like being online and choosing to engage in controversy. If this is not a risk you're willing to take, then just don't get involved with like controversial subjects online.
No, hold on. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's not about risk and controversy. It's about the fact that debates get treated in the debate space as, if you win the debate, then that must be the correct position. You've alluded to this before, right? That you changed your position because you thought someone did well in debate. Plenty of people's audiences view it from that position, which means that there is an incentive not to look for the truth, but looking for what like looks good. And that means that if experts or people in that field disagree with you, quite often those audiences will turn on them, or it can have implications for people's professional careers. And that's why there is a like lack of people with actual expertise. Generally, the best we get is people with master's degrees or PhDs debating in the sphere, and still they get dismissed out of hand.
Well, what more do you want? What more do you want to what do you consider to be an expert?
I consider somebody to be who's an expert to either have like a qualification in that area or to work in the sector.
Yeah, that happens in the debate sphere. That happens all the time. We have tons of people who are qualified in the sector that choose to voluntarily engage in these debates.
Well, actually, no. I mean,
The
generally
PhDs. You're like, oh, the highest we get is people that just have PhDs. Yes, those are experts. Those are experts. Yes.
Yes, but they're also a rarity.
I mean, are they? I don't think so.
Yes.
I mean,
they actually. No.
So,
Compared to most creators and most people of the debates that engage, yeah, they are. Look what happens when somebody comes in with like a legal position or like a law degree. Quite often. Go on.
No, sorry. I need to preface something. I mean, a rarity in terms of like obviously the experts are going to talk to people who are like sizable, right? And the amount of sizable debaters that we have, I can only name a handful, right? So typically those are the guys that the experts are talking to. So I don't know if it's I think the rarity is like the fact that like the amount of like more mainstream I guess debaters in the sphere are rare. So I think that's what makes the amount of experts engaging rare.
Okay, you're missing the connection of what I'm arguing here. Because like again, when I was like debating things like politics and stuff, I don't appeal to my degrees. It's irrelevant. The point is that I should be able to like have that wider conversation. And people should be able to engage with me, and they can be right. I'm like a piece of paper or like studying doesn't necessarily mean I'm correct. The problem is that the driving factor with debate culture is to look correct, not necessarily be correct. This is true in debate competitions as well. Like there are plenty of university debates I've had where I was absolutely wrong and made insane fucking arguments, but I won on points because I was just better in the debate. The problem is that nobody is viewing debate. Very few people are viewing those debate topics in that sense. They're viewing it as if somebody wins the debate, then they're correct. That's obviously the correct position, which I think is detrimental to audiences.
Well, yeah, and that's harmful, and that should be combated. I've advocated against this. I've expressed this on stream before, right? Obviously, I can only work within my own space, but obviously, right? Not everyone is good at rhetoric. Not everyone is good at like impromptu debates. And we shouldn't take we shouldn't take the winning position in debate to be like. We shouldn't take that like dogmatically or whatever, right? It's just that the person who happened to be arguing that position was better at rhetoric. Now, I think what helps us actually establish like the truth is the repetition of these debates multiple times with different debaters, and I think that allows us to for people that are genuinely interested in reaching a conclusion about a subject and not people who just like watching people get owned, which is probably a good portion of like people who watch debates, not even people who necessarily care about the subject being discussed, people who like watching people getting owned. And then again, like those people, I don't feel like it's harmful if who they decide won or not. These are just people watching for the sake of entertainment. But the people actually watching for the sake of like establishing like the truth of certain positions, I think it's helpful for us to just repeat these dialogues, repeat these debates with different debaters. And you know, it helps us narrow down the stronger position in these discussions.
Okay, but if you're only ever engaging with amateurs, like at what point, like it's like it becomes blind leading the blind, right? Like, because I'm not against debates from the point of view of entertainment. It's just like that can be frustrating with topics that you care about, right?
Yeah, I do debates for the sake of entertainment. I'm a nobody, and I'm not going to change minds in a way that's going to be like going to have any influence to the world or the outcome of anything. Maybe on the scale of small drama, but in regards to like broader topics, like the one I had today, minds are not going to be changed in a way that's going to change absolutely anything. So yes, I'm doing it at that point for the sake of like entertainment. And yeah, I mean,
sure, I'll add Queem to the call.
Oh no, is he calling in to debate me?
No, it's calling in to shout at me, I imagine. There we go. Hey, buddy.
Oh, I'm sick of the lying. I'm sick of the fucking lying here, okay?
Okay, go on.
There's white blood cell behavior going on. It's not the common white blood cell behavior. It's a different type. There is a reflexive hand wringing and defense that people do against. It's the same shit you mentioned it earlier that Chud did. It was, why are you saying this stuff? Why are you saying this stuff? You're doing the same thing to Aiden right now. And all it is, and this is what's happening right now, is whenever someone brings this up, all the people who want to sit around going about lolicons or don't want to take a stance on it because it might affect their bottom line start hand wringing and trying to shut the conversation down because they don't want to have arguments where they might have to concede to an optically bad point. And so everyone just starts doing this like huge collective lie where they start acting like, oh, don't you care about the optics of this? Don't you care about how you're gonna look? To try and just desperately shut it down. This happens every time, and not this whole time. Beckett, what do you think of Lolicon? You haven't answered this the whole time, I don't think.
Oh no, I did mention it earlier. I don't think I've held this stance before. I think Lolicon is like nonce adjacent. It doesn't necessarily make somebody a pedophile. I think.
Is there a moral wrong?
I think it can like lead to normalization. I think normalization is a problem.
Normalization of what?
Of the like I'm gonna choose my words carefully because I'm tired and it's you. But like I'd say that generally speaking, it can lead to it can further bolster conversations around what harm looks like, which are used by people who tend to be bad actors to try and further normalize the conversation of potentially whether maps need to be, or like virtuous pedophiles or something need to be considered and like accepted within society. And
okay, what about consensual non-consent porn?
Consensual non-consent porn.
Yeah, does that do the same normalization for rape?
I think there's like actually some like data that seems to support that, or at least like the consumption of it. Though also there's like adverse data for the fact that it's largely consumed by liberal women who develop a fetish because they don't have domineering men. I've heard that put forward as well. I think it also comes down to what somebody's proclivities are for why they're consuming a piece of content.
So do you think that consensual non-consent porn is morally wrong?
I think it I think it can depend, but no, and not on the same level.
So do you think that Lolicon is morally wrong?
Yeah, fuck it. I think
what's the distinguishing factor?
The distinguishing factor is, even if I just think it's nonce adjacent, I think that generally speaking, we shouldn't be encouraging the production of content that is going to further normalize or feel or allow people who engage in that kind of paraphilia to sorry.
Why does the same not go for consensual non-consent porn?
Good, give me a second because my brain is very fuzzy today. Because when you're talking about something like Lolicon, you're talking about something that's feeding into a particular paraphilia, and we know why people engage in it. When you're talking
consensual non-consent can feed into sadism. That's a paraphilia. It
can, but it doesn't necessarily. And that's
Same
also true. That's
Lolicon.
Okay. Sure, you could say that Lolicon may fall into the category where people are engaging in it for other reasons. But like generally speaking, we also know there's like levels of grayness to risk, right? And we treat different things with different severities. So we say that the potential outcomes of something like Lolicon may be more serious, therefore we'll just shut that down because it's easier for the wider conversations rather than a case by case.
I'm not talking about a prescription. I'm not talking about a prescription. I'm talking about whether you think it's morally wrong. You're now giving me reasons to set a rule. I'm asking you whether it's morally wrong.
Yes, I think anything that is feeding into the abuse of children in particular hits a morally wrong level where...
why is children specific? Why children specifically? Why not? Why is it specific? Why does that distinguish it?
Because the people who are verging to... Oh, fuck, because we're like getting the mix between the psychological and the moral. I think children... I think there's a moral imperative to protect kids. And I think that as we progress as a society...
But there's not a moral imperative to not rape.
There's when we're talking about things like consent, non-consent, it's just from the fact that the major
I'm saying
consumers of
the video, it's rape porn. It's consensual, but it's rape porn, Beckett. Okay, the consensual part doesn't really matter that much because it's the same for lolly, right? There's no consent being violated because it's an image. It's fictional.
Yes, but also why people are consuming, because it also comes down to why that consumption is occurring.
The statement about why someone consumes it goes the same for both.
Not necessarily. Like, hold on.
Yeah.
If you're
no,
hold on. If you
statements you can make about that are the
hold
same
on.
for both.
No, hold on. If we're talking about consent, non-consent, which is largely consumed by women, what's the reason that women consume that pornography?
Okay, what men consuming it then? Let's specify it to men. Women don't fuck kids either, so it doesn't make a fucking difference, dude.
Well, I mean, high school teacher kind of arrest records might
yeah,
point
very rare,
to
incredibly rare. And it's because that's about access and opportunity, which are the predictors in.
Sure, no, absolutely. And I saw this point earlier. I addressed it earlier in stream. Yes,
so,
when we're talking about.
I will once again ask you, what is the distinguishing factor between rape porn and lolicon?
The distinguishing factor between those two things is when we're dealing with something like rape porn. Depending on what it is, if you're talking about like extremely violent pornography where like women are just being beaten, there may actually be an argument.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be fucking violent or anything. It's rape. It's the depiction of consent being violated is what we're getting at here, Beckett. Yeah.
Yes, but it's in a completely different setting to something like lolicon, and the intention
But it's about
behind
consent being violated and the
different.
use of power dynamic. That's the two factors, right? Consent is broken, and there's a power dynamic. That's the two factors. That's what's common in both. I'm asking you for the one that distinguishes them, that makes these two disanalogous.
Okay, sure. If we're just dealing with the pornography, when we're not talking about anything else to do with consumption, sure.
I mean, even if there was what's happening? Yeah. I mean, there's no.
Sure.
Right?
Okay, sure. If
we're
just dealing,
wind it back. Right, wind it back. Beckett, is rape porn morally wrong?
I hate how reductive this is. Because I don't think that's I think that is disingenuous.
What is the consumption of it morally wrong? Is the consumption of rape porn morally wrong?
I think the consumption of it potentially could be morally wrong. Yes, in the same way that
is that a morally wrong action? You really can't say if an action is morally wrong, Beckett.
I think there are other factors which you're locking out of this conversation.
Okay, let's say it's someone who does not have antisocial tendencies, does not have substance abuse, and does not have access or opportunity. Let's stack all four of those factors on for both. Consumer of rape porn, consumer of lolicon. Is rape porn morally wrong?
What?
Consumption of it. So consumption of it by someone who does not have antisocial tendencies, does not have a substance abuse problem, does not have access or opportunity to commit a rape, is not commonly alone with women.
Wait, hold on.
The consumer has no antisocial tendencies.
No, hold on. It's okay. Again, we treat these things separately.
I'm asking you why.
Because ultimately, when we're looking at things like rape pornography, what we're looking at is what the baseline fetish that somebody is indulging in, and this is equally true of let's take it to something else like the red light district, right? Do you think that people can ethically engage in prostitution?
Can you just give me a fucking factor?
Okay, well the factor is this: if you're somebody who's engaging in a particular BDSM fetish, and that porn is created for which it widely is for that particular market, where we're talking about people engaging in a fetish in a controlled environment between consenting adults, and I think it's fine. I think it's weird, but it's fine. I think morally and ethically, beyond the fact that we could argue whether porn itself is morally correct.
So, someone who engages responsibly, with no antisocial tendencies, no substance abuse problems. No access and opportunity to rape women. They're not commonly alone with women. Consuming rape porn. Is that okay, Beckett? Is that morally fine or morally wrong?
Sure. You can engage in that fetish
someone
in a controlled
has
BDSM.
Someone who's responsible, has no antisocial tendencies, has no substance abuse problems, is not commonly alone with kids, does not have access or opportunity, or commonly around kids, does not have access or opportunity to fuck a kid. Is it morally wrong for this person to engage with lolicon?
Yes, because the baseline fetish is different.
Why? What's the distinguishing factor?
Because you could find an adult person to practice BDSM with, to go through a rape fetish, or like that may be your fetish. You can't do that with kid. And the like actual base proclivity may not be to rape, but to engage in that fantasy play of rape. In the same way that like you can have somebody who's engaging as...
And let's do this. The person who engages with the lolicon does not have actual fantasies of engaging with children. They have fantasies about anime children.
Oh fuck, now we're back to the like fucking pitch depiction. I think it's fucking nonce adjacent. I think it's weird. But like again,
So is it morally wrong in that case, Beckett? In that case, for that person to do it, is that morally wrong?
That's why I fucking hate this conversation.
It's why all of you hate this conversation, Beckett, because you know the answer, but you won't say it, because you've all rationalized yourself into total fucking cowardice.
No, because there is a difference between having a moral conversation and the amount of people who will bring in data and everything, and data and psychological studies.
It's literally just turned time. It's turned 17 minutes.
Yeah, go get your fucking pizza and come back. Jesus.
Okay, buddy. Can't win them all.
It's the problem with this conversation is because it splits between the like psychological conversations of what people's proclivities are and the moral condemnation of how we feel about things. And whenever you're having debates like this, if people start making the base moral like distinction of I think stuff involving kids is bad, people go, well, you know, where's the harm display? And it's frustrating to go through, and I don't see the like utility of the conversation itself. Like Queeman, I'll engage in the conversation because I think it's like with Queeman, I respect the position enough that like fuck it, he wants to have the conversation over whether it's like optics cucked to not debate it at all, or how people deal with it because of how the wider conversation is perceived. I get that.
But that's what we were just talking about, which only occurred because I originally opened up the dialogue.
Yeah, and now do you see why I'm critical of you opening up the dialogue or how this fucking turns out? Because it ends up with Queeman on the stream.
Bad.
Look, I don't give a if I was worried about looking bad, I knew what this fucking conversation was going to be. What did you say when Queeman joined the call? Or is he coming to bait me? No, he's coming in to shout at me. I knew what the fucking conversation was going to be. Did it anyway. Because I've seen this before. It's not a fucking mystery to me. And I'm choosing my words carefully because I'm tired and I'm also aware of how these things fucking go. Like, and then you have to like deal with the fucking minefield of you. Sorry, what was that?
No, I mean, I get it. I've been up for 30 plus hours. I'm in no position to really debate right now either. But you know, I think that like, just like, I think like there is something, it becomes problematic when a dialogue is opened. And the dialogue should be shut down just by virtue that it is the dialogue in question that is occurring, right? We should argue it. We should we should address the points, not the fact that you're actually arguing over these points. Like there just seems to be like a need to like just shut the dialogue down by its own nature, which I just feel like is
because there is a financial incentive to be able to call all lolicons pedophiles because that makes for better content. And then if someone defends it, they want to go after those people too because they get money from doing that. So then everyone's just decided we're all going to fucking lie because that's the best thing for our careers. That's what's happening. Everyone knows the dynamic. We all know what's going on. Everyone knows it. We all get it. We all see it.
Okay, firstly, I'm not content policing Aiden. I've not messaged him and said, hey, stop debating this. I've not done that to morale either. I've just laughed at them having the fucking conversation. And at the same time, I'm happy to engage with fucking Queeman in the conversation.
You don't think that's what you're kind of pushing though, like in the course of this conversation, that I should stop having it? Like that kind of seems like the whole broader.
You said you want to discuss it. You said you want to discuss it. I didn't message you asking to discuss it.
Hold on. People were telling me to call in, and then said in your
Wait,
chat, I
who
wanted
the
to
fuck
discuss
told
it.
you to
my
call in?
points. I wanted to know. I wanted to discuss my points and see what in particular you disagreed with about my points. And the conversation then became no, like instead of addressing the particular points involved with the discussion I was having with Augie or Fembro, it became contesting the dialogue itself, the utility of the dialogue itself.
My whole no, hold on. My entire point of this is the utility of the dialogue itself. That's my baseline point.
Yeah, and it seems
that's a position of cowardice.
No,
That
it's
is literally,
no.
It's what you do when you don't want to say anything about the topic. You go, "Oh, is it crazy we're having this conversation? Isn't it so crazy that people are talking about this?" Yeah, we're talking about this. Okay, we're talking about.
No, hold on.
Okay, so engage with the conversation or get the fuck out the way.
Hold on. My position hasn't been, "Isn't it crazy we're talking about this?" My position is, this always ends the same way. That's my my challenge is like, what's the outcome of the conversation that's beneficial?
Wait, how does it end? What ending? I feel like you're being very vague. Like, what's the ending? How does it end?
Okay, every time this conversation occurs in a content space, it always ends up with fucking Amoshi, whether it's with like the stuff that happened around the dog fucking girl, which led to the pedophile panel, whether it's like the wider conversation of normalization that occurred a few years ago that Sean Head was talking about. Like, it always feels like the people who, like, these conversations start and then they end up in the point where people who have a vested interest in the normalization of those conversations enter them and push that the debate should happen. That's how it appears.
Wait, and why is that a problem?
Because overall, somebody like, not necessarily saying you or Queeman, ends up in this conversation and ends up saying something like, well, I guess it depends on the age of the child. And like the vast majority of the time...
Shut the fuck up. It literally does depend on the age of the child, right? Because 16, 17, 18...
Sorry, it depends on the mental age of the child. Hold on.
What Sargon said was it depends on the child.
Yeah, no, listen.
That's what he said.
Yeah, no, okay, listen. I'm tired.
You keep quoting it wrong. It's just, it's so grating. Sorry, I'm spelling.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But when it comes down to, like, again, like, if people want to debate the harms and everything else, like, I get it. I've been very clear that I'm not critical of Queeman talking about these things, and I've had this conversation with Queeman before and never criticized him again for it, because I think that the way Queeman looks at it, engages in the conversation, makes sense. I understand his arguments.
What doesn't make sense about how I engaged in it? Because it seems like the only thing you've contested is the fact that I've had the dialogue itself, not the way I went about doing so.
The way I can, okay. The contest, oh, fucking hell. Oh. The point I was bringing up with you having the conversation was the fact that when you have this, it becomes other people's content, and other people go away with a very particular conversation because they're going to just, like, watch the Oggy section, or they're going to end up, like, drawing conclusions about you which aren't accurate or fair, and then it has a knock-on effect. And I think that that's, broadly speaking, what I'm talking about when I'm critical of these conversations occurring at all, because it seems to have, ultimately the question is, like, are you here to make money? Are you here to grow a platform? Which is why I asked you earlier, like, what's your goal? And when you're like, well, I'm just here to debate because I like debating contentious topics, like, I backed off from the conversation. I'm like, that's fine. But that hasn't been my general impression, right? So if you're happy with the position of, like, people are going to walk away from potentially a piece of content and you're like, oh, I don't really give a fuck if they watch me or not, that's a fine position. But if you're like, well, people, I should, like, that should be a respected thing that everyone's going to understand, that's a very different conversation. Because
would you agree that people who tune into a conversation and only watch part of it and then make a huge generalization about the person just simply for engaging in the conversation, would you agree that those people are, like, have some form of, like, media illiteracy?
I think that most people aren't going to wait around to see the review, the entire 3-hour review of a debate.
Then why draw a conclusion about it if you're not willing to, like, actually, like, listen? Like, do you think people who are not willing to listen to the contents of it and will just draw a conclusion about it, do you think that's indicative of some form of media literacy?
Well, I think, yeah, because generally speaking, I mean, like, Queen will call it, like, low, hold on, let me answer this fucking question. People, like, Queen will say it's, like, low IQ, but that's also, you're dealing with a commentary audience. It's not a debate audience,
And
right?
why the fuck do I want illiterate people in my community? This seems like only plus sides. Seems like only plus sides.
Well, yeah, that's why I backed off the fucking conversations, why I haven't been critical of Queenman having conversations like this, right?
I'm doing audience eugenics. We're filtering out the weak. We're filtering out the fucking illiterate. And honestly, like, I'll keep having this conversation if it gets the people who like watch a few minutes of it and draw a rapid conclusion to fucking leave. Please.
Okay. Yeah.
Audience eugenics, bro.
Stylo, it's literally a filter. Yeah, I mean, look, you can say it's cowardice. If it was cowardice, I wouldn't bring Queenman in. If I was really like fucking worried, I wouldn't bring Queenman into this conversation. I would have just been like, oh, I'm not bringing Queenman in. Right? My general concerns around this topic is from experience, it just ends badly.
Okay, but you see that you're like doing fucking backflips trying to explain the difference between rape and lolly, right?
Yeah, I think some of it comes down to feelings towards certain things. I think that, like, when you're dealing with kids in particular, I think it hits a different bracket to things like rape, if I'm honest. And that comes down to feeling. Maybe I can't quantify that. And this is why I'm saying it's frustrating with this conversation, because there's a difference between, like, where I see a moral boundary and where I see, like, kind of like when it comes into debating, we're talking about, like, fucking stats and the, like, studies and everything else. Yeah, I hold pedophilia at a very specific bracket where anything around it is enters its own category. That's something like, and at the same time, like we saw this in the last time this fucking conversation came up around food shops, right? You had Granddad's Lounge or whatever sat on the fucking debate panel saying
Food Shops was right. I'm sick of pretending otherwise. Okay, Food Shops was right about everything.
Okay, sure, but like he was sat on the panel saying that like anybody who enjoys lolicons would chipper, and then was talking about how much he enjoys rape porn. I mean, I assume that's why you're bringing the illusion as well, because that
Food Shops is like literally Food Shops is like 75 IQ. Like this is like a ESL fucking sped that is autistic and raised like alone in a Chinese household and never learned to talk English the American way, and still raped like half his fucking commentary and debate fucking space in debates despite barely being able to speak the language. It's so listen. I don't know why anyone felt so confident in dogpiling back then, to be honest.
I mean, to be fair, you're the one who really started that dogpile.
Yeah, but I can sit there and just laugh and say, "Look, I don't think we should kill this person, guys. I don't,
Did
guys,
I ever say
like,
that?
Don't kill this person."
Did
okay?
I ever say that? Did I ever say that?
No.
Okay.
No, you didn't say kill.
Yeah. So okay, and I do want to point this out because
You
like,
did do the hand wringing though. You did do that. Oh, you know, people like this should really get off the internet. You know,
yeah,
go
because I
stop
don't
talking
like,
about this
no,
boy.
hold on. That's a position that I've held consistently, though, and it's nothing to do with fucking optics. It's nothing to do with how I may appear. It's to do with the fact that I don't like the normalization of this because I've seen it grow through Twitter and everything else, and the MAP movement, and the can we sit with the LGBT community. It's nothing to do with fucking cowardice, Queeman. It's to do with the fact that this is a topic that, in particular, I find very distasteful. So again, like I can understand your wider position of people.
I don't believe you because you rationalize it with like, oh, don't you think about the negative effects of this?
Yeah, because I get dragged into the fucking debate sphere. I don't care about like the fucking wider thing. I care about the fact that there are people out there who do want to normalize this and do want to like fucking like push the MAP movement and ethical pedophilia, and they're all fucking freaks and they're all trying to constantly infiltrate. And my experience has been that the minute you give any of these people an inch, they fucking walk through a mile. That's my experience. It's an emotional response. That's fine. But, and do you know what? You're right. I shouldn't fucking debate you on this because I clearly have just an emotional bias towards this shit that I don't fucking like. I think that's a fine position to hold. And when I see these wider debates, I see that creeping in. Okay? I think that's, I think I'm allowed to have that without being accused of instant cowardice. Otherwise I wouldn't have the fucking conversation with you, would I? And I'd have instantly called Food Shops a pedophile and been like wood chipper, which is not anything I've done. And I've not done it with Demon Mama. And I've not done it with other people who watch fucking Lolicon. And I haven't fucking done it with you. So don't fucking
whoa. I don't watch Lolicon.
No,
take it
but
easy there,
no,
buddy,
no.
okay?
I know you don't. I know you don't. But like, I didn't instantly go, well, Lyrics is like fucking Queenman's making a defensive Lolicon argument. He must be a pedophile. I've never done that to you. So don't again.
Fair enough.
Like again, sorry. Like, I'm tired and I'm ill and I'm prepared to engage because I'm getting annoyed at some of the people in chat, like, oh, it's cowardice and shit. I fucking reject it. I've never done that with topics. I have always taken position.
Comes down to a cowardice. I think
it might do with other people.
Engaging on this. I think fundamentally it's a cowardice. I think fundamentally, I think you knew the answer. You knew where the logic leads you. And even when you say, yeah, it's an emotional position, what you're saying there is you can't rationalize it. You don't actually have an argument. So what you really should say when someone says, is something morally wrong, is no, really, because you don't have an intellectual argument.
I think
I assume for most of the other beliefs in your life, you probably do try to have an intellectual argument for why you think them. Otherwise, you would just believe a bunch of random bullshit.
Hold on. Is the argument of this the normalization itself, and the slip, like, is again, we can look at slippery slope arguments with everyone goes, oh, it's a slippery slope. But frankly, like, I began this stream earlier on by talking about the fact that in 2005, George Bush wanted to ban gay marriage by constitutional amendment. And the arguments then were, well, it'll never enter schools. We're talking about adults here. Like, we can debate like where we're at, but like looking at normalization and slippery slopes, I think is a valid way to look at things when we're looking at potentials. And there is a potential here with something like Lolicon, where you're normalizing a section of it and it creeps because some people are freaks and they want that. And I don't think there's anything fucking wrong.
I think you're just talking around in circles. I think you know why. You just don't want to be on record ever saying something like that.
Well, if I was, hold on, again, if that was my position, wouldn't I just take the like strong moral position of A, not engaging in the conversation at all with you, and B, just going lolicons are pedophiles? Isn't that the fucking commentary take? Isn't that the safe take? Why wouldn't I do that? During the
I think everyone's at different levels. Everyone's at different levels. Everyone's at different levels.
Okay. Everyone's at different levels. So it's a different level of cowardice. Why? Like,
well, you're not. You should just do in different parts of the commentary community. Like, you're not a Cheeto. You're not off there segregated, making your fucking videos and talking to OnlyFans whores or whatever the fuck he's up to. Like, that's not what. That's not you. You're in this part. You have some audience crossover with me, so you're a bit more free. You can kind of come a bit closer, but then you've also got a bunch of art commentary freaks and people like that who are all like, oh, pedophiles.
Listen, there's a lot of fucking rumors in the art commentary community. But like, look, I think part of the problem is as well, you come from a position where you are, and have proven this, especially over the last year, where you are very, very, very fucking capable at dismantling people. You are not the same fucking level as a huge sweep of these fucking people. You are not that level. So you can, and because of that, you have also built your own little container audience. So you get a bit more freedom. I don't think that you take positions. I don't think you back down from positions based on optics. But I also think you're well aware of like how well your position is like cemented versus other people. Like, you are ultimately dealing with conversations around, this is your job, right? So if something came up where it could do significant damage to you, and I don't think that's happened yet, I mean, how confident are you that you'd wear that position? Like, are you actually prepared to burn your platform to the ground?
I don't understand what you mean.
I mean that they're like, let's say a position comes up that you genuinely believe in, but your audience wouldn't wear it. Like, tomorrow you wake up and you're like, feminists are based.
I am feminist and based. Actually, I'm actually very feminist. You won't believe this, but in fact, some of the women in my audience actually do say I'm actually feminist. If you look past the
raging misogyny
I put on the veneer, you know, I've heard that many times. I actually am quite feminist. Okay, you don't realize this, but I am in my own special way.
You're dodging.
There's no position. There is no position. Okay, there is literally no position that my audience would. It's a cult, Beckett.
It's a cult.
There's no position that my audience would not wear. If I believe something to be true, ultimately, I went to war with fucking half of my chat, including Bugscore and Stylo, about fucking Trilk, about Norman and Naomi feeding a fucking kid trans breast milk, because I was like, guys, I don't know that it's necessarily wrong, and let's look into this a bit. And we spent fucking ages arguing back and forth over this fucking paper about whether fucking male breast milk could be the same in nutrition as female breast milk. So there is actually no fucking position that I feel like I can't fucking take. Okay.
Okay, let's will you raise your IQ and engage with the hypothetical then? If there was hypothetically a position you believed in, but you realized that it would do significant damage to your platform, would you hold that? If you were like, if I hold this position, it will do damage to my network, and like a large section of my audience would just fucking abandon me. Would you hold that, or would you abandon it?
If it was really all on the line on one position, probably not. I would probably not handle it. I would probably not hold that position. If it was truly binary, I would probably not hold that position.
Yeah, sure, I can do it. True. Listen, it's my turn to give bullshit hypotheticals, but that's the point, and that's where a lot of people see themselves.
But I'll bite the bullet. I'll bite the bullet. I would not hold. No, you're right. I'm not fucking Mr. Girl. Okay, I'm not gonna go to prison over it. Okay, that ain't me. All right, I'm being serious here. That's not me. Okay.
Can I add Stylo to the call? He's like, wait.
Yeah,
let me call in.
You don't need to ask me to add Stylo back in.
Well, that is actually true, isn't it? Stylo. Where the fuck are you, Stylo? What's your name on Discord? It's no thing, isn't it? There we go. Is it? Yeah, there we go. I think that's Stylo. Fucking hope it is. Right.
MF Stylo clause. Yeah, that's him.
Sure. So, like, let me call in. We're fucking not even ready. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hello?
Hi, how's it going?
Queeman, you're a liar, Queeman.
Were you not on the other side of the choke thing? Were you not?
I am, but I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I'll repeat what I said in chat, Queeman. They're raping their kids anyways. I don't give a fuck if they're breastfeeding them. Their kids are fucked, Queeman. There could be no poison in the obvious poisonous breast milk that they're giving their children, that they're only doing to satisfy their disgusting AGP fetish. I don't care. They're fucking their kids anyways. Have a good night.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, another spin. Listen, Stylo's based. We all stand Stylo. Yeah, look, a lot of people view it from that side. They're like, well, if I take this position, it'll cause too much potential damage. I think when people are earning a living from this, especially when you can see the outcomes of it, that's my basic thing. If Aiden's position is he doesn't give a fuck, he just wants to debate, it's a filter, based. That hasn't been my position. That's been my criticism for the people engaging with this, thinking it's just going to be Kino content, because all that happens is you become content for other people, which, you know, I'm thankful for. It means I can play Dark Souls 2 and piss around.
Yeah, I become the content for disingenuous, media illiterate fucking losers. That's
you.
what I become the content for. It's literally the only people that will be left by the time I'm done will be the fucking media literate Ubermenschen, which is the whole point of why I'm doing this.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Out with the weak.
Sure, you get the audience you deserve.
Yes, and I want Chads.
Listen, that's true of every content creator. That's why a lot of content creators hate their fucking audience.
Yeah, because they fucking cock to them for years, and then they wake up and they're suddenly like, oh, why can't I do anything? Why can't I say anything? How come I work a job where the whole point is being able to say what you think about things, and now I'm in a position where I have to wake up every day and say the exact thing that these fucking retards want to hear, and it's because you spent the last 5-10 years making videos, making streams, kowtowing to the fucking lowest common denominator retard that you can find because you're worried about someone calling you a pedophile in a YouTube comment.
Let's be clear. I'd have a lot more viewership if I stopped saying retard, faggot, and and autistic all the fucking time. I've got a fucking reams of comments telling me to start calling people retards. I get fucking DMs about it. Still do it. So, yeah, I agree with you. It is important not to cuck yourself to your audience, okay? It matters. But it's, again, if people are looking at this from the perspective of, making money, I also understand it. I'm not, overly critical. It's a business for a lot of people. Listen, I can say all the shit I want about this, but when I came back from away from the internet, everyone was like, well, we're all making money now. Can't fucking blame people for making money. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, Beckett. PV's a thing now. That's just the reality.
Okay, well, I mean, anything else? As I'm skim walking.
It's my fucking stream. You can't do the anything else when you're on my stream. Actually, yeah. Fuck off. I actually can I ask your take on some of the Just Ilk stuff that's happening and Dan and Destiny?
Which part of it?
Would you? I just want your general take on how kind of like that's played out, because it seems like Dan's a bit of a content cuck and a bit pretty soy basically, and Just Ilk's just sweet.
Dan's a little bit sensitive. Dan can be a bit sensitive sometimes. I love him, but he can be a bit sensitive sometimes.
And how bad is the Just Ilk sweep? How bad's the Just Ilk sweeping? Closely followed by how bad is your sweeping for Just Ilk?
Wait, you like Dan?
Yeah, I like Dan.
Oh my, sweeping for your own. Fucking always loyal to the tribe.
I'll never tell on the tribe. Dan's okay. Dan's okay. Like that. Obviously, I think some of the Twitch stuff is pretty retarded, but I obviously think I've actually debated him on the doxing stuff on JStalks before. So I mean, yeah, I've said what I think about that, but I don't. The JStalk stuff. How's JStalk sweeping?
Oh, well, that's why I'm asking. Like, it seems like I've only really seen the stream where Sunday was on, and Just Ilk was just trying to shut down the conversation with Wes content cucking everything. It seems weird for Dan to
so the Sunday going into talk to Destiny or thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, JStalk realizes he kind of fucked that one up. I mean, I've spoken to him about it. I spoke to him about it right after, and I said, just let it play out. I mean, I think he's taken that on board. That's what he's done pretty much every other time that stuff's blown up in his stream since.
I think it's a difficult one. Like, my impression of Dan, I never had a huge impression. I don't like the whole going after sponsors things, even for someone like Hassan. I think it backfires on small creators.
Kind of like, I can't lie. I think the never go after sponsors thing is like kind of a fucking retarded talking point.
I think you know me. I care about ecosystem.
Didn't Keemstar just make that shit up because H3 was going after him? Wasn't that where that came from? He's like, don't go after sponsors ever, guys. Wasn't that it?
Well, I mean,
thought that's where that came from.
My general problem is whenever this happens, or previously in the adpocalypse and everything else, it affects smaller. It never affects the big people you're actually trying to hurt. It affects the small people.
I mean, that's about going after. That happens if you're after the advertising for a platform, for sure.
That's
what I mean.
Never
go after sponsors. I feel like that's where it's come from. And the thing is that if you want something to change, you have to go after the money. That's the reality. So if you truly do think something's wrong, I mean, the sponsors are the ones you go after. If it's not getting addressed through reporting or whatever, which obviously it wasn't through Twitch. There was no way to resolve it through Twitch. So the sponsors are the next course of action. That is just the case.
I think
now whether you think that's justified or not, that's an argument you have to have case by case. But it's lazy to just go never target the sponsors.
Well, I think it's because it creates wider problems in my eyes. So it's a question of like deplatforming. It's like, are there people who genuinely maybe we should have a conversation about deplatforming because of the damage they could do? Like, yeah, probably there's a conversation to have there. But the problem is that, like, generally speaking, it's creating precedents that we want.
So when Chud emailed Kick admin staff about the guy who was farming underage nudes through his Kick stream and distributing them in his Discord group, do you think he went too far?
No, but I think there's a difference when you're talking about people who are breaking laws.
Okay, do you not think that are there not laws around profiting from terrorism?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, like for like Hassan, I think potentially, but then I think
some of it would be hate speech, probably in the UK, given we've got
absolutely
anti-Semitism stuff. Would you would you if it's breaking laws, then
I think
everything's on the table.
Well, I suppose that's true, but I suppose it's also a case of like, and I've said this for people who do predator hunting. It's not about making content out of predator hunting. It's about making sure the authorities are involved in people and the correct agencies deal with these things, right? So the question with Hassan isn't should Hassan be deplatformed from Twitch. The question is should Hassan be looked into by the FBI, for example. Like, probably not that agency, but that would be like a more pressing question in my mind, not what's going on with Twitch. If there's a question about Twitch anti-Semitism, and my impression is, and that's an impression, I could be wrong, Dan just didn't evidence that argument very well, but seems to have gone after the fact that the CEO of Twitch is looking at like the CEO's Twitch Pornhub history, which again, puts him in a difficult position when all these leaks come out from Destiny, right?
Dan openly says, basically, that, well, not that he's, I don't want to, like, misbetray it.
Sure.
He doesn't say that he's, like, a dishonest actor, but he says, I'm only going to say the things that will help me achieve my goals. And he openly says that. So, like, he's not, obviously, he's never going to torch Destiny, because that doesn't serve his goals. But he's perfectly happy to say whatever's, you know, within the realms of being true, or reasonably true. He's going to say whatever he can to depose Dan Clancy.
But then it becomes like a difficult position, like, yeah, and again, like, if you're just going to own
But,
the
like, I mean, he doesn't, like,
but then
care
how
if
much,
people,
and then
like-
how much are people going to pay attention, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think he's probably the way he sees it. If I were to, this is mind reading kind of, is like he's already in enough of a position where he's got, like a megaphone to say shit, and it gets out to people that like might take it seriously or will run with it or are motivated to run with it. To where it doesn't.
But then
really
doesn't
matter.
it also become the case of like, well, if Dan Clancy is somebody we can look at the porn history of in a critical lens, isn't that him just like tacitly endorsing people doing that to Destiny? Because this is because this
I mean,
is,
he would
this-
say. Well, he would say no, because he would say no because it's not justified. He would make an argument on the merits of each case. So that it's justified to go after Dan Clancy. It's not justified to go after Destiny, wouldn't
well,
it?
if the question is Destiny doing this to his orbiters in some way for a shall we say getting something out of it? Because that's
Wait, so you're saying like
it may not be a one-to-one reason
if
for
the
going
Mr.
after
Girl
them, but-
report is true,
Yeah.
it would be justified under Dan's.
I thought I'd let you
system
say it.
that- right. That to go after Destiny that way. Yeah, I think Dan would probably agree that, like, you know, if Destiny's a fucking rapist, then yeah, go after him, whatever. I think he'd probably say that. I can't imagine he would. I can't speak for him obviously, but from when I've spoken to him, I think he would probably say that yeah, if he really was, then it would be justified. I would imagine.
Will you call him a liar? Will you on record call Dan Saltman a liar?
I can't remember a lie he's told, so I don't want to do it on right now.
Oh, interesting.
I
But
wouldn't be
didn't
able to
you-
defend it. I'm being pressed, so.
Wait, but didn't he state that Twitch had like banned like 62% of the world's Jews? or
Oh
whatever?
wait, yeah. There's that clip of him going. He looks at yes, yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that probably is a lie. Yeah, I'd imagine so, right?
Yeah. So if you admit that he's willing to say anything to achieve his end, then doesn't that make him? Isn't that just saying he's a dishonest liar?
Or
with
was it a
extra
lie,
steps?
or was he just being retarded? Because what did he say again? Was it did they banned all Israeli accounts?
And
That
then
was the phrasing,
conveniently-
right?
And then conveniently, whenever reiterating what happened, he conveniently also leaves out. I know he brought it up sometimes, but in the vast majority of times he's reiterating that claim, he's leaving out the fact that the West Bank and Gaza Strip also lost access, which would kind of remove like the Jewish targeting narrative that he was pushing.
Well, you can call him a liar for this. I don't know the truth of this claim. His claim is that Gaza and the West Bank actually don't get their internet from Gaza and the West Bank. They get it from like Lebanon and surrounding areas. So I don't know what the truth of that is, but he claims there's no internet infrastructure because all the internet infrastructure in like Gaza would actually be Israeli internet infrastructure because they like occupy it. They have all the utilities, right? So apparently they get their internet from Lebanon.
Is that
That's what he
true?
claims. That's what he claims. I don't know the
I don't-
truth of this shit. I actually haven't looked into it. That's what he claims. I don't know the truth, so I
So
won't
if
call him a
that's
liar on
not
it.
true, if that's not true, will you be willing to say that Dan Saltman is a liar?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's get to work, boys.
Maybe I can see the utility to this debating shit. No, this has been fun. Anything else, boys?
Nope, that's about it. Well, will you admit that the Cabal failed tonight yet again?
Fucking this. Listen, I go back and forth on this Cabal shit. It's sometimes funny to me, and sometimes it's just really fucking annoying. I actually tell you what. Do you think Aiden's part of the Cabal? Aiden, fuck, Oggy, Jesus, I need more painkillers. Do you think Oggy's part of the Cabal?
he's functionally a Cabal member. This community is so incestuous. You all like suck each other off. You all the same. Optically, this isn't a good look. You're all cowards, and I was part of it, and that's why I hate it so much, because I see myself. I see the old me in it. You're incestuous, you're disgusting, you're all going down, and tonight proved it. The Cabal is literally in fucking shambles. AIDS Gang W, Spinal Gang W, take care.
Yeah, total commentary death.
Fuck, okay. Oh, fuck. Well, that was fun. It was nice to have Stylo on. It's been a little. It's been. I don't think I've ever had Stylo on. What a special occasion. Yeah, they're bringing it back out of me. It's been ages since I actually shouted at somebody on fucking stream. Right. Okay. Jesus. Stylo won. Trilks lost. Listen, we all know that Stylo wins. Fireside chat, Beckett. I fucking look. Right. I feel like I've done my time with this now. Beckett brings on 2 Jews and a black man, but not me. Fuck. Yeah, no, look. I understand where Queen is coming from, but I think it's an understandable optical position to take, given the potential damage it could do to people. I just fucking hate these freaks who crawl out the woodwork. We're gonna look at Nick Bates soon, I think. I think I've mentioned him enough. I also appreciate the multiple DMs I have saying call more people retards. Thank you guys. Jesus. Of the UK grooming gangs? Fucking hell. Becca had knee surgery. No, I'm just sick. And it's starting to like mess with me. I can't believe Beckett said grape is what. Jesus Christ. I hate everything. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Appreciate that. Right, hold on. Let me read some of these fucking super chats. Where are we? Ellington Moose with 2. Another cool man video has hit the tower. I don't know what that is. DM me, Ellington. Aiden, also Ellington with the 2. Aiden, debate Brian Mullins the Fox on this topic. Unironically debate Brian Mullins the Fox on fucking the roast game. Debate Brian Mullins the Fox on the roast game. It's fucking amazing. M. Hopkins with the 4.99. Jesus Christ, I feel you. Ellington Moose with 2. Is Beckett's allowed to finish a sentence? Barely. I have loved... I can never see the end of your fucking name. I'm really sorry. With the 20 for the entertainment. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed. Platinum Metho with the 2.79. Mudahar is the best example in reference to just being fucking audience captured. Yeah, plenty of people fucking are. Priestess F. Aiden, again, also, hey Cradman, thank you for the membership. Kai Rides with the 2, another yellow stream, sweet, lol, yep, every single time, thanks for the 2. Herbie Hancock gifted 5 Cope and Seethe memberships, thank you very much. Based 07 in the chat. Zane with the 20 Swedish crowns, have a monster on me, much appreciated. Right, okay. Debate Brian on literally anything, true. Fuck. There we go. Aiden, that would actually earn you some clout. Listen, Brian Mullins is a fucking fascinating little topic. I haven't talked about him in ages. It has been a little while. No, I missed it. Listen, the nice thing about YouTube is you can wind it back. It's largely me remembering why I don't have these debates and getting annoyed with saying that I'm being a coward when fuck you guys. Otherwise I wouldn't do it. Right, okay, cool. Where are we at? Let me see what we're going to we're gonna deal with. Okay. What should we watch? You gay. I don't want to start this Elizabeth stuff because I'll leave it for like a full stream. Thank you for the two Gilded. W stream. Evening Toastify, how you doing? Again. Just come in for the just come in at the end. Vicious slurs from Gilded. True. Everyone gets really surprised when I call people faggots, and I don't know why. Like, guys, silence for ages. Why do you think all my streams are yellow? Oh, fuck. Okay. What else is going on tonight? What else have we got? Because I'm not quite done yet. This is a problem. Fuck, we're going 5.5 hours. And I'm literally like, oh. I've hit that nice little, like, point where I've got energy again because I've argued with the Jewish twink. I was listening since Queeman called in. Demonetized, yeah. Brutal. I feel like I had something. I feel like I had something locked away, and now I don't know what the fuck it is. Say hard R, no bulls? No, absolutely fucking not. Look, I value being employable. Let me just say if I've got anything kicking around that makes me want to watch it at the end. Maybe do a bit more gaming. See if Mullins uploaded anything? That's a good question, actually. Brian Mullins, the Fox. Let's have a look. Feels like forever since we did any Brian's content. What is this? There's so much. Australia Christmas dinner, 21 to 23. Jesus Christ. I think the world's gonna end. And all we're gonna see is this. Like, this will be the only remaining part. Me initially announced. Wait, is this a face cam video? It's only 42 seconds. Let's have a look.
Hello everyone, I'm Brian Mullins the Fox, and before I react to
He grew his hair. This is so weird. Why does he look like a pear? I'm ahead of you on the brand sheet.
some dank memes, I'm going to be announcing a couple of things. One, since I have Grand Theft Auto 5 for my Xbox One, I'm gonna start streaming some Grand Theft Auto 5 in February, and maybe celebrate 1 year of my furry channel. And another, the Roast Game Theory with me, Detective Brian Mullins the Fox. The second season will come this summer, or at least a week or so after my 20th birthday.
What? What is going on? Oh, Brian, oh no. So this is new content. What's this? Explaining the LFC and the culture shock of 98. I don't know what the LFC is. What else have we got? Why are these on Notify Me? How do you have these out of... None of this content lineup makes any fucking sense. I don't know how he's done this. I want a video essay. I want him to do another video essay. Logo history 28 to 2024. The mongrel video. Okay, hold on. Add you? Okay. You just fucking... You can just phone me. It's so annoying. Okay, I'm phoning him. I'm phoning him, so it's like, add me, and then doesn't pick up. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I don't phone you because it's rude.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you want to see a rare Brian W. ish.
Sure.
Let me make sure I've got the right channel because he's got like 14 different channels. By the way, to answer your question about the notify shit, if you actually scroll far enough, you'll see that he's got videos that are set to premiere like next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's just fat. God, I clicked on the okay, so it was the wrong channel. Okay, hold on. Give me a minute. He's got 14 channels and he uploads to like 10 of them. So
Right.
So I'm gonna give some context real quick. Okay. Because Brian is not going to give you context on this merely 5-minute video, which in of itself is a Brian W, by the way.
Yeah, I mean that's surprisingly short for him. I'm proud of him.
Mongrel, if I recall correctly, I keep forgetting the Mongrel lore here and there, but essentially he was spreading around CP. When I say CP, I mean naked images of 13-year-olds.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was doing this as some kind of own against someone, and then apologized in a video where he egged himself.
What?
Literally. That's Mongrel in a nutshell, who, by the way, up until recently was a mod in Brian's server. Until this video, where the bridge is burned over politics. Not the pedophile shit. Politics.
Okay. Okay. Let's have a watch. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna kick you out while I watch this.
I'll just leave. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks, buddy.
Rude person.
Bye.
Bye.
Much love, bro. Bye. Oh, I like Queeman, but he drains my social battery. How gay is that? There you go. Gay statement for the night. Let's fucking go. Whew.
Hi, everybody.
I'm not a minority enough. That is actually true.
I'm Brian Mullins, the Fox, for a Drama Archive exclusive video covering Rose Hammond's, or Mongrel's, reaction to the 2024 election results, with Trump winning the election with 312 electoral votes to Harris's 226. Here's the first screenshot. Guys, how the fuck is this election not being outed as fraudulent right now? To which I reply with, I'm not going to make claims about quote-unquote voter fraud like Trump supporters were in 2020. I wouldn't entertain any of that BS if I were you. OG Mark Salmonius and...
What is happening? Why has Brian Mullins made an election night video about some Discord spurg he's fighting with? Brian's first base video? I don't know how to feel about this. Dude thinks children were eaten every Christmas, and he's beating a fucking camel. Actually, yeah, that makes sense.
Enters in with, it's the fucking electoral college again, and he shows the screenshot of earlier results. And then I reply with, they haven't called Michigan, Nevada, or Arizona yet, but let's face it, it's over for Harris. And then OG Mark Salmonius replies with, yeah. And then Rose replies with, projected win. We got some shit coming out. Reaction interference has already been proven. Tabulation machines already are found to have been properly counted. Red Mirage is very real and happened in 2020. But Rose, what happened in 2024 is not a red mirage. It might actually be a blue mirage. And then she continues with, still waiting on places to fit.
How do you get fucking beaten by Brian Mullins? How? That's fucking wild. I don't know how to feel about this.
Finish counting. December 19th is Electoral College Day. We have the smallest chance at hope. Trust a plan, guys. Trust a plan. Yeah, trust a plan my ass. And then she replies to my earlier reply to her, saying Russian interference was found in 2016 as well. FBI investigations are happening now. To which I reply with, That's the kind of shit Trump supporters were saying in 2020. You know, trust the plans. Hopefully we can get these fake electors in there so we can contest the electoral college and shit, but not the Russian interference part. Are you sure you can be able to vouch for a heavy claim like that? All I'm asking is, provide a source or evidence/proof of collusion/fraud. And I'm not the kind of person to just take what people claim and then just believe it without evidence, proof, or even context, which Rose refused to provide for whatever stupid fucking reason. Then she replies back to me with, the difference between then and now is cases of ballot boxes being attacked. Russia has historically done this and bomb threats came from there.
I can't believe this video exists. This is so... It's so weird.
Harris campaigns were...
Why are you even in this? What Discord is this? Who engages Brian Mullins the Fox in political debate? Oh, I think I preferred it when he was like losing debating the Rose Game. It's weird to see that he's, you know, arguing with somebody more how fucking schizo were the Kamala supporters? I remember seeing a few people who were like this and doing this whole kind of, guys, actually the real election, it's being stolen. It's being stolen by the Trump supporters. Not Brian Mullins. Brian Mullins winning Lavender for some fucking reason.
Standing room only, and she raised more money than Trump did. And a massive record of influential people just openly saying not to vote for Trump. Remember 2016, mongrel? Celebrity endorsements don't mean shit. And then I reply with, do you mean fake bomb threats? Notice how she doesn't provide a link of evidence to back up her claim about the 2024 election, much less the 2016 one, outside of Tim Pool's and roaming millennials' financial collusion with Russian operatives, which had nothing to do with the election. It just proved and meant that they were fraudulent grifters despite the election. And this happened long before the election. Any supposed Russian interference had nothing to do with actual interference with the 2016, much less 2024 election. The previous one had only to do with...
This is weird. It's like stepping into another fucking dimension. I'm not really sure. I'm really not sure how to feel about it.
With Russian pro-Trump Facebook posts, a bunch of bought-out YouTube channels and Facebook pages, and that's it. No proof that Trump colluded with Russia to win the election.
This is like the most sane Brian Mullins video I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
None whatsoever. And to finish things off, I reply back to her with, meaning that they didn't follow through with them when she was referencing to fake bomb threats. They were still able to count enough votes to call states for Donald Trump, i.e. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina.
I'm fascinated. We are going to move on to another Brian Mullins video, though. How long is this?
Hi, everybody.
Oh, it's 6 minutes. The State of Dramatic Fox, Episode 3. Gallagher is one of Gilded's friends. The Obsessed Derp and Gilded Pooh, the child abuser. What?
I am Brian Mullins the Fox, here for the third episode of State of the Dramatic Fox. This one's going to be a miscellaneous one here, so brace for impact and bear with me. Before I rant about the drama, I'm just going to give you some...
Bear in mind, Brian openly stated he voted for Kamala Harris. Well, I got that from the fact that he was like saying, well, we're not like the Trump voters. We're not like them who lie about the election results. Holy shit.
Minor updates, only 2 of them. Seems like Gilded Pooh just mostly ignores me except for the time I was talking about the election, assuming that
What did you miss? Nothing, Chris. You didn't miss anything. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. We're just watching Brian Mullins. Nothing happened, Chris. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing occurred. It's a perfectly peaceful stream.
I don't know anything about politics and how the election works, going, breaking, Brian Mullins the Fox concedes the election. despite the fact that I'm not running as president, despite the fact that, well, who cares? I already accepted that Trump won. You don't have to do that. And 2, what I find mostly irritating but yet satisfying is Gallagher and his dead-ass channel. His channel never really surpassed the 275 subscriber threshold.
Why is Becca acting like something happened? I debated Queeman. Okay. I debated Queeman on a topic I should not debate. And I got dragged in. I treated myself to dragging myself into a debate. Oh, fuck. I maintain my position. Debating this shit is fucking dumb. Nothing happened, Chris. We don't know what you're talking about. True. I concede the election, though. We're going to go back a bit, because my brain's not worth it. Wasn't, Listen, I was ill to start with. I'm even more fuzzy now. Fuck it.
1, you don't have to do that. And 2, what I
It
find
does. Aiden was
mostly
here as well.
irritating but yet satisfying is Gallagher and his dead-ass channel. His channel never really surpassed the 275 subscriber threshold, and it's pretty funny how a small-ass channel who hasn't even hit 300 subs was talking shit about my success, channel growth, and even went as far, in the past of course, to concoct a
Hold on. What the fuck is this? I thought Kamala would win, but I was wrong. I concede the electoral results, and Trump will be president for the next 4 years. Well, listen. I'm glad he conceded. Based. I hope it was fun. I might have got a little bit annoyed at one point, but yeah, it's generally fine. I think Queeman's position is one I've heard before. But it's one where, you know what, I'm just happy Queeman conceded the hypothetical that if he had a position that he thought was down to the wire and would do like actual damage to him, he'd probably back away from it, which I think is how most people feel. Would I burn my platform to the ground just because I believe something? I guess it depends what I believed, but still. Queen is generally pretty good. I think people get the wrong impression of him. He's pretty fair, and he's a solid debater.
Conspiracy theory that I'm botting all of my subs in my main channel and all the other channels I have, and others who went with him are also part of the problem of the stupid fucking speculation. No, I'm not botting any subscribers. These are real people. How would I be botting if my...
Let's be clear about this. Where's the main channel? He has 12.2k subscribers, which is fucking wild, actually. But I think it's mostly picked up over time and people who are fascinated. I don't think he's botting. I think if he was botting, he'd be botting for a whole lot more subs than 12.2. Also, where the fuck would he get the money from? There's no way any of this gets fucking monetized, is there? Or even gets money from it, like, because... Hold on, where is it? Like, he gets... Like, look at the views on these. Like, 20 views, 48, 31, 93, 28, 20, 33. Like, this isn't like a views flexing. I'm just merely pointing out there's no way he makes money from these channels. People think Queeman is just harsh or crude to people, but his opinions are pretty grounded and stand the test of time. He's very consistent. Who is the #1 debate rapist? Probably Queeman. I think of all the people who've, particularly this year, like, or consistently seem to come out well from debates, Queeman's pretty much one of them. But, like, it's interesting, like, if you want an interesting Queeman debate, funnily enough, his one with Brianna Wu, where they have to keep muting him, is well worth watching. Or him versus Duma Media. Both of those are pretty solid.
My channels aren't constantly stagnant. They're not.
He gets money from the drifters he murders on the side of the road. True.
They're real, genuine people who love my content, who subscribe to me to watch said content, and it just seems like my main channel's dying, but my comedy archive is still thriving, and that part's hilarious, I know. And all of this is basically because the death of the reversed content format in late 2021 was the reason my main channel's dying now, despite all the views I'm getting from my most popular videos, commentary/rant videos, long-form commentary videos, response videos, compilations, etc., etc. That's also why the comedy archive grew this fast to this extent, and even then some in the future. By April 18th of next year in 2025, I will document the sub count, the total view count, and compare it to 1 year before that, just so I can hone in on the attention my channel has gotten because of reversed content's great comeback of 2024. Now, going back to talking about Gallagher's dying-ass channel and his schizo short posts. All he does now, instead of making...
But Gallagher's not, like, a content creator in the sense of, like, generally wanting to be... Like, he's a shit poster. He was uploading other people's music. For fuck's sake.
Long videos as he promised, and even some classic memes on videos like he was promising for months. He's so fucking hell-bent on his shorts tab on his channel, just making shit memes dunking on me in my every word, and completely does not debunk the roast game at all. He doesn't even make any further attempts after I debunked his shit chapter in a shit video called The Furry Christian. That usually gets somewhere around 500-ish views for some of them. He hasn't been making that many of them, and I'm starting to sense a trend here that's a bit concerning for me, and everyone else who knows.
Wait, are these the numbers from these? Holy shit. 6 years ago, okay, that's how he grew the channel. 72,000 views, 23, 21. Yeah, this is just, like, literally re-uploading other people's content. Okay, that makes sense.
What Gallagher is up to.
He sounds super salty,
From 275 subscribers down to 272, failing on his every promise. More memes on videos, more long-form commentary videos about the next lolcow, and so on and so forth. And by the way, the term lolcow is in quotations because you can take the word lolcow with a huge grain of salt, given the fact that it's so constantly weaponized against people anyone disagrees with, and then they just milk content like that for the lulz from here on out until it all dries up. Ever since LFC 6, I've been gradually ignoring him more and more and more because I knew he wasn't gonna come back with anything better. He is so hell-bent and obsessed with me to the point where he's literally either breaking his promises or not following through with them. And all that shit should start dawning on you people as to why. Because he is very, very fucking salty about my response.
Does Brian, like, again, it's been a while since I've watched Brian, but he knows people are just farming him at this point. Surely. What am I talking about? This dude has, like, have any of you ever sat down and actually watched any of these? Look at the state of this. Like, months, like, this is, oh my god, this is, like, daily videos. Daily videos on this shit.
Main passion of my channel and the lifeblood of all my channels to talk about the roast game era back in the day as a past phenomenon.
There are hundreds of these fucking videos talking about essentially insane statistics that children used to be eaten for Christmas. Like, just fucking hundreds of them. This channel has 836 videos on it, the vast majority of which are about the roast game. Wait till he sees wait till you see why he thinks I'm a child abuser. Okay.
To him on my rant archive, showing how completely fucking retarded he is when it comes to death statistics and age demographics.
Chris.
And all that shit doesn't matter to him. Oh no, not only that, there's also someone else.
Wait, what? Chris, can I show this? Can I show this on stream?
Complete nobody that was begging for my attention for months and months on end. Attention whoring to hell and back is some loser named Snarkfeld, who was practically shitting on me from the very start. And when I say from the very start, it was around February, after the whole me versus Gallagher debacle on a website that used to exist known as Medicare Forums. It's funny that website doesn't exist anymore, and I'm seemingly the only person who documented.
Wait, what did you say about Medica forums? Okay, firstly, Boblax. Next Mayor Monkey stream I do is going to be legendary and talked about for years to come. All will be revealed. Oh, I can't fucking wait. What did you say about Medica? Dumb bitch posted it while getting A-logged. Okay, that should be pretty interesting.
After the whole me versus Gallagher debacle on a website that used to exist known as Medicare Forums.
Isn't this... Is it... Okay, I think this is a reference to the new Medica forums. So, I believe Mayor started a new Medica forums. I think that's what he's referencing. Not the original Medica forums, because the original Medical forums is long before Brian's time.
Funny that website doesn't exist anymore, and I'm seemingly the only person who documented this debacle even happening at all. I've been so successful at recovering from Gilded Pooh's bullshit-ass assassination attempt at my character to some his dogshit video response up not giving your babies or those who still wear diapers reusable ones as child abuse, even though disposable diapers are a lot better than reusable diapers, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Gilded Pooh, through extension of using shitty reusable diapers to where they're shitting all over the floor, walking in their own shit and piss, getting rashes, potentially sometimes infections, alongside with teaching them how to cuss and call themselves retards, I can safely say without making a bold statement that Gilded Pooh is a child abuser, and he also brought his children.
What? Why? Why? Oh, fuck. Hey, X. Oh, it's Morale watching back the conversation. Good evening. Fuck's sake.
Onto the internet and automatically made them a target by doing so. Vlad, if I ever have kids in the future, if I have a wife, I will never bring them up. I will never talk about them on the internet. I will never make them automatic targets for people like Lio Convoy to go after to make a shitty point against you. And I will never, ever, for the sake of argument, take your advice seriously. Because even your own advice when it comes to the type of diapers you suggest babies should wear is tantamount to child abuse. Thankfully, you don't hear me complaining about it so vehemently and trying to sick the CPS on your ass. I never do that. Because it's none of my fucking business. You made your children everyone's business by making them automatic targets on the internet. And
this is so fucking weird.
That will about do it for episode 3 of State of the Dramatic.
This is just, I fucking... Is he desperate? Sorry, I'm just saying things to Chris. Is he fucking desperate to, like, paint Gilded in, like... Fucking hell. Wow, you really fucking broke him. Okay. Let's see.
Very fussy today. Because when you're talking about something like Lolicon, you're talking about something that's feeding into a particular.
Okay, Morale's reviewing my debate. I'll send you over to Morale. I think he's the only person fucking live, actually. So that's not a hard decision. You can go shout at him in the chat. Who else have we got? That's pretty much it. This has been fun. I may be back tomorrow. I may actually be alive and work on a video. We will see. Regardless, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling out. I will see you guys next time. Maybe we need to do some more Brian Mullins content. I never went over Gilded's video. So I'll have a look down the line. Have a good evening, and I will catch you next time. Peace.